gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Damn it, God.
Yeah.
Come on, Macho Man. You can always get out of the ring. But The Rock is extreme because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
Not the cage.
Oh yeah. Landslide. Falling rock. Yeah. Meet the North Face.
What do you do for beefy, spicy, extreme excitement?
Say it.
Slam it to a Slim Jim.
Number 40 on the call sheet. Oh, sorry. Who's number 1 on the call sheet?
That's where we're at.
40 on the call sheet. New one? Curious.
Go for it. It's pretty light, actually.
What a drink.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What were we talking about?
I don't know. Next time, make 2 at a time. Snap Basket was really funny how you would have that out and you'd kind of guilt people into eating junk food.
I love it.
And not touch it yourself.
I'm going to answer this differently. I really get a satisfaction off of watching people eat food that I can't eat. Like Swedish fish. All the endorphins are going.
Bartender.
I do need one more. Thank you so much.
My cubano, hermano.
Yeah.
Our athletes still care about their fans.
If I have to hold one more box, I'm gonna snap.
Did you see snap? Snap into a Slim Jim! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
you're in trouble.
Wait, no, I don't think that.
I told you guys. There's trouble. I told you we'd catch it quick.
You know, some people say it's tough to be in a big show, but I gotta tell you, it has its advantages. Playing with the neighborhood kids is always fun, and hailing a calf is no sweat. The thing I like best about being so big is I always have room for my favorite meal, Chef Boyardee overstuffed Italian sausage ravioli. It's the only meal large enough to satisfy my oversized hunger.
I've been forced to vacate the AEW World Trios Championship.
You think we're missing anything? Not doing any singles with me?
Hey, you okay? That was great. Way to go. Great job, guys.
Tony Khan created a revolution.
Show days, super chaotic. A lot of times we get here and we don't know what we're doing till hours, minutes before we go out there.
There literally are, I think some weeks, 100 talents running around backstage.
At that point, it caught Tony Khan's ear, and he started thinking, maybe I want to do this. Let's get together. And I guess the rest is history, right?
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night.
It's gonna be fun, right? I'm excited. Ready to go? Quarterback.
Figured out what works as a heel in the ring for me.
Austin speeds are so bad.
Is it a break spot?
Not yet. Dude, tonight.
That was big.
It's time for Jim.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we're here. We made it. It's another Wednesday. How y'all doing? It is amazing in the world of wrestling. We have a lot to get to tonight. I cannot wait for it. I am absolutely excited. How are you all doing today? So again, it's Wednesday. You know what that means. It's also Ren's Day. It's also Rusev Day, believe it or not. And we have quite a bit to get to. I mean, man, as the title indicates, Dave Meltzer, he's been fantasy mark booking and just making shit up about this AEW versus WWE quote unquote war. WWE's announced that they're going to book more head-to-head and stuff. We're going to talk about that. Or they didn't announce, but the dirt sheets are all announcing it before they get a chance to even announce it. Right? We have Karrion Kross was on the Ariel Helwani show. He talked about the work, shoot, work release, contract expiring, brother. The Real Hulk Hogan TMZ documentary aired, which was impossible for me to find in Canada unless I pulled up one of these sites and fucking watched it on Fox as it went down, but I wasn't like around as it was airing, you know? So typically those TMZ Diddy documentaries, they show up like a week later on like Roku or whatever for me. So I'll be watching that Hulk thing later, but it's all pretty much all the key stuff we got here on the show that has to do with Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan and all of that. And Vince McMahon being roasted. A lot of the news so big that it's bleeding past like through several days. This ESPN deal, the UFC deal, has people talking about both the UFC deal and the ESPN deal. We have a little bit on that. We have lots of stuff. Sickos. Moxley did the morning news. Okay. We have, again, Dave Meltzer versus Conan. So much going on today. So it's going to be such a fun, eclectic show. I can't wait to get into it. Tonight, we're also watching AEW Dynamite. I have the Big Bang Theory on, right? Over. Yeah. And so the All-Star 8-man tag is like the only match announced tonight. Maybe there's others, but this is the only one that I am privy to leading into this show. Another All-Star 8-man tag between Hologram, Ishii, Brody King, Fletcher, Young Bucks, and Josh Alexander. That's amazing. So we'll check that. No money on the line, I guess, and just a random thrown together fucking like I dare Tony Khan to go 1 day, 1 week, 1 month without fucking doing this same thing. So again, whatever. We'll see. Hopefully the match cooks, dog. You know, that's all we can really say. Speaking of Tony Khan, we have Tony Khan. We have some quotes from him. We have some thoughts from him as well. Chris Jericho's here in the green room if we don't get to 100 likes. So let's run this youtube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips. If you're over on X, come on over to YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're like 5 subs away from 7K, I think, PWT Universe. And then we like blew past 2K on the other channel. And that's, you know, that'll be at 3K in no time, I'm sure. But yeah, we're almost at 7K. We're like 5 of you hate watching motherfuckers. Just hit subscribe. You know you want to, you know. Round of applause to the PWT Universe and the Fildos and the Filluminati and all of you out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can also become a member for 99 cents. You get access to bonus shows Mondays. And what else? I have a Patreon and where I have like bonus content and stuff. And I had my Fantastic Four review up over on my other channel. And then Marvel was like, no, we're blocking it worldwide for like just one minor thing, but it fucked everything up. So I had to pull it down. Me and Husey review Fantastic Four for an hour. That's coming out, and a pod tomorrow. So now everything's pushed back a goddamn day. But tomorrow, I have 3-time OVW World Champion coming on the show to play some games with me. It's a PWT podcast. We recorded it the other day, but it's kind of like Time Cop. And we laugh about dirt sheets. We talk about just pro wrestling in general. And it's a great, fun time. So that'll be out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow. So yeah, and guys, you can super chat in or become a member, like High Life, who's been a member for 4 months.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you all for being here. Okay, so again, I don't know much else about this Dynamite. We'll see. I was curious if Tony Khan, and he still might, right? So I'm looking at his Twitter right now. He might go live again last second and be like, oh, well, it helps for engagement, you know? It's great. And so, yeah, let me just check here. No, he's not live or anything. But yeah, we also have a trios match. The Ops versus LFI. La Faction Ingobernable. Roosh, Beast Mortis, and Mystico. Or Drilistico. One of the Isticos is here tonight. Okay. So, yeah, let's get into like news. You snooze, you lose on the news. We're going to start with miscellaneous news here. Big Bang Theory is actually funny sometime. You know what I mean? Fistico, Samoa Joe is back. Well, we're going to talk about that. I don't know if he is back. That's why I'm confused as well. Los Fuckers and Goobers. No, man, they're dope. Is TK going live as gold? I know, yeah, I'm looking for one. I'm trying to see. I tried sharing that Meltzer vid, but I can't get into my last account. Yeah, dude, just fucking don't worry. I got it. Mystery opponent. It could be Cross, but it isn't because we don't want to get sued again. So we'll just tell you it's someone from New Japan. It's probably going to be Gabe Kidd or maybe Naito. Right? It's going to be like Zack Sabre Jr. He's great. I do like Zack Sabre, but it's like, come on. Okay, so guys, let's do a bad news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Dana White says, so of course, if you guys watch the Monday or listen to the Monday show, we covered the ESPN deal and all that shit. I dove deep into all that news. And Dana White, one thing I did say, I was like, Dana White, he's not going to not evolve with the times, And I was like, pay-per-view is dead. And Dana White says that there still could be one-off pay-per-view UFC events under the new rights. And he says, what I love about this business is I can lay out what we think the fights are going to be for a year, and a fight will pop up that I never saw coming. A star will pop up out of somewhere. Anything is possible, and you could do a one-off pay-per-view, and I'm going to be on pay-per-view this Saturday. Pay-per-view is not dead. Yeah, so of course he has to say that because they're selling a pay-per-view this Saturday. They're selling a pay-per-view for the pay-per-views for the rest of the year, right? And this narrative like pay-per-view is dead. It is dead. But of course, yes, there's always going to be one-off anomalies. Someone's always going to have that super fight. The Saudis are going to still dabble in pay-per-view, but they'll still do streaming and shit. It's just obvious. Like they end up uploading fights on YouTube and stuff. So I think that, let's say Connor, like the White House, they're talking about we're going to do a fight on the White House. Okay. That or on the White House, at the White House. Okay, maybe you could sell that as a pay-per-view, right? They were talking about Musk versus Zuckerberg in the Roman Coliseum or whatever. Okay, that could be a pay-per-view. It's a freak show event. So definitely pay-per-view. Everyone will figure out the next Girls Gone Wild or whatever. Pay-per-view will never truly be dead as long as there are sleazy motels, one single bed motels along highways, right? But yeah, so that's my thoughts on that. But he has to say that. And this pay-per-view tomorrow's going to be, or on Saturday is going to be nuts. I'll be watching UFC and AAA on PWT. So make sure you guys come and lock in for that show on Saturday. So Zeta Zhang says, come get beat up at Power Slap. Speaking of Dana White and there's been an influx, and I predicted this, of pro wrestlers saying, yeah, I'll get into fucking Power Slap. And they did a reality show on it and with pro wrestlers. I mean, it's season 2 or 3. I think they tried a second season of that like reality show for Power Slap. Didn't really work out. I think they filmed one for pro wrestlers, but either way, they got a bunch of pro wrestlers involved from the indies and shit. Some WWE folks have been offered Power Slap. We've confirmed that with Shotzi. And I even called it, what's to stop Braun Strowman from power slapping a motherfucker to the next dimension, And here is a wrestler, Zeta Zhang, saying, who wants to get slapped?
I have a lot of Twisted fans that always slide in my DMs asking me to beat them up. I don't know what it is about y'all that enjoy getting your ass whooped, but I'm about it. I'm going to be at the Power Slap Combine, and I don't have any way to train for it. It's not like an MMA fight. I don't get a sparring day. So for those who want to get beat up, I'll finally make your fantasy a reality. Slide in my DMs to apply.
So this is better than Dana White. Like he was teaming up with like OnlyFans girls to, I shouldn't have said that on YouTube so early in the show, but he was teaming up with like OF girls and selling them and being like, you can win a Bugatti or whatever the fuck. This is better, I guess, teaming up with pro wrestling. Power Slap is fucked up, man. But pro wrestlers like will go get slammed on their heads and bodies a million times over for like, probably equal to or less than money if you're on the indies. So, hey. Travis Heckle friend of the show, buddy, old pal. We chop it up a bit here and there. But friend of the show, Travis Heckle, he says, I know I have a lot of wrestling fans through here, but just so you know, I'm no longer working on the Cornette podcast. So his thumbnails are going to change. Probably that other gentleman who does them, maybe he'll be taking over full time. And he says it was a great opportunity and fun times. If it's your thing, please keep listening and have fun. So shout out Trav, man. Hopefully he gets to work animating or, you know, doing stuff for other people. I'm not sure if it's because he's, you know, rather political online and it's completely 180 different than Jim Cornette's views, but I don't know. I don't let people's opinions on shit trigger me like that. So, yeah, maybe that's it. But I mean, that's just everyone speculating online. Who knows? It's personal between them. It's all good. Maybe they're just switching it up. I've thought about doing the same. Switching up the thumbs, you know, so who knows? It is what it is. Shadow Trav. So Evil Uno's mystery wrestling promotion, and I actually tuned in at like one point, actually a few times. I was up editing, and as I was like, oh, what's a different YouTube video? Or what do I need to throw on? I flipped over like a couple times. This was live all night. They had like 300 and some people watching just on YouTube live throughout like the whole evening. And it was this mystery wrestling, Evil Uno. They did a 24-hour wrestling event where it was like one match, I guess, that went for 24 hours. And like they had even the refs come out, because you're probably thinking like, who reffed it? Well, they had like a ref takes a bump, a new ref comes out and is the ref for like the next 30 minutes. They had a spot where like refs came out and were like throwing each other out of the ring. It was the biggest ridiculous fucking shit ever. Every time I whipped it on, it was just ridiculous. So, and I mean, it wasn't on maybe for like 10 minutes at a time. I consumed this maybe 4 times throughout the evening. Okay. Just to paint a picture, just as I'm like, what to watch next on YouTube. Okay. This is on. Let me just throw this on still. But either way, Evil Uno's mystery wrestling promotion raised over 33,000 Canadian. So that's like 20 grand American for the Canadian Cancer Society by holding the longest wrestling match of all time. Former AEW star Stu Grayson won the match, which clocked in at 21 hours, 49 minutes, and 12 seconds. So they were trying to last, I think, 24 hours, or they did with like the pre and post shows or whatever. And Stu Grayson won the whole thing. Evil Uno even jumped on and watched wrestled throughout the thing while he was doing commentary and watched like the whole thing. I think he stayed up for 24 hours and did the whole thing, you know? So it's pretty crazy. It was for a good cause though. So normally it'd be like, well, that's dumb, but it's for a good cause. So Oro Mensah makes his GCW debut on September 20th in LA. Shotzi Blackheart, Bear Bronson, Matt Cardona, Mance Warner, Matt Tremont, Atticus Cogar, Jack Cartwheel, Effie. Like these are all the names. That's why some of these folks leave. Elena Black leaves, or Tegan Knox leaves WWE, or they get released, or their contract expired. Then they look at the indies and it's like, shit, you can't make as much as you thought you were going to make. Not everyone can be Matt Cardona. Look how pretty well stacked that is. If you're a fucking indie wrestling fan or a GCW fan, that's a stacked card right there. Like that's a stacked roster. That's like a fucking TNA fed, a developmental fed right there. So shout out Oro Mensah getting out there and making indie dates and that. Speaking of getting out there again, the Tonga Twins, they're in NWA. Shout out Billy Corgan. Man. So I have a wrestler on the show. It'll be out tomorrow. He's in NWA as well currently. And I asked him about Billy Corgan. It's so good. We had the best convo ever. And I can't wait for you guys to hear it tomorrow on PWT, Pro Wrestle Times. But either way, the Island Twins. So I don't know. Are they the Island Twins now and not the Tonga Twins? Either way, they are in NWA. Wearing the red and black attack, man. The blood lined up. So Talavu Tonga and Tahine Tonga. There you go, man. How long till they're in the Fed? So speaking of Tongans and Samoans, Zilla breaks down his family tree, and he doesn't really understand it either, which is no surprise. I mean, how do you keep up with that whole fucking... We all saw the graph The Rock pulled up.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I want you to tell me how you're related to these people.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Let's do it. Yeah, yeah.
Yokozuna.
Uncle.
Rosie.
Uncle. Yeah.
Roman Reigns.
So
if
uncle, but we call him cousin. Yeah. We call him cousin.
But here, they laugh about that, but I have the same shit. I have a cousin. He's my second cousin, but I call him my uncle just because. So I get where he's coming from, but to some people, they laugh. But he's technically, if Rosie's your uncle, Roman's technically also your uncle, you know?
The age bracket.
That's what it is. It's just the age bracket, you know? You fucking... Everyone's having a million kids. You some of your fucking, you call people auntie who are like your cousin or whatever, you know?
Your uncle?
Yes, that's Rosie. So Rosie's my uncle too, but Rosie is his little brother.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we call him, our cousin.
Jimmy and Jay.
My cousin. That's our dad's his brothers.
So at the same time, then Solo as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Rock.
Cousin. Yeah, through marriage and blood.
Ava, the Rock's daughter.
Oh man, she would have to be my second or third cousin because that's his daughter.
But like The Rock isn't his first cousin, I don't think either. You know, so it's actually like second cousin once removed or something, however the fuck it works. Whatever. It's just awesome hearing him break it down. But just we're all cousins. That's how it works.
Still the same.
Afa and Sika.
Uncle.
Everyone can't be your uncle here. A lot of uncles.
Uncle, trust me, especially Oos. If you see the kids that our dad and our grandpas have, you would know why. Like the minimum of each person is like 11 kids. So if you do 11, 11, 11, you got to understand there's more branches under those 11.
Yeah, this
11,
bloodline
11.
goes on forever.
For real. Hey, y'all, even though I'm part of this, I'm still learning. This is how big our family is. I'm still learning who my family is, so.
Rikishi.
Uncle.
A lot of uncles. Peter Maivia.
Oh,
so the high chief, right? We're talking that's like his great some shit. Right? It has to be.
I would say
like three, that's like great some shit. Hold on, let's see what he says.
That's Rock's grandfather.
Yeah, so
I would say grandfather, right?
No, I don't.
No,
that's Rock's grandfather.
If you're Rock's first cousin, but no, it's like your great grand, because even though Rock is his cousin, he's still like a generation below Rock or whatever, right? And he tried to explain it with the tree, but it's just amazing, and it's so crazy how Samoa Joe told Chris Van Vliet, he's like, dude, if me and Roman have said, like, if we connected this and that person, if our moms talked, we could figure out who's related in our family. But it's crazy that there's no distinct, like, he doesn't have the look of the Tongan or the Anawai or the Maivia or the Fatu, he doesn't really have that look. And no one's like, yeah, he's directly my cousin or anything. That's so wild.
Then it's probably a cousin, some sort of cousin, right?
Yeah, something.
So I guess Rocky Johnson then is also a cousin.
You can consider him, yeah, a cousin or fourth cousin. I don't know. We're gonna have to do a trivia on this.
Who else? What about like Naomi?
Naomi, that's the sis, man. She's a sister-in-law. That's Jimmy's wife.
That's a sister-in-law. That's Jimmy's wife. So Jimmy's your brother, right? Like, it is what it is. That's what you extrapolate from this, and it's fucking amazing.
So that's
sis-in-law. Trinity Fatu. There it goes.
Because when you have that many cousins, you all grow up like brothers and shit, you know?
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Lloyd, that's my uncle. Yeah, that's on Alpha side. So no, that's my second cousin.
He's like asking Giga Chad Van Vliet. Chris is like, oh fuck, I'm asking you, bro.
Bro, we can literally do a whole episode, a whole segment on this. So we'll be here for a couple hours. We'll be here for a couple hours, man.
Do you know how you're related to Nia Jax?
No, I don't. Can you guys help? Can you help with that?
I'm sure if we saw the diagram,
Yeah.
WWE put it up on WWE Unreal. And it's huge, right?
Really?
Like the font is so small.
Oh, wow. I didn't even watch it yet.
Yeah, there's so many people because they're explaining like, you know, how everyone is part of this. And they put up the graphic.
Should we pull it up, chat? Chat, should we pull it up and see? No. Go through the whole thing. We'll do the whole show on that. So New Japan and Stardom are running a joint show in China together. So that's amazing. And hopefully it's a stacked up card. China and Korea starting to ramp it up in the pro wrestling world. Pearl Fredericks, FKA Eddie Thorpe, says, I'm not your NDN. I'm not your NDN guy. I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your guy, friend. So he is here cutting a promo, finally making his first like indie appearance since being released from WWE.
So for those of you that might not know, it sounds like plenty of you do. My name is Carl Fredericks. But 10 years ago, man, and I remember struggling all week at work, dying because I couldn't wait to get in the car with my friends and go wrestle every weekend. The way it felt, and this one's hard because there's a part of me that I'm ashamed to say, I'm embarrassed to say. I remember the way it felt winning my first, and to this day, my only title, my only championship, and it's not for lack of effort, but I remember how it felt winning the internet title in the Cow Palace. I remember the love that you guys gave me each and every time I came out here, every time I come back. I remember the love that I used to feel for this, and it's not going to be too much of a surprise to most people as I imagine. But spending the last 2.5 years shoving sage up my ass in a parking lot in Orlando hasn't been the most fulfilling life for me. But I've dealt.
Yeah, you can see that round of cuts they did. Like, there's some bitterness from some of those folks, and I think there's a reason for that.
With this cultural identity stuff my whole life, man, there's been times when I haven't been native enough for my own people. There have been times where I'm too Indian for a group over here, and there's been times when I've been nothing.
Did you say he says, oh, there's times I'm too Indian for – see, guys, we call ourselves Indians. Everyone's offended. Oh, we got to change the Washington Redskins or whatever. No, you don't. No, you don't. You didn't have to do that. No one gives a fuck.
More than an
bunch of like triggered white ladies fucking
into another group of people. So this is me taking back my life. This is me taking back my career. This is me taking back my identity. This is me taking back my love for pro wrestling.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of just buried WWE there a little bit, but hey, he's free to do his thing, and I'm here for it, Eric. So we saw this spot. I don't know if this is the same goddamn spot, but it like got reignited, pun intended. If it is, but like a couple shows ago, or like last show or the show before that, I can't remember. We covered like the fire spot where the guy gets slammed through the table and it lights on fire and everything. And maybe I'm misremembering it, or is this a different one? Because I don't remember Mickey Knuckles being involved in it. And maybe my mind just tuned it out for whatever reason. But yeah, let's watch this spot. And I don't know. People are just going nuts on this. And I don't blame them. Fire and glass are like the two things I don't fuck with in pro wrestling. I mean, if you can do it, it should be done. I pointed it out. Like if Edge spears Mick Foley through the thing off the apron at WrestleMania and it's a table on fire, okay, that's when you do it, you know? if it's a moment like that. But just doing it on a random indie, this is wild. So we're going to watch this because it's sort of like, I swear to God, it had if this is the same clip or if this is GCW doing another fire spot, fuck me, right? Like they just had a fucked up one. Well, let's watch it regardless in case you didn't see.
Whatever we can find is.
Oh, shit.
No. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
And this is Zach Amico on commentary.
Oh, this is not a good
Everybody,
situation.
Please back up for your safety.
Oh. Holy shit.
Oh!
Through the fire.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit, he's on fire.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's on fire.
Oh, my fucking God.
Unbelievable
Guys, holy
violence. Shit. He's still on fire. The ring is on fire.
I think that's a different one. Is it not, Chad? I don't fucking remember. All this indie shit looks the same.
This is fucking insane. Has anyone fucking seen this? Get water out here. Get fire extinguishers.
Here we go.
Please, somebody help.
Like, why don't they have water and fire extinguishers on hand? I just don't understand.
Seen him,
And then Zach Amico's like, that's the craziest fucking thing I've seen in my life. Like, hey, bro. No, at JCW, you got to cuss on commentary. Hopefully he's not like, getting skin grafts or whatever the fuck. So Stu Grayson says, despite my best efforts, we have beaten the world record for the longest wrestling match ever at 21 hours, 49 minutes, and 12 seconds. You're welcome, I guess. So just kind of staying in character. Like, I didn't want it to go that long. And WWE legend Brian Knobbs could be forced to amputate his leg after an infection returns. Prayers up for Brian Knobbs. And hopefully, he gets, his health looks up. It's just unfortunate. And I'm sure you guys all know that, right? I mean, that's kind of old news. The infection return, just prayers up for him. That's all you can really do, right? That, ladies and gentlemen, is miscellaneous news. Random talks miscellaneous news. Okay, we are going to get into we do have some TNA news. Okay. Here, I will check in with chat. Yes, so Dynamite will be on in like 20 minutes here. Okay, so I'm checking in with chat here. Cashman A for 2 says Big Bang is just nerd blackface. Is it just people cosplaying? I feel like they played it all well. I just feel like every show, like once you can't go to 10 seasons of any show. I just don't think it works. Unless it's like I guess maybe Power Rangers or something like that, right? Like Pokemon or something. But when we're talking most television shows, like around season 6, time to wrap it up, go away for a while at least and then come back. I could totally see one of these streamers trying to do like a Big Bang reunion movie or show or special or something too at one point. Like we got Frasier back. They brought back Saved by the Bell. I didn't even know. That was like my favorite show. It got canceled before I even knew they brought it back. Okay, that was like my favorite show when I was young. This fire and bright lights confused the caveman wrestler. The fucking PWT, bruv. Yes, it is Kenny D. Welcome. Well over 200 watching across YouTube and X. Make sure you come on over to YouTube, hit like, subscribe. We're like 5 subs away from 7K or whatever. Moxley will do the glass fire spot, but add a pizza cutter to it. Yeah. Knobs' leg better do the job on the way out. Knobs' leg better do the job on the way out. Oh my god, dude. Why fire's hot? TNA gone too soon. Bagpipes. Damn, first bag. Well, now Knobs. Yeah, I know. It's so sad, man. Mickey Knuckles is fucking trash. Yeah, dude. Oh man, Grapple Vision dropped a video of her like explaining the time that they like jumped that dude at that deathmatch show. And like even the guy's little kid was like beating this guy up and they were like fucking him up for real at this I don't, and just hearing her explanation, it's like none of this makes sense. You know, like you guys still went too far. You know that, right? It's too far. And so the fire stuff, it's too far. This is a different clip, George. Thank you, because in my mind, Judas, in my mind, I'm sitting here going, this has to be a new clip, but there's no way JCW did 2 of these in one fucking week that we're bringing to the show or whatever. There's no way. So that's a different one after they already had a guy burned alive, no extinguishers, no water. Like, what are you guys doing? Violent J or Shaggy 2 Bob or whatever. Get it together. No. Zach Amico is the worst. He's pretty funny. He's funny. He's just one of those, like, I'm a roast guy, you know? Okay, let's scroll back down. I went back too high there, too far in the chat. Okay, let's play a banjo. We don't have a lot of TNA news, and then we're going to get into AEW news, I believe. So Carlos Silva confirms TNA is currently prioritizing a new video game. So hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's not like the Fight Forever game. Hopefully it's not like the 2K game. Hopefully it's its own thing. Hopefully it's more akin to the PlayStation 2 games. Or if they say, hey, we're going to do like old No Mercy type shit, but they actually do that. If I was one of these big companies, I would go to M. Dickey and I would contact M. Dickey, Matt Dickey, and I would just give him $1 million to take his game and just make a better TNA version of it or whatever company for all platforms. That would be like a side project, and it would cost you $1 million, and he'd do it for you. Well, I don't know if he'd do it for you. I'm speaking on behalf of M. Dickey, but I actually don't know that, right? I've spoken to him a couple times, but I actually don't know that for sure, that he would accept that deal, okay? But he should, and it would save you so much money, and you would make so much goddamn money. Proven from his game, his own game, Wrestling Empire. And the games that came before that one. So if I'm TNA, I'm looking at him at least like for the mobile aspect or something. But if they're trying to do some big console stuff, that would be amazing. I've heard rumblings that TNA, well, I mean, we already got it in 2K20. Which one just came out? 5 or 6? 25. Abyss is in it. From TNA, his music and everything. So I think next year there will be TNA and AAA people. That's the rumors floating around, that they're scanning everybody that they can for these games, even everyone on the nostalgia deals and all that. You know, Victoria's talking about, oh, I'm not in the Hall of Fame or anything. She's fucking scanned and in the new game and all that shit. So, anyways, they're prioritizing a game. The first TNA Impact game was pretty cool. I didn't play it too much, but it was pretty cool. The Elegance brand will be on NXTNA next week. Again, Joe Hendry was all over that show. We're going to talk about that in a bit. Here is what Zilla Fatu had to say about Rikishi calling him out on wearing Jeff Hardy face paint on his debut in TNA. He did Jeff Hardy face at TNA, and Rikishi called him out. This is Zilla's response.
How did you feel about Rikishi having an issue with you wearing Jeff Hardy's face paint when you debuted on TNA?
You said, how did I feel?
Yeah.
I didn't really feel any type of way.
Why'd Rikishi call you out for this?
I just think he, every OG, not just him, but all the OGs in the game, man, they have their own way of, criticizing younger talent. I think with him is, obviously he was trying to put me on game, but when you mention someone you love, it hits different, because with me, when I hear him talking about my dad, it wasn't really necessarily about the face paint. It's just how he said it. And then you involve my dad. I kind of, overreacted because it's someone that I love. And not only that, when people bring up my dad, I get very emotional. So I think I did overreact, but I think everything could have been settled just over a phone call. So that's why I was so upset, because I'm like, why not call? Why not, do this
Because he needs the content, brother.
over a convo or meet up instead of, going to the internet and doing all that. So, yeah.
That's a big moment for you. Your TNA debut.
Yeah.
You'll never have another TNA debut.
Yeah.
What made you decide you wanted to go out in the face paint?
Man, because obviously, I do this for my mom and dad, but, Jeff Hardy plays a big role,
So it was Jeff Hardy. God damn. So Rikishi was right.
Are you sure about that?
So Rikishi was right, dude. It was Jeff Hardy face paint. Fuck.
my character, and he inspires me. And I think I was just doing that because I want to have fun. It was,
Shit, he was right, dude.
I want to have fun. And that was, it was literally me and Jeff backstage chopping it up about my dad. And not only that, us figuring out our next step, our next move. And I think it was just more of us bonding together, but I want to do this, I'm still figuring it out. I'm still trying to figure everything out. And I just want to be able to do it my way on my time. I don't want to have anyone else try to write it out for me, because if they do, then it wouldn't be considered my story if I didn't write it. So I just want to be able to write my own story and be my own artist.
And at the same time, didn't Jeff Hardy wear Umaga's face paint or something like that to pay tribute to him?
Yeah. Him. And not only that, the Usos, man.
Yeah.
How they look when they first came.
Yeah, I don't think it was that, especially with that 3-minute pre-show match or whatever. I don't think it mattered that too terribly much. You could just reintroduce Zilla on TNA when he's fully your guy. He's off doing all these other indies. If TNA scoops him up, he can re-debut. But with that being said, just look at Zilla. Him, that look with the face tats and all the shit he's got going on, that's way more intimidating than painting your face. If he does a little bit of paint or whatever, that's cool. But I do get where Rikishi's coming from. But fuck, he was right. So maybe that's why, yeah, it makes sense. He called it out because he knew that was Jeff Hardy face paint, because he knows Zilla. He knows what's inspiring him. So that's fucked. Because when I listened to that, I was like, that's not very fair to compare it to Jeff. When Samoans paint their face, but he's hitting Zilla where it fucking hurts. Rikishi low blowing him, pal. It was a shoot, brother.
In the game, it's all just paying homage, man, showing love. And I think that's the bigger picture, just showing love and most importantly, having fun.
Your father's always with you.
Hell yeah. Okay, so moving along here, TNA President Carlos Silva talks about the TNA game. He says we want to have a great deal in the UK, and we're working on that with a partner. And I think as we look at that, plus some sponsorship, we will then also come to the UK, and we're hoping that that'll happen in 2026. It's in our goals list, and so I think that will hopefully launch us. In terms of the video game, we didn't set that as a priority in these first 6 months since I've been here, but it's now gotten added to the list. We had to do some things to really dive and create the kind of stuff that we have with Slammiversary, like everything in an organization. If you do too many things, you don't get anything done, and so we had to concentrate on some successes. But I think now, coming out of some success, we can now put that on the docket and look to understand where we go with the TNA game for sure. Especially if WWE says, yeah, you can put TNA legends in your game. TNA legend AJ Styles, TNA legend Kurt Angle, TNA legend whatever the fuck. And then they can go to Samoa Joe and Sting and them and be like, hey, especially a guy like Sting, your likeness is greater than AEW, so could we get Legend Sting or Booker T? That can be the crop of legends in their game as well. Their partnership with WWE, this could help them out too. So that's good. I'm all for more wrestling games. I'm here for it, Eric. I'm just all for more pro wrestling games, I would love if some of these other companies tried to make pro wrestling sports style sim games with GM modes and shit in them and try and do something different than what 2K is doing, but in the modern era, Again, AEW had a chance, but they're like, we're going to do this nostalgic bit, but we're going to add in like all the new shit. And it's just going to be like a very like base level game with not a lot of content. And it's going to cost us $80 million or whatever. Fuck, $50 million or whatever. I mean, I don't know why they did that. So TNA has a real chance of doing something cool and different here, or maybe they're like, we're going to go the sports sim, like the 2K route. But with EA, maybe EA's interested, and then that's huge. EA, TNA Impact, or so. I'm not saying they're big enough to lock that down. And I don't, it took EA forever to even get on board with MMA, let alone pro wrestling. I mean, they just probably think that would diminish their titles and shit, but it'd be cool if they could lock on with, I don't want to see like 2K, TNA 25. Like, I don't want to see that. Something else, but someone who does sports games well, or that are trying to get into sports games or something. I don't know. And hit up M. Dickey if you're trying to go to mobile. That's all I'll say. Okay, that was TNA news, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hit a Banjo Kazooie. Speaking of video games. So, man, oh man, what are we going to do here first? What's on the docket today? We got so much. So speaking of TNA, okay. So Michael Elgin started calling out what happened during his time in TNA when it comes to Don Callis, okay? Because Don Callis, sickos and wackos, whatever side of the spectrum you're on, you're always going to fucking find a way to get triggered over this shit. But they're coming at Callis and they're coming at AEW because of Dave Meltzer's comments essentially saying, oh, like WWE's a sleazy company. And then he deleted the post with the fucking short on it. I think you can still find the video, though. Meltzer said it's still up. It's like unlisted or it's archived or some shit he was saying to me. Can't remember. But either way, he got rid of that video. And a lot of people were like, Meltzer. And again, Meltzer's willing to appear on this TMZ doc with Hulk Hogan and Vince, who's an alleged whatever the fuck. And TMZ's like the sleaziest of the sleaze, and Dave will just jump at the opportunity. In fact, Meltzer's fucking crying like a baby because they cut his stuff out of the doc. They featured like one clip of him, and it's gone more viral than anything else from the fucking doc because of how unlotioned and crusty he looks. Dude, David Icke's looking for lizard people. I found them, bro. They're at the Wrestling Observer fucking newsletter message boards. You guys know what I'm saying? And so there's all this like who works where, and there's SA misconduct and harassment and all of these things going on in all these companies is basically what's going on. And Michael Elgin's making a push to fucking clear his name. And he starts dropping DMs from like Nick Hausman and emails from TNA and all this craziness, and sort of, I don't know. Some people are like, this confirms that Callis was like doing shit towards Scarlett and everything. I don't know if it does that. So I sort of looked into this stuff. Elgin posted so much about it. I guess we'll just like start from the bottom. It's in no particular order, but I guess it starts from Jobber. Yeah, so Jobber Nation TV, who, by the way, is like one of the elder trolls of the IWC, right? Like an elder trollsman who's did it like before anyone was full-blown trolling in the IWC. Jobber was there. And so everything he says, you don't know whether he's joking or not. At least I don't. And so shout out Jobber, because he just pops me with his faux outrage. And he says, wait, is this legit? Why has this been kept quiet? And this All Day account posted, I heard this guy has some serious allegations. Callis allegedly has SA against Scarlett. So basically everybody knows that there's this heat that sort of stems, like Brian Last and Jim Cornette brought it up. I believe Conan and Disco alluded to it a little bit, but didn't stooge it entirely. Like, they're friends with Cross and shit, so, you know, they're not trying to blow up their friend's spot or anything. But, you know, there was heat there when Scarlett and Cross, apparently there was a confrontation, and there was heat when they left TNA or whatever. And because of this, right? And so what happened was Michael Elgin, okay, who's like, he's wrestled, I think, in Noah, New Japan, all of these fucking companies, right? He posted this. He said, "It's legit. I didn't hear about it until he called me and told me the company, TNA, was investigating stuff said about me." And I guess this segment is called PWT Investigates. PWT, the P is for People's Court. No, I don't know, but we're just reading what's thrown out there publicly. Okay, that's all we got to do. So he said, he said I went through it, and the company had my back 2 days later, and they told me they wouldn't investigate it because they didn't send blowback online for clearing my name. I asked again, but Don said the company investigated this. His excuse was, or investigated his excuse was that accusation was done internally. So was the investigation, and not online, so no one knew. And people had to sign NDAs and let them out of contracts, etc. Tony Khan style. Now, I've heard people shit heavily on Scott D'Amore as well, a gentleman who I've put over numerous times because I don't know about any of this. Like, I don't fucking hang out with these dudes. I don't know about any of this stuff. But I wonder if some of it maybe stems from this as well, because Elgin like puts D'Amore on blast and everything. So Elgin says, funny, Don was the one that called me and said, I went through stuff and Impact investigated it, took time, but I'm still here. They're going to investigate, and I know you didn't do anything bad. The accusations don't even make sense. So now, what was Elgin accused of? So I did a little sleuthing. I just asked Grok, kind of, and then over to Google, and I kind of just compared the notes. And I didn't even write anything down. It was mental notes. Okay, chat. But basically, yeah, Elgin has like a list of things, man. It's not like his time in TNA was the first thing where like cops were called allegedly or shit happened to him and blah, 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 right? And I just went, okay, so this is like one instance Elgin's focusing on. I'm sure. Like, I mean, I'd have to say, well, what about this, and this, right? If he were sitting in front of me or if we were chatting, I'd have to be like, well, what about this time and this time and this time too? Like, not to, but hey, man, like it kind of seems like you're wrapped up in controversy quite a bit. Like, is there anything to that, But anyways, I'm not here to fucking say Callis is guilty or Elgin's guilty or anything like that. I'm just reading what's thrown out to the public. Okay, chat? So, he says, the accusations don't even make sense. Then 2 days later, Don and Scott D'Amore told me we aren't going to investigate the claims, which were assault, but no one even knows what was actually said. That's how the game is played. It's all about that game and how you play it, because we are trying to rebuild the company and didn't want online block back of clearing your name. Even though in those 2 days, I sent them every text between me and a person who lied. 3 witness statements about the other being someone Scott D'Amore knew lied, and she had lied about Joe Doring before too. So he drops fucking DMs with like House of Wrestling, right? So this is Nick Hausman, who's found himself in controversy as well. And he says, hi, Mike, this is Nick Hausman. This is in, by the way, I had the date of these, I think 2024. Yep, this is in 2024. So Nick Hausman says, hi, Mike, this is Nick Hausman. If you'd like to connect on Monday, I'm happy to talk. I'm just trying to get to the truth of what has been going on in the business. My number is this. Mike says, sounds good. And then House of Wrestling, Nick Hausman says, have a great weekend. Mike says, thank you as well. And then he says, I look forward to our chat Monday. There are plenty of wrestlers who can speak to who Scott really is. Damn. But for years, I'm talking since I started in 2002, have been afraid to speak up because he has wielded power and connections for so long. So again, D'Amore is he's a big timer in Canadian pro wrestling, right? And Elgin, I believe, is a Canadian pro wrestler, and he started in Canada if he's not born and raised there, right? But for years, I have been afraid to speak up. Again, I'm not terribly familiar with Mike Elgin. I know he was popular for a bit there. I think he teamed with Brian Cage, right? And they were like the Machines in Japan or something. That was kind of cool. But again, I wasn't like overly into him or Brian Cage. Brian Cage was cool in Lucha Underground. I mean, he was all right in TNA for a bit. And then in AEW, they just fumbled the opportunity to push him on TV and everything. But anyways, though, not about Brian Cage. He was wielded power and connections for so long. Those who did speak up had everything they worked for taken away. And then Hausman said, yes, I have heard some stories about him, and I'm very interested to hear what you have to say. What time on Monday do you think is best for us to connect? Damn. So there's stories. There's allegations. Okay. And then so Jobber says Elgin confirms Don's rumors. But it's like, does it confirm? It confirms that Don was investigated at the very least for what everybody assumes is the SH, let's call it, of, I don't even want to call it that because I don't even fully know, but whatever he did that probably it was Scarlett that was making her uncomfortable or whatever the fuck, right? I mean, that has to be it. That has to be it. So they investigated for him for that, to say the very least. Now, that's a cancelable offense to most sickos. They don't say shit, though. And I think that's why people are jumping all over this and why it's being rehashed. And then Elgin decided to just go like DEFCON 5 and fucking start dropping DMs and shit, right? So he says, what would people do if they found out how many payoffs hotels got from D'Amore during his runs with TNA? There was a fund for it. Dated before he returned with Anthem. Now, again, he's saying this, not me.
Allegedly.
I am a cartoon character. I don't even exist. Okay? Scott D'Amore and TNA. This is Elgin saying this. All right? I'm just reading a guy tweeting stuff. Okay? So, hey. That's crazy. That's some wild shit to throw out there. He says, y'all took 5 years of supporting my family away from me. So here's a statement from TNA. Then he drops emails from HR and shit. He goes, Impact Wrestling confirms that it has terminated its contracts with Dave Christ or Christ or Christ. I don't know, Christ. It's Christ and Joey Ryan. Effective immediately. Joey Ryan recently recanceled for trying to do an appearance at some wrestling show who booked him and everything, and then they canceled his hotel and everything and canceled his booking and all that because people flipped out. In addition, it has suspended Michael Elgin pending further review of allegations and misconduct. So HR contact. So Michael Elgin, this is an email to Scott D'Amore, Ed Nordholm, and D'Lo Brown, whose name is D'Lo Brown in the emails. That's fucking amazing. Hello, all. It's been a while. Luckily, I'm still alive. I would like to know who in HR I should get in touch with to get the records of the investigation into accusations made against me. I look forward to your response. Sincerely, Aaron Frobel, professionally known as Michael Elgin. And the response he got was, good morning, Aaron. This is from Scott D'Amore. The company's decision not to utilize you in further programming was not based on any investigation beyond the public disclosures and your responses thereto at the time. Now, what were his responses? Like, were they so unhinged? Because he didn't post those. So were Elgin's responses to these accusations so unhinged that they're like, no, we can't rehire you now? I would love to know that part too. But they said that they didn't investigate anything beyond what is public already and your responses. That's what's making us not book you. So I don't get if... So they investigated Callis and they're like, oh, he's all good. And then they made a statement, we're going to investigate Elgin. And then they stopped using Elgin. But then they're like, we didn't fucking investigate anything. Like, we didn't even bother to. So this is in December 21 as well. Right? So this statement from Impact came out in June, summer of 2020. By the end of the year 21, he's like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm still out here. And I think they paid him the whole time. I think they were paying him. Or maybe not. I don't fucking know, because he said, y'all took 5 years of supporting my family away from me. But I do think he confirmed that he was getting paid. I might be wrong about that, though. Either way, that's a long time. He's on the shelf. He doesn't know what's going on. And then they said to him, we didn't even investigate further. But they made a public statement saying they were going to. So that's why he feels like he's being fucked over or whatever. And Callis messaged him saying, dude, don't worry. They'll look into it. You'll be all good. They looked into me and I was all good, bro. So you'll for sure be all good. And just don't worry about it. And then it ended up not. So I get it. It just feels slimy and seedy. But at the same time, Elgin, who are you assaulting? Like, what's going on, right? Don't assault people and then you don't end up in this sort of thing, you know? And I'm not trying to bury you or Callis or anyone, honestly. I'm just looking at what's thrown out there. So here we go. More or he says, I'm in a good place. Or that's like a summation, I guess. So we'll do that after. We read this statement here. Here's some more DMs that he leaked. So this is to Mike Johnson of PWI. He wrote Mike like this big long thing. Now, again, I don't know if Mike even responded to this, so I don't know. Yeah, and then Dave was DMing Elgin. I was told. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. So we read the Hausman one. Let's go through this. Let's read. So this is what Elgin sent to Mike Johnson. So I don't even know why he leaked this. Because who gives a shit, you know? Mike, if Mike didn't respond, then he blocked him after he sent him this DM. So he's showing this to show you, I DM'd Mike Johnson from PWI this long thing, then he just blocked me. What the fuck, man? Man, I know a lot of people who respect Mike Johnson. Like, I know people who are like, no, he's a really good guy, da-da-da-da-da, but I don't know, dude. I don't know what's up with that. He gets too sensy sometimes, I think. But anyways, he says, Mike, I'm hoping you will give this a read and maybe we can chat. I've always had great respect for you, and I know once Impact had set up an interview and once you told them you wanted to ask questions about certain things, they nixed it. So I guess Mike Elgin said, yo, I know that you were trying to get the scoop on this. Like, here, I'm DMing you directly. Then he blocked. So he's showing that this is proof of a power play from D'Amore going, hey, Mike Johnson. Hey, buddy, don't fuck. Hey, buddy. he's an evil Canadian. Hey, buddy, don't you dare post that article, guy. Right? Or else I won't give you the scoop for other TNA wrestlers, friend. So I guess that's what he's alleging. Again, he's alleging this. But he's just showing this is how it goes. And this is how it goes, if you guys don't know. People stooge so that they get favorable coverage. People won't stooge certain shit or will bury other shit to get access to other shit. You know, it's just how these sheets got to operate, man. It's kind of slimy and weird, but either way. So Mike Elgin reaching out, he says, I'm hoping you'll give this a read. You wanted to ask questions. They nixed it. I personally was upset as I don't have anything to hide and just want to straighten out things that have been said about me. Now, I know a lot of reporters are afraid to talk to me about things. I'm hoping that you'll at least look into things and possibly do an interview with me and see that the things said about me are untrue. I have all the proof to back this up and just want to be heard. I am in no way perfect. But I am a father and stuff that was blocked off with this arrow. What is he saying? I'm a father and a husband who just wants to be heard. He says, now I know a lot of reporters are afraid to talk to me. I'm hoping that you'll at least look into things. Oh, okay. Sorry. This is, I'm asking as a human to give me a chance to speak with you. And if you feel I'm being upfront with you, I hope we may be able to get something out. I truly hope to be given the chance to speak with you. And then, yeah, he just fucking blocked him. So Dave Meltzer scoops in, right?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
And I may have said scoops in instead of swoops in, but I meant that with his tongue. He's like, Kenny Omega. And you had a great New Japan match. Right? So Elgin gets a DM from Meltzer, right? Going, actually, I was told it was an Anthem decision, but nobody disagreed with it regarding no longer booking you. Basically, stop booking. Pay until the end of the contract and not renew. Is that what they did, Brian? I mean, Elgin? Right? Dave had to just pop in, snooping around. And then Elgin says, this is not the exact detail. When they fired Joey Ryan and David Christ publicly, I'm calling you Christ because how dare you take the Lord's name in vain? No. Dave Christ publicly, they announced they would investigate the accusations against me. The following day, Scott D'Amore called me and stated the Kamalna oh hell Kamalna was not going to investigate and would pay me the remaining 2 years of my contract. The next day, they announced I would be removed from TV. See, so did they pay him for 2 fucking years? That's crazy. Leading to the public believing it was investigated and I was found guilty. That's true, though. If they don't clarify that, hey, we're not actually investigating any further, if you just remove them from TV, people are just going to assume the worst. Now, Elgin, let me just throw this out there, bud. Okay? Okay, buddy? When you also have other incidences before leading up to, I didn't sit there and memorize them, bro. Okay. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm not trying to Harvey Levin you. When you have like 4 things or whatever before this thing in 2020, bro, some people go, well, they're going to assume the worst already because it's you and you're already skating on thin ice, you know? So he says, which prevented me from getting more work in the States and being harassed online. Fucking Dave Scoops, man. And then Nick Hausman. Yeah. So that's PWT. Well, no, Mike Elgin says this. He wrapped it up with this. He says, I'm in a good place in life. Weirdest thing is I quit watching wrestling. I mean, dead dropped. All I see is highlights when I get online. It's strange. But when you sacrifice your time, energy, life milestones for the ones you love, funerals, and so much more to something, then have lies steal it away. Can you take it all the way when they shoved it in my face? I hope one day someone will make a report. Why? My kids will be online. I will admit to any wrongdoing. I won't stand for false accusations as much as I won't stand for I'm just going to say A because I dropped so many like SHs and SAs and stuff already. This EP. It's going to be tough, guys, kind of towards anyone, especially women. If that day never comes that people realize I was falsely accused, I at least want my children to see and inform their friends who also will be online that it was false. Here are the videos I made prior to clearing my name using these screenshots because in the court of online opinion, you can lie and no proof given will ever be good enough. In the court of law, facts and evidence matter. So again, like Aaron Frobel, no charges filed. The Elgin lawsuit has been settled. Who is this person? I'm more than happy to speak with anyone who says otherwise because we all want Journey to be a safe environment for everyone. Nearly a year has gone and still zero firsthand. Okay, so this is some sicko, just like this has all been debunked and Mo has been outed as a predator. It's not the first time they've tried to destroy someone's livelihood as they grasp for power. Does Mo mean D'Amore? Is that like a code name so you don't get fucking sniped up? This is everything you need to know about accusations stemming from Mo. Do not allow them to use your kindness and goodwill. Damn, man, this is real ugly, man. Shit got ugly, dragging people down with you. But I'm happy he did speak up if it's a real thing, I guess. But that, I guess, was PETA, I guess, because I don't fucking know. I'm not a lawman, okay? I'm not a lawsmith here. That was PWT Investigates. Okay. We got some AEW news to get into, guys. We have a jam-packed show. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit like or subscribe. We're almost at 7K subs, man, on this channel. Over 3 million fucking views on the channel. 3.25 million or something like that. It's insane. Blew by 2K on the other channel and on the Pro Wrestle Times channel. Appreciate you all. Round of applause so much. Thank you, our super chatters, our members. You guys, 99 cents gets you access to bonus shows. You guys can super chat in, become a patron, gift a membership to support the show if you support what I do. Round of applause for you all. Thank you for being here. There's more show to come. I'm going to check in with chat here first. Let's see what everyone's saying here. 62642 says, Knob's leg will have an OF account soon. Hey, dude. What is it called? Only Wrestlers. Only Wrestlers. Shout out RVD's thing, man. That's what they should do. Thank you, 626. Lincoln Hawk's been a member for 13 goddamn months. Thanks for the entertaining show tonight, Phil. I'm not feeling leg day, and this is pushing me through it. Join the Discord. Yeah, guys, get in the Discord. Vote in Lincoln's polls over there. He's got some big, massive polls in the Discord of his own. And make sure you guys vote in there and just come hang out in Discord and chop it up and all that good shit. Appreciate you all. And Lincoln Hawk, buddy. We're linking up, pun intended, very soon. So 62642 says it's in the way that you lose it. Clapton. Oh, are you talking about his legs still? So 626. Look at this. He's firing off leg jokes. Knob's legs versus Bagwell's legs. Yeah, on a poll. You said at WrestleMania. No, it's supposed to be on a poll, brother. Dude, that's pretty fucking morbid, though. Like, it ain't even happened yet, okay? You are fucking a morbid son of a bitch. At least wait like a week until after it happens. His legs still might be preserved, dog. Holy shit. Everyone, holy shit. You sick fuck. 626 again. Could you take his leg away? Oh my God. I'm not singing that. Jesus Christ. Oh man, one of the funniest things ever was who was it who had a prosthetic leg? Mad Dog Vachon. Was that who it was? And he got inducted in the Hall of Fame in the WWE. And he, like, as a really, really old man at like a SummerSlam or Survivor Series or something, or maybe it was like a fucking a fully loaded or an in your house or one of these fucking shows, right? But he took his leg off. You guys remember that? He glommed someone with it, like as a very old man. I don't know. That was funny. Mad Dog, another Canadian. Yeah. So he took his leg off and glommed the dude. Prosthetic legs. Hey man, even Montez Ford has hit someone with a fucking prosthetic leg, right? The shit is synonymous with pro wrestling. And I hope everyone keeps their legs. Okay. Didn't Texas Tornado have a fake foot? Yeah, dude. He had a fake fucking foot. And he was wrestling on the damn thing, and he was trying to hide it. And I think, didn't Pillman also have like a leg injury? And maybe it wasn't, it wasn't amputated, but didn't Pillman have like a leg injury he was hiding as long as he could? And then also, didn't Candido, RIP, from like a blood clot in his leg? All I'm saying, man, Zach Gowen only had one leg. Come on now. There's more leg fucking references in wrestling. How about when Owen Hart said, Brett, I smashed your leg out of your leg. And that's why I smashed your leg out of your leg, Brett. Fucking only in pro wrestling.
Smashed your knee to oblivion.
I smashed your knee to oblivion. F1WGP7 for 2 says Knobs kicked his leg out of his leg. Yeah. And that's why I kicked your leg out of your leg. Oh, shit. Oh, man. We're pretty fucked up for laughing at this shit. I gotta be honest here, dude. But hey, we're making light of it. Legs you're historic, dude. You're a legend if you only got one leg in fucking wrestling. You can still get booked. Zach Gowen fought Ricochet like fucking a month ago, dude. It's all good, man. It might even be an advantage at this point in your career. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay. We got AEW news. If you don't laugh, you cry. That's goddamn right. Oh, is it thundering again? Man, it's been storming nonstop around here. Yeah, guys, so hit like, hit subscribe, send me a fucking super. Give me some scratch. What are you guys doing? I appreciate you all for being here. Make sure you become a member for Member Mondays. They're Unreal shows. And let's go. Let's do an Ichi ni Sanda. Well, before we do, let me refresh this just to see if there's any last minute additions. Okay, no, we're good to go. So, pardonnez-moi. The no-leg wrestler from AEW. Hey, the no-leg I forgot about him. He did a good job. He may have been the best worker of the bunch for being legless, okay? Just being honest, right? Anyways, okay, let's actually do an Ichi ni Sanda, everyone all together. An Ichi ni Sanda. It is time for Ichi ni Sanda. It is time for AEW news. So Jim Ross says Vince McMahon looked horrible, and he's seen Vince at his worst, okay? And so Jim Ross says, well, King, I thought he looked horrible. I thought he looked tired, withdrawn, and it had me concerned. Whoever did his makeup should be fired. Dude, whoever did the makeup for everyone should be fucking fired on that program. Like, did you guys see that picture of Dave fucking Meltzer? Of course you did. Of course I have it bookmarked. What are we talking about? What are you saying? Me? I haven't had 400,000 people send me that fucking picture? Come on now. So you guys saw the picture of Dave. We're going to talk about it and show it off in a bit. But I mean, Vince too. Whoever did his makeup should be fired. He just looked withdrawn and so old. He had the Pepe Le Pew going on. Vince's Pepe Le Pew. Oh, she said no, I won't accept. Moi, 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 mon chéri. Come on this plane. Bien, viens ici, maintenant, s'il vous plaît. Oh my God. She say no. I say, why not? Like, Jesus Christ, man. He went full fucking Pepe Le Pew. That's why he was giving kittens away. I paint them. They're all black. I paint them back white. Now they look like me. His eyes tell a big story. To me, that he looked tired and even frustrated. Ross also pointed out specific details that... Oh, that's not Ross talking. Ross also pointed out specific details that caught his eye. The hair thing was one issue that caught my eye. Having his eyebrows colored, another thing that caught my eye. Yeah, and they're like properly plucked and shit. He looks like the villain out of fucking the next season 3 of fucking Wednesday. He had the Gomez Adams fucking mustache. And then he went full, like, he saw Fantastic Four and was like, put that shit on the top of my head. I'm Rogue. This actually isn't, he tried to dye it, but it's like Rogue from X-Men. It just stays white because all of his power's been sucked out, all of his energy, since he's not been in the wrestling business. Right? His fucking powers are being sucked out. No, I can't chase the pussy. Oh, fucking Pepe Le Vince, dude. Oh, man. Pepe McPew. That's too good. So the new CMLL world champion, and the reason that's in AEW news is because that's Jim Ross's take on fucking Vince, right? So the new CMLL world champion, MJF, launched a post-match assault on Caristico, who's Mystico, I believe, after Wednesday's ROH taping in Cleveland. Fucking just take a listen. It's just like dead silent, man. Same with like him and Hangman's promo during Dynamite here tonight. It like they're laughing. It sounds like a comedy club in there.
Mystico, let me explain something to you. I warned you. You do not come into my country ever again.
My country.
I own the United States of America, and now
WWE's like a MAGA crowd. They only cater to a MAGA crowd. Vinny LePew, I love that. And then you hear this shit, and it's like, well, who does this cater to then?
I own Mexico. I am your world champion. And if you ever want a shot at this belt, you better be ready to put everything on the line, perro. Mystico, let me explain something to you.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm interested in the match. It's doing numbers for them, I guess. I don't know. But AEW Rev Tracker throws this out there, and this is just, and I'm not dissing this guy, but this is just such a ludicrous thing. Luda, he says, does anyone know whether AEW talent receive points in pay-per-views? Fuck no, they don't. Fuck no, they don't get pay-per-view points. Not in fucking pro wrestling. That's for goddamn sure. Okay, so I don't know where people are fucking coming up with this shit, but is that is why they have been insistent on asking for $50 pay-per-view, despite the industry having moved away from this model almost universally over the last few years? No, dude. If there was a true demand for AEW pay-per-views, they would be charging like 70 and shit like everyone else. They're charging $50 because Tony Khan's trying to artificially buy his way into he just wants to be able to say, like, AEW did 100 pay-per-views on pay-per-view. Right? So no one's getting he pays them so much already, dude, giving them pay-per-view points. UFC doesn't even give pay-per-view points, and they're making money hand over fist. Like, it's garbage. Look at Mox. Speaking of garbage, look at that lazy fucking kick out. Oh, what a schlub sometimes, man. Fuck. Anyways, sorry. That was just gross. Y'all see that lazy ass kick out, shoulder up? Like, what was that, man? Anyways, so there's no way they're giving fucking people pay-per-view points. UFC only does it for like champions, and even that's going away now next year. Oh, pay-per-views aren't dead. Okay, then what are champions? You better be paying champions for not giving them fucking pay-per-view points anymore, because that's crazy. I wouldn't even fight anymore, you know? But anyways, he's wondering, like, is that why they're still doing pay-per-view? No, it's because Tony's just antiquated. He's antiquated in his ideas with creative and booking and all of this shit. He just wants to be able to say, we did pay-per-views. After 10 years of pay-per-views, we decided, you know what? It's time to just do streaming and shit. And just the ad revenue, I don't think, is enough for them to go, oh, yeah, we'll just do fucking streaming. And the pay-per-views also aren't as high as Dave Meltzer's lying about. That's the other thing. And again, Moxley with his fake death jitsu shit, bro, you're supposed to have his arm trapped, right? So, like, I guess maybe you're a fucking amateur, so you could just darce a fucking rookie like that, but like, realistically, I don't fucking know, man. I'm just not down with that fake jitsu shit, dog. Anyways, I'm just shitting on Mox. Almost universally over the last few years, whatever. He takes Meltzer and all these idiots who wouldn't know. And then AEW Rev Tracker says, with news that UFC is now moving into the PLE space, no longer charging pay-per-views for their biggest events, is it time for an honest discussion about why AEW still... No, it's been time. It's been Vader time. I already been talking about this forever. Like a year ago. I'm like, bro, they need to just really consider trying to get popular on fucking YouTube is probably better for them than even being on TV. I don't see why they don't fucking do that more. It's nuts. And to think they're giving away pay-per-view points, that's fucking insane. Now, I don't think they draw enough. No, I'm not even going to... I was going to say, is there a possibility... like Mox maybe negotiated, yeah, give me pay-per-view, but like maybe, or like Punk did when he was there. But no, fuck that. He already pays them so much, and that's just not something in pro wrestling, and AEW doesn't draw enough or sell enough pay-per-views for that to be warranted. And then also, when Tony Khan's adding all these matches last second, Like, he'll just add 4 matches to a pay-per-view the day of. How the fuck? Or he'll just like, this match isn't on the pay-per-view. This one's here. This guy didn't show up or whatever the fuck, which obviously that could even happen in UFC. But it's like, no, the way it's just everything on the fly, there's no way you give people pay-per-view points because that's not worth anything. Edge hasn't been on the last, he doesn't do 2 pay-per-views, so he negotiated pay-per-view points. That's so insane. So just don't let that, if Dave starts running with that fucking rumor, don't let that catch on, chat. Don't let it catch on. Okay, so Tony Khan talks Superman with Robbie Fox. Shout out Robbie Fox at Barstool. I wonder what happened to that wrestling show. Is that even a thing? Because that was a Barstool show. I wonder if it just didn't do good numbers, man. They probably axed it. Let me ask you something. But he talks Superman, and I'm going to be honest. Tony Khan, I agree. Like, he can nerd out about shit. If him and I were to sit in a room and mark out about old wrestling matches we love and what tapes, I'm not going to sit there and go, I was a tape trader, the way Dave says about Tony when he's a child. But I had a fucking grandfather who taped everything. You guys know that if you listen to the show. He taped everything, movies included and shit. Okay? But like everything pro wrestling, he taped. He taped fucking from the minute the VCR existed. He just started taping shit. As soon as that was a thing that you could do, he just started taping and cataloging it all. So I was fortunate enough too. I saw a lot of old wrestling that I probably shouldn't have, that most people wouldn't have, for a kid who grew up during the Attitude Era. But I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I was tape trading or like I fucking knew, like, remember Hulkamania and the effect it had on fucking, he was mostly a heel. He was a heel, then he turned babyface when he came back to WWE. That's how I remember Hulk mostly myself, other than through tapes. But what I watched on TV was he was NWO for life, brah, So for the most part, and then he was, Mr. America and Hollywood Hulk Hogan and fucking WWE wearing the red and yellow and all that. That was my childhood. But yes, I was lucky enough, and we had video stores. So I would go rent old wrestling tapes and current wrestling tapes. And, this pay-per-view from last year's on VHS now. I'm going to rent it. I never saw it. That's what we would do back in the fucking day. But, Meltzer's like, Tony Khan was a tape trader and shit. If I sat in a room with Tony Khan, we'd probably mark out about a lot of the same matches. We'd probably be like, oh, this was dope. This was dope. And if we sat and talked comic books, probably the same fucking thing. I've said it a million times. I could stay up all night with Tony Khan. I don't know if he smokes weed. Apparently, according to Big Swole, we'd be smoking fucking blunts and drinking White Claws all night. We'd have a blast. I guarantee it. But as far as like me critiquing his creativity and business and shit, it ain't personal, bro. It's just me as a wrestling fan. Okay? And you, being one, should be able to understand that. But I digress. Here's him spitting about Superman. Now, again, what he's trying to say is that the Donner Superman's like 2 he likes better than 1, which I would argue 2 could be. I think I might like 2 better than 1 as well. But 1's like just the fucking iconic, the classic. And then Tony Khan likes this new Superman movie. He's like, I might like it more than those ones. And it's like my new favorite Superman movie. I don't know. I agree. It's up there for me. I think it is one of my favorite Superman movies for sure. But is it better than the Dawn? I don't know about that. I don't know about the first 2. And I'm kind of with Tony on this. Now, his explanations all over the fucking place. Like, Robbie's like, how do you rank it? And he's just kind of the way he does with AEW. He just sort of goes off on, he doesn't like directly answer the question. And that's the biggest problem with Tony. It's like, why don't you just straight up answer any fucking question? Anyways, let's hear his take on Superman.
I do want to get your take on Superman now.
I loved it. I thought James Gunn did a fantastic job. It was one of the best Superman movies, if not, maybe along with Superman 2, it's one of my 2 favorites.
You go Superman 2.
So along with, like, listen to the way he explains it. Along with Superman 2, it's one of my 2 favorites. So does that mean 2 and 1? So that means 2 and Superman 2025 are your 2 favorite movies. Is that what you're saying? Like, what does that mean? I don't understand.
Over Superman 1?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah, do we rank Superman 2025 over Man of Steel? That's where I struggle, because I did like Man of Steel. I'm one of those guys where I really enjoyed Man of Steel. I like the Flash movie too. I know a lot of people hate on, like me and Husey, we put that movie over and people will shit on us for that. We talked about that a little bit during my Fantastic Four review, which is up on podcasts, actually. If you guys have podcasts, like, you can go check out Phil Marks Out Podcast, which is a thing where I upload some of these reviews and stuff in podcast form, much different than this show. But yeah, consider checking that out if you guys want to hear it. But the YouTube version, I got striked anyways, or not stricken, but like, this is blocked worldwide. Anyways, though, I digress. Man of Steel was fucking good. Superman 2025 is really good, though. Like, if you like Justice League Unlimited, that type of shit, it's like that. If you like those shows like Young Justice, and it's more in the vein of that. And I fucking love the movie. Do I put it over Superman 1 and 2, Donner? I don't think so. I think it's in third place for me there. And then I think Man of Steel right under James Gunn's. And then the other ones below those, they can scrap it out for which are the worst, right? But Tony Khan said Superman 2 and the new one are one of my two favorite ones or whatever. It's like, well, what does that mean? Just tell me which one you think is the best.
Superman 2. Yeah, this would be. I like this better than the original Superman. I like Superman 2 better.
It's close for me. I think this might be my favorite Superman movie.
I love the original.
See, that's the thing. I debated in my head too. Like, it depends what they do. Man, I don't know. Like, Iron Man, I can definitively say is the best, like, besides any Avengers film, is the best MCU movie, the first Iron Man. Like, I can definitively say that. We're so new in the DCU, and I like this new Superman so much. But I just think those Donner ones were just for their time. You know, it's like, I explain this all the time. It's like the movie Alien or the Exorcist. Those are the scariest movies of all time, just because of at the time, no one saw shit like that. You know, no one really saw Superman be portrayed that well or that well ever again since those first two. But then you can argue the three like if you factor in the quadrilogy, right? The 4 Superman movies and the Superman Returns with Brandon Routh or whatever, you could consider that shit ruined that whole timeline or whatever. You know, you could argue that fucking ruined Superman. So I don't know, man. We'll see what James Gunn does.
Superman, but I think I had Superman 2 even ahead of that. So my two favorites would be the original Superman 2 from the 1980s with Christopher Reeve and Gene Hackman, and Zod, which I loved as a kid.
I was going to say, what made you put 2 over 1? Was it Zod?
The dynamic between Lex and Zod is like a lighter dynamic than like in Dark Knight Rises between Bane and Daggett. He's like at the mercy of the muscle guy, but he's like trying to call the shots. But like, there's only so much you can do because this guy can overpower you. I like it a lot.
I just don't like that he gives up the powers when he goes to the fortress and he gives up the powers for Lois. I was like, why does he have to give up the powers?
You know why?
Why?
We weren't there. Neither of us.
See, and this is the shit. I would love to just sit in. If like Tony knows about this shit, bro, come on, Phil Marks Out Pod. Fuck the wrestling shit. Let's talk movies, bro. Because this is the lore. This is the lore. Tony's right about this part he's about to say.
I was too young to see Superman 2 in the theater, too. I watched it on cable as a kid. In the theater, from people there, when he gets the powers back, when he does the hand crunch, it was apparently the biggest pop.
It probably was, history. Right? Yeah.
And people nowadays, they're like, oh, it's fucking cringe to clap and pop at movies. No, it's not. No, it fucking is not, you uncultured swine.
Yeah.
Apparently, first of all, the movie was very successful, and apparently in the
we
theater,
just don't know. Like with the internet, people just don't remember what it was like to go to a fucking movie back in the day and like really fucking, oh my God, like people just watch shit on their phones, cam versions of movies on their phones just so they're in the know. You know,
when he crunched the hand, it was like the biggest pop.
It was an all-in Texas pop.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Okay, Robbie had to throw in the little the all-in Texas pop there. So Angelico has been working as a coach and producer in AEW, and it's funny because we have a lot of wrestlers. Tony Nese is also working as a coach and producer and agenting matches or whatever in AEW. And it's funny because if this was in WWE, everyone would go, man, you have fucking Tony Nese and Angelico and all these guys, and you have them fucking agenting and coaching, and they're not fucking actually doing anything on the show. What's wrong with you? Why would you do it? But these guys are all falling back into these roles, and I like that, man. I like that. It's known when he started in the role, but he produced the Megan Bain versus Emily Rose collision match this past week. Good for Angelico, man. So All Out in Toronto update, 9K tickets crossed. And so Ticketmap is predicting they can have 13.9K with enough demand. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's not like a lot of hype around it. I got to be honest. And like my family in TO, no one's going crazy about it. The 6 with my woes. No one's going crazy for this, but I think they'll do over 10K easy, especially if Tony pads it up, sweetens it a little bit, peppers it in a little bit like all these companies do. And Dave Meltzer will only admit WWE does it. But yeah, if he peppers in, 1,000 people in that bitch, 2,000 people in that bitch, they'll do it. They'll do like 12K or something, I bet, for this show. And if they do more than that, good. I'm glad that they're drawing houses for their pay-per-views. This is good, right? If TNA started drawing 10K, I'd say this is good. So, yeah, just hopefully they don't run these empty-ass, vapid, barren buildings. That's all I care about. So Mercedes Moné, who's in the ringer right now, who's about to bury a Thekla, had this to say about the differences between the AEW and WWE locker room cultures. For me, it's night and a day. When I am around the girls, it just feels like such a community of wanting to make this place grow. There's a hunger because I feel like we still feel so underground. And we want to make it like up here. So all of these women have so much drive and passion, and I can feel it. They fire me up. I want to be the best because they want to be the best at wrestling. It feels so different. I don't want to say like, oh, WWE was bad. Or people are like egos, but it just feels like we're all trying to fight for something. We're trying to fight to make this the best, and I love people who have a passion and hunger. So there you go. Speaking of stuff to say, gibbery Drew. Bibble babble. John Moxley brought up Kevin Knight's mother. He went on this like Fox morning show and just bibbled and babbled. So let's check in with Moxley and see what he has to say before that match he just phoned in with Kevin Knight.
So really, when you come out to an All Elite Wrestling show, you got a chance to be a part of something.
Yeah.
That is maybe not for everybody, because things can get a little gnarly. Things can get a little wild.
That's half the fun, right?
I'll be
So they
facing a guy.
send this asshole on the news, and he goes, "Oh yeah, man, this match, it's probably not for everybody." Then why are you out here doing media? Why the fuck are you out here promoting? This show, don't even come to it. It's not even worth it. It's not even for everybody. It's gonna get gnarly. I mean, probably don't even come. Why the fuck would you say that, you stupid asshole?
Named Kevin Knight on Wednesday night, and it's going to be a really bad night for him.
Yeah.
And
good, man.
Like when I say it's not for everybody, like his mother shouldn't watch the show on Wednesday night. That would be one person I would say don't tune in. Right.
Oh, man.
But this
Ellen
is
goes on the news and tells people don't watch the show. At least be clever enough to go, everyone should watch this and see the performance I put on. Forget this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm Death Jitsu, blah, blah, blah. And then you say, except for Kevin Knight's mother, don't watch this. Don't watch, unless you're Kevin Knight's mother, everyone should tune in to see the beating I'm going to put on this guy. Yeah, not everyone should watch this. It's going to be gnarly, gruesome. And then you watch the match he's a part of. He's just a schlub, barely giving Knight anything, like fucking. And I get it. He shouldn't even give him too much, but he's just like lazily kicking out of shit, rolling into position for shit. Fucking terrible.
thing you want to be a part of.
Nice.
It's a ongoing revolution in pro wrestling, and
it's a revolution, but it's not for everyone. So it's kind of like a cult then. The news anchor's like, oh, so you mean like a cult?
Everybody's invited to be a part of it.
Good.
Except for Kevin Knight's mother.
There you have it.
See, so then he says it at the end because he realized at the end, I just told everyone not to watch the show. It's not for everyone, but everyone's invited to be a part of it. Okay. So Samoa Joe, well, actually, no, here we have more Moxley psychobabble. Let's just stick to that, okay? So here's him being very articulate in describing what's going on in AEW right now.
Fine.
Yeah.
Because have you ever taken like a Hot Pocket and put it in the microwave for 3 or
What? I didn't listen to this. What is he talking about? You ever take a Hot Pocket?
Fine.
Yeah.
Because have you ever taken like a Hot Pocket and put it in the microwave for 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Maybe that was too long.
You ever take a Hot Pocket and stick your dick in it? Trying to fuck it, and then your family walks in and you're like, oh, you ever take a lit cigarette and burn yourself with it just to feel something? Isn't that cool? You ever bite into a piece of pizza after it arrived and it's too hot and you just burn your tongue and things don't quite taste right for the next couple days? You know what that's like? I'm sorry, what were we talking about? I have CTE. I've been fucking dropped on my head. There's a fucking wooden spike they didn't locate. Still lost in my fucking head, dude. Jesus Christ.
And you come back and
you ever take a glove and fill it up with petroleum jelly and your wife's away? Well, actually, you're on vacation and she's down at the beach and you told her you didn't feel well, but really, you just wanted some alone time. Just you and your manhood.
You see 5, 4, 3, it's too late, and the heat is exploding, and there's just too much pressure.
You ever overheat a bag of popcorn, and it's like not all the kernels popped yet, and you're like, hey, let me put it in for an extra 30 seconds just to pop those last kernels, but then you walk away, and all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, it's burning, and now it's overdone, and like some of the popcorn on the top is black now, and you just put that all at the bottom and hope your wife gets, you put that on her side of the bowl. Oh, I'm sorry, what were we talking about? AEW. Yeah, everyone come down and see me put my dick in a Hot Pocket. I already been kicked with an exploding super boot, so the only thing that's left, really, I've been impaled. The Rizzler was there one time, I got impaled, so I'm gonna stick my head in a microwave. That's the next magic trick. Tune in next week where I pull a dove out of my ass.
Is exploding, and there's just too much pressure in the small box of the microwave, and the Hot Pocket explodes everywhere, and there's cheese and ham and, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
That is
cheese and ham and so. Well, my wife likes the one with spinach, right? Spinach and ricotta. I like ricotta, you know, but it's gross if it's too hot. So you got to blow on it, and you're like, oh, I'm blowing on it, and the steam's still there. And it's like, God damn it.
It was going to happen at the Brady Center tomorrow night and Thursday night. It's a very cool venue.
Yeah.
Cool concert.
He's like clearly hung over. Why would you send him here? They're like, this guy had a cigarette in the fucking parking lot before he came here tonight. Holy shit, man. Woo! Moxley's a fucking cool guy, isn't he? Is this the Hot Pocket shit?
Somebody, it kind of just.
We might be able to have you do
here. So here's Moxley just rambling again. I'm a rambling man.
How your viewers know about him. We're gonna have to ask them, but it kind of just.
We might be able to have you do the disclaimer.
Put me in a little bit of a mood already, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Because have you ever taken like a Hot Pocket and put it in the microwave for 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Maybe that was too long. And you come back and
this is the extended cut, the redux.
You see 5, 4, 3, it's too late, and the heat is exploding, and there's just too much pressure in the small box of the microwave, and the Hot Pocket explodes everywhere, and there's cheese and ham and, you know, whatever. That is basically
there's cheese and ham and cum. What? I mean,
it's gonna happen at the break.
Blood and guts and brains and sewage. It's just gnarly.
They just had it tomorrow night and Thursday night. It's a very cool venue.
Yeah.
Cool concerts and everything. Very brand new venue, but
cool concert. I'm gonna have a band. They're gonna play me out. Me and a Hot Pocket, brought to you by Hot Pockets, by the way. I'm here to announce our partnership with Hot Pocket.
Professional wrestling, the greatest sport in the world. Very unique atmosphere.
Yeah, you guys remember those pizza pop commercials where the fucking he'd overheat it and it explodes everywhere, and there's like cheese and pepperoni all over the classroom, and it's like, that's what it's gonna be like tomorrow night. Tune in. Me versus the Rizzler.
For our sport. And with the stage and everything kind of transforms the Brady Music Center into a gladiatorial arena.
Yeah.
And it is a very, very intense atmosphere, and one you can only experience live by buying tickets and being there yourself.
Yeah.
And being right in the center of that is a very exciting experience. And for that to be here in Cincinnati, my hometown, which I'm very proud of.
He's clearly hungover as fuck, and I'm not judging. Gives a shit, but like, exactly who gives a shit what you're talking about, bro? Yo, Moxley's wildin'. Okay, let me check in. Let me do super chats here, and then let's get. I see a bunch rolling in here. So, guys, super chat in right now. Become a member for only 99 cents. Get access, and that's 99 cents Canadian. Come on. That's like supporting a fucking Ethiopian kid or something for 30 cents or whatever a day. It's around the same, right? And get access to bonus shows. I have a Patreon. Hit subscribe. We're like 4 or 5 subs away, I think, from 7K subs on this channel. So that's amazing. And we blew past 2K on the other. So keep subbing over there. Appreciate you all. Let's check in with super chats. And then I got more AEW news. So Don Cbus for 2 says, remember Monday ended abruptly. Who pissed Phil off? Dude, I was not pissed off. It was just Raw ended. And and I was like fucking cooking on this Elgin stuff. And I was like, you know what? I don't have enough info. I need to just stack up some info. Tomorrow, we're going to have a jam-packed show. And this has been, I do think, if I may say so, one of the best PWT Wednesday shows in quite a fucking, well, no, they're all amazing. But in a minute here, I must say, I know I was a little tired last week. I was like, fuck, on Wednesday show, I was so tired. It was still fun, still a great time. Everyone was like, this is an amazing show. But I think this one has been a 10 out of 10. So 626 says his leg was here. Now it's over here now. JD Dice. His leg was, you're still going off with leg bars. Holy shit. His leg was there. Now it's here now. Bro, his leg's not even gone yet. Kenny D for 2 says, what has 3 legs and sucks? The nasty. Oh my God. You guys are fucked, dude. Oh my God.
Smashed your knee to obliterate.
God damn. Phil claps when the plane lands too. Excellent. 626 says Phil claps when the leg gets removed too. Just beating it to death, man. Beating that legless horse to death with his leg, dude. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says PSA, the actors can't hear when you clap in a movie. I know, dude, but listen. It's about the fucking... It's just about this shit was good, or at the end you clap, or whatever. It's just people would cheer. It was an event. It's like going to a movie. People would gather around and do this thing. Before there was like internet and you could just talk shit with people all day. You had to, it was somewhat of an interaction, even though you're at the movies. People are trying not to talk. I get it. But they used to have like porno theaters even. YouTube theaters even. And I'm not advocating bring those back en masse, but like, hey, dude, it was something for people to fucking do. And I remember being in Avengers Endgame, everyone fucking going nuts during the Captain America part. I remember even during Spider-Man, there was a couple of those moments when Daredevil showed up. Everyone fucking popped. And then when the other Spider-Men showed up, everyone fucking erupted in the theater that I was in. And yeah, I just think that it's something strange. People hate on it, and I don't know. I just think that's strange. It's okay to feel things or applaud like a play or a piece of art, People unveil paintings and then motherfuckers clap or whatever. I'm okay with it, So DJ Evo's been a member for 11 months. Thank you so much, dude, for your membership. Black Saw Johnny Hex has been a member for 1 month and says thoughts on the new Tom Holland Spidey suit. It's fucking dope. They're making it more grounded, bringing it back. You can see the web cartridges on the outside. Again, you got to remember where they're at in the MCU. There's like people don't know who the fuck he is, right? And so, yeah, we're gonna see him from the ground up. Spider-Man, hopefully fighting. Apparently, there's a bunch of villains in this flick, and yeah, we're gonna see him taking people out street level. I think it'll just start out quick as well, like a lot of the Spider-Man flicks do, and a lot of these Marvel movies have. Like, we don't need Spider-Man's backstory. We don't got to remember what happened the last fucking movie and stuff. Hank Garfield, speaking of Garfields, for 5, his brother, of course, Andrew Garfield, Spider-Man. Phil's Mox impression sounds just like Hermione Monster on Big Mouth. Dude, listen. Everyone does like the I'm cool. It used to be the Moxleys, I'm a jazz guy, shooby doo wah wah. I used to do that, but again, I don't know. Bits sort of run their course, and yeah, it's just everyone does like the I'm Moxley, I'm a tough cool guy. So I just kind of do generic cool guy. It's kind of like the same as my Joey Janela now. It's just like I'm a generic cool guy because that's what it is at this point. 626 says, give that sober coin up, Hot Poxley. No. Hot Poxley, bro. What the fuck? 626 invents Shula Fala and now Hot Poxley? Oh my God. We'll rule you. Another fucking ace in the hole for 626. Hot Poxley. Holy shit, man. Tweet that out before someone steals it. No, he shouldn't, dude. Stay sober. Like, if he's addictive, stay fucking sober, you know? George Capture for 2 says only 77 likes. Oh no, George is fiending for fucking fiend. So go hit like, guys. We're at 77. If we get to 100, Jericho will do a run in or won't. It all depends. He's waiting in the green room. Moving along though, let's get back into it, man. We have AEW. The best guys, Tony Khan. So Samoa Joe injured while filming the second season of his Peacock series Twisted Metal with Anthony Mackie. And again, if Tony Khan's freezing this dude shit, we're never going to see him in WWE again, I reckon. Samoa Joe reveals he fractured his ankle while filming season 2 of Twisted Metal. He says, normally I would say the ring is always a much more precarious place to be in. But halfway through the season, I fractured my ankle. Nothing crazy. We had done a series of pretty crazy driving stunts and some dangerous things here and there when it was just parking. And I had to hop out the back on some really rocky, busted up asphalt. I turned my ankle, spent the rest of the season taping it up and limping through it. And that's with PWI. Yeah, Joe's going to tough that out. That show prioritizes his time in AEW. I hope to fucking God he has a clause that he can't be frozen for injury time, but why would he? Maybe because he knew going into AEW, because he said it in an interview. Hey, I went there because they could accommodate my acting gigs and the stuff I had pre-agreed to or planned and all this shit with Twisted Metal and everything. So there's no way he agreed to, yeah, you can sign me up for like a 5-year deal or let's say it's a 5-year deal. And because that was around 2 when Tony started trying to really sign people up for longer terms. Let's say he's like, yeah, 5-year deal, but you can't freeze me for any of my TV time or anything like, or movie, acting shit. Like you have to factor that into my time here. Otherwise, like, what are we doing? Then I'm signing myself up for like a 10-year deal or something, right? I think Joe would be smart enough to work that in. So let's pray to God, to the wrestling gods, that he is not frozen there until like forever. How much mileage does Joe have on him and how much mileage does he have left? It's curious to see, but we will figure that out hopefully in the next couple of years. At Arena Mexico, MJF is taking on Zandokan. And then Mystico's in a match with Hologram versus the Beast Mortis and Defunto. So check that out, I suppose. AEW doing the big crossover shows, MJF getting those rounds in. Good to see. Report AEW. So people re-signing as well with AEW. I believe Tony Nese recently re-signed, and if it wasn't him, then Matt Menard, Daddy Magic Taste certainly did re-sign. He said, it says here that wrestler commentator. So he signed on as both a wrestler and commentator. Edge was on this show tonight, and I didn't even fucking know. Holy shit, man. He better get back to the Fed soon, too. I know a lot of people don't want to see him back, but it's like he could be on John Cena's farewell tour. Instead, he's doing this. Same with Mox. He could be in all this Roman Seth shit. Instead, he's loving it out with Kevin Knight, talking about fucking Hot Pockets or whatever on the morning news there, telling people not to go to AEW shows. But someone who draws a crowd, I don't know if he draws a crowd, but someone who can get over and who I think I would stack my chips on. Like, if I'm Tony Khan, I'm building Anthony Bowens up as like, here's our big baby face crossover guy. Right? And he's here again. Like, he's invited to the Netflix Tudums. WWE's all over that shit. It's like, well, where's AEW's presence at anything, at any WBD thing? They're not there. All of a sudden, Bowen shows up at the fucking Tudums. All of a sudden, he's here too for this Bob Odenkirk movie, Nobody. And he's taking pictures with everybody. There's Bill Burr. Dude, I'm not even in this movie. And then, yeah, he's taking pictures with all the stars, and like Bowens is out there, man, and he's mixing it up. I would be stacking my chips. Like, let's build this guy up as like our underdog babyface guy. But instead, he just shows up sporadically, and then Billy Gunn's in his corner or whatever. Is El Juggalo in chat? Violent J made an announcement, bro. He better make an announcement tonight about fucking fire extinguishers and water buckets. 2 clips, bro, this last week. We appreciate you, El Juggalo. You know you're welcome here. Motherfucker showed up 2 times with no water buckets or fire extinguishers. Showed up in Phil Mark's bookmarks 2 times, 2 in this week with motherfuckers getting lit on fire. So unless you got an update about some fucking the fire departments, the fucking FD, wherever the fuck you guys are at or there in the building, I don't want to hear shit, okay? No, we love you all, Juggalo. Whoop, whoop in the chat. So El Purist says, has this to say about Tony Khan on Superstar Crossover. So they quote him here. And Tony Khan had this to say about AEW stories. He says, I think the stories in AEW have been as strong as ever. Whether you love them or not, nobody can question. There's a lot of storytelling in AEW. I disagree. And if there is a lot of it, it's very elementary. Stories have beginnings, middles, and ends. We still don't even have motive for Moxley. He's just booked in matches now. So why are you just booking him in matches now after he tried to tear down the fucking company and he's keeping fucking belts and briefcases and shit? Why is it just like, he stormed in this office and said, I want to fight Bailey and we're having a sanctioned match. And I didn't report him to the police for any of this stuff, for kidnapping people and shit. It makes no fucking sense. There's no rhyme or reason. I'm sorry. You can say, oh, there's stories. But I don't, in my humble opinion, they don't qualify as stories. Just on principle, dude. So, again, Tony, love you, bud, but like, fuck, man. You gotta, someone there's gotta be not just a mark. There's got to be someone there with vision, okay? Maybe call James Gunn. I don't know. He says, whether you love them or not, nobody can question there's a lot of stories in AEW. That doesn't matter. Like, whether you love them or not, there's a lot of this thing. Okay, that could be a problem, though. You know, that's not a, whether you like it or not, there are stories. So the people who say there aren't stories, nope. No, dog. It's like a turn of phrase. It's like an expression. There's no stories, meaning there's no substance to any of this shit. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no answers. Nothing gets resolved. There's no resolution. There's no like first act, middle act, third act. There's none of that, bro. So until that happens, it's just, I'm sorry. That's what people mean by no story. Like, yeah, you're trying, dude. We get that, but it's like they mean no as in like it's an exaggerative expression. Is that the right terminology I'm using right now? You guys know like what no, they don't mean literally there's no story at all here. No, like, yeah, you're writing stories, Tony. They're just terrible, right? Like, we just need to get across. And you can hear it's like a comedy show in this building. Everyone gets quiet. The punchline comes. Everyone laughs. Craziness. So anyways, and a lot of fans who actually pay attention to think it's great. So then you're blaming the fans. Well, if you actually pay attention. No, dude, people pay attention. If you actually pay attention to AEW, it rots your fucking brain. You can't, you get holes in your brain. When I try and break down the logic and the story in AEW, I go insane. I start yelling on this fucking show because it's so redacted. Everybody does. Literally everybody does. So if you don't pay attention really, and you just look up like YouTube videos or you just throw on AEW and you're like, oh, this match is pretty cool. That's the way to consume AEW. Like it's an indie. Oh, it's just this thing in passing. Like it shouldn't even be on TV every week. It would probably be a bigger and better company if they weren't on TV every week to have comparisons to other companies' TV. If they were doing these numbers, but just an indie, everyone would be like, holy shit. And they were just uploading this shit to YouTube. And he's like, no, I got the money. Fuck it. I'll fucking get Edge on my YouTube show. And everyone was like, bring it to TV. And he's like, nah, streaming and YouTube's where it's at. He'd probably get more respect and it would probably get more popular. That's just my humble opinion. I don't know. If they leaned into the holy, look at this random spot or whatever the fuck. So I don't know, Tony. You need more good minds back there. That's all I'll say about that. So Shayna Baszler spoke about the possibility of signing with AEW now that she's technically a free agent wrestling-wise. She says, obviously, it's not a secret. You know, I'm really good friends with Marina Shafir. I have a lot of friends there, so there's been some discussion as to what the future could hold for sure. Yeah, I could definitely see her doing like short stuff, like a short little program there, maybe just putting Marina over. Maybe her and Joe team up and like against Mox and Shafir. I think that would do numbers. Like, why the fuck don't they do that, man? But Joe's hurt now, but I could totally see her doing this and that, but I don't think she wants to burn that bridge of like producing and writing and doing shit in NXT. Why would you want to? That's like a lifelong career you could have in WWE. So Mercedes Monea, who we covered earlier, said what AEW talent should do if they don't have the desire to be the best. If you don't love it, if you don't want to even try or grow to be the best, get to the fuck out. Get to the fuck out because there's so much talent that want the opportunity in that spot. So give it to them. Is it a work or a shoot, brother? I don't know. Speaking of is it a work or a shoot, Karrion Kross talks about how he, and we're going to dive into this more in WWE news. So he went on Ariel Helwani's show and pretty much nothing's changed other than he just said, no, it's for real, but I'd like to keep working there, but who knows what the future holds, but it's real for sure. Trust me. I don't know, guys. It smells like a work. I'm going to get into it a bit more and what I've been told. Fuck it. Dirt sheet time, $5 for the Discord. No, it's free. Hit the link below. Get in there. Come hang out. But I'm gonna let you. I'm just gonna fucking stooge it, you know, pretty much, because it's pretty much what I've been saying this whole fucking time. It's a work shoot, brother, because that's what they're in the business of now. That's my opinion, though. Also, like I'm just giving a educated opinion on it all. We'll do that in WWE news, but when it comes to fucking him talking to AEW, it's crazy no one will just pick up the phone and call him. Now, wouldn't it be bonkers if Cross and Scarlett just debuted and fucking strangled Moxley or like put an end to, you know, like they need someone to just show up and just take everyone out and go, fuck this. I'm slapping all you goofs around. Right? That would be awesome, but I don't think that's going to happen and no one will pick up the phone and just call him, which is like, why? No one, what is Tony too scared? He's like, I don't want to get sued again. You know, what are you worrying about? Just call him, bro. You guys all admit to quote unquote contract tampering. It's the fucking carny wrestling business. You all do it. You're all friends. You all talk to each other. We know. Just pick up the phone and call him and figure out if it's true. But Cross is sitting here like, and he comments on the rumors about AEW offering him a deal. And as well, it just seems like when you call someone out on some shit, then they start over explaining type shit. That's how it just feels to me. But also he's on a show, so he's trying to give Ariel an answer. But I just think that we'll see him back in WWE one day. He even says it. And I feel as though he was planned to take time off for his book tour regardless. And I don't believe they just weren't giving deals to anyone and shit. Like, it's gotten out when they just were letting contracts expire. It already got out. So Cross would say, they're letting my deal expire like the other people did. Well, he just didn't do that. So to me, and they're promoting his book up until the last minute and all this shit. It's a little fishy. It's a little strange. And other little things I pointed out, like, why is his merch on PWTs? It just says Cross and Scarlet. It doesn't say The Smoke Show, Scarlet Bordeaux. His shirt doesn't say Killer Cross is back, Return of the Killer or anything. And if they added more merch to their PWTs, send me pics and I'll gladly shut the fuck up. But their merch on their indie shop just says Cross and Scarlet on it. That's their WWE names. Why? Because you don't want to start being like, I'm Killer Cross again. Well, his Twitter's that. Cool. The mainstream, not everyone's on Twitter. So not everyone, like a lot of people, maybe you could argue more, only know him as Karrion Kross. There's a whole section of fans who only know him as Karrion. They don't know about the Killer part or the White Rabbit part and all that Lucha Underground shit. So maybe that's why his merch just says Cross on it and hers just says Scarlet and she didn't add the Bordeaux. Because she was popular as Scarlet Bordeaux before she became just Scarlet. So, and as Charlotte Flair showed everyone, adding your last name back, even in the Fed, doesn't hurt you. Or removing your last name doesn't hurt you either. So, to me, there's a lot of signs where I'm like, bro, this to me feels like Seth, like the way they tried to work us with that injury. They were 10 steps ahead. They knew for Seth to fucking botch the moonsault and all that shit, because he got hurt that same way in the past 10 years ago. Like, they're just playing 4D chess, in my opinion. But I'll dive more into that during the WWE segment as well. But Killer Cross, he said he hasn't received any offers from AEW. Maybe AEW knows something we don't, and that's why they haven't offered him anything. Tony don't want to get fucking sued again. But anyways.
Since Sunday, have other promotions reached out to you?
Yeah, of course.
Big ones?
Yes.
Can I ask specifically?
You can ask, but I won't tell you, brother.
Has AEW reached out?
No.
No?
No.
Are you surprised?
No.
Why?
A lot of people think it's a work.
They were the ones I was thinking of when you said, hey, people don't know whether or not to reach out. Because the theory that I've heard is if Cross shows up on TNA, this is all a work. Because they're in cahoots, right?
Right.
If he shows up on AEW, obviously this isn't a work.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, that's what everyone is thinking. I've read it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Everyone's thinking I'm just going to pop up under some other company that's in the WWE umbrella. They're hoping I do because this seems so nonsensical to people. People are following.
Well, no, we want you in TNA because Tony Khan won't know what the fuck to do with you, guy. He would just botch your career worse than fucking Triple H sort of. But I don't think Triple H is botching it. I think this is the resurgence, and the righteous are tweeting out shit like it all we have the plan, you guys see it play out or whatever the fuck. Like that's what the righteous are saying and shit as well. We could see the righteous pop up, and I know that the fucking that the roster's bloated, but look at the fact that they would be paid less than some of the people who've been released, and look at the Raw Tag Division, and look at how the Boo Day are about to change back to the Good Guy New Day, and then Waller doesn't have his tag partner, so then that's one more babyface team, so then we need another fucking heel team in that Raw Tag Division. No, the righteous could be those guys, man. It could totally work out. And I know that the whole thing with Cross and the AOP faction didn't work out, but that was artificial. We don't need Ellering with Cross and Scarlet and the AOP. AOP and Ellering need to be their own thing. And then Cross and Scarlet and fucking the righteous, that would be amazing. That would be awesome. Now, are we getting too faction-y? Yeah, but WWE's doing that a lot. It worked in the Attitude Era. So I'm not entirely against it, but to me, man, I'm just smelling a work. But this is why Well, I'll explain it in WWE news. I went off already. I'm going to explain why it isn't a work, but it is a work, and it's just a simple explanation. But the sheets will never cop to being right or wrong ever. Get ready for them to spurg out regardless of what the outcome is, because they're all clinging on to information, which is totally fine. But it's because both things can be true to some degree in this situation, right?
Right.
The course of events that have happened to get to here, and they're going, how did this happen? This must not be real because this makes no sense. And believe me, I also think that this makes no sense either.
Yeah.
This is baffling to me too. And it drives me nuts that I actually even have to admit that. It is baffling.
It is.
So
it would be an all-time story if you go up and show up on the indies and then come back. That's what people are concocting this.
Mm-hmm.
But you have said repeatedly this is not the case.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you open to even talking to others at the moment, or are you still holding out hope that things will get sorted with WWE?
I've talked to many people across the boards about doing a lot of different things. I have
check out the Ariel Helwani show, guys.
Things that we're lining up. My wife both and I, we both have things that we're lining up. We just haven't announced dates, but nothing so far that
Here's the thing though, right? We saw JBL go and do all these indies. You can see Natty Neidhart do all the indies. Cross did the Chris Bay benefit show and fought Alex Hammerstone. What's to stop them from just saying, yeah, go out there and book some indies? Like, it's all part of the show, baby.
we have taken on would necessarily interfere with coming back home to WWE.
Coming back home to WWE.
It's like I said it before. Like I'm not trying to turn this into a game. I know that could be advantageous for a lot of people. I don't like to proceed like that. I don't like it. I will resent myself for proceeding that way, even if it's monetarily beneficial to do that. I don't want to do that.
You would just say, I'm not stooging shit. AEW has reached out to me, or no, they didn't reach out to me, or I've been talking to everybody. But it's just this like, oh, he's doing a classic over-explain, right? So I just think it's a work.
So,
and I think these stories we're hearing about people being furious is a work as well. But anyways, to make this about AEW, because this is AEW news, Tony Khan, get your shit together, bud. Pick up the phone and fucking call him. Say, I made Cross a fucking offer that he can't refuse. And if he refuses it, if you guys are really about it, but Tony doesn't want to talk about WWE, he doesn't want to sign up that many ex-WWE guys and anymore. And his fans, the only thing they talk about or they get traction for talking about is ex-WWE guys. So honestly, it might be smarter for Tony Khan to just stay the fuck away from that.
Being at the table to finish discussing, you know, things that we never got a chance to discuss. I think that there's still a lot to talk about.
Sure.
So,
and when you say that, you mean like from a character perspective, right? There's so much more work.
No, I mean like from attempting to recover the issue with WWE.
Okay.
Like that's why I'm not fishing for any major television wrestling companies to call me. I have been contacted by several, but I'm not looking for that. That's not actually what I'm looking for.
What
I would like to explore the conversation more with WWE.
Do you think if you called them today and said
he wants to be there so bad?
You know what, on second thought, I'll take that offer. Do you think it's on the table or is it really gone?
Well, the offers are rescinded.
You think so?
Well, that's what they said.
That's what they said.
That's what they
you
said.
Believe that. I mean, because that's business too, right? That's negotiation.
Well, I mean, I want to believe what they are telling me. That's how communication has to work,
Sure.
unless they say something that is untrue. But in life, no one.
Yeah, so AEW, pick up the goddamn phone. If we want to, if Tony doesn't, if there's no rumor about him going there from anyone other than Meltzer, then we know that. Yeah, see, I called it. It's fucking Naito, or it's Takahashi rather. Did I not call it or what, chat? I was like, it'll be fucking Naito or some shit. Takahashi. It'll just be like one of these legends. So there you go. The ticking time bomb. Speaking of TikTok, Tony Khan's terrible booking we see there. So Anthony Bowens again with WWE's Kathy Kelly. Like he's there hanging out. Like he gets invited to the big stuff. Apparently there's Nobody and there's Nobody 2. These movies are good. I haven't seen them. but apparently they're good shit, pal. Tony Nese has been serving as a coach agent within All Elite Wrestling. He was listed this past Saturday for Collision on a Match. So again, more wrestlers transitioning into that role. Ring of Honor's just dying. Like some of these guys who are agents and shit or that are transitioning to producers, build Ring of Honor around them. And then Awful Wrestling posted this. And he says, this chart shows AEW fan logic. Eras are only 1 year. Exactly. Like, what kind of dumb fuckery is this? So some like wrestling news outlet posted this, or some AC, whatever this logo is. I've seen it, right? But they are talking about annual top pay-per-view sales. Of course, this is based off of Meltzer math as well, so this shit isn't true. But they're talking about the eras. Like each year is an era. That's how fucking redacted people are in the IWC, bro. I can't believe it half the time. Like, no. Even definition of fucking era, I don't think can be one singular year. Right? I think the definition will tell us a period of time or something. A long and distant period of history with a particular feature or characteristic. Oh, man, 1 year, that's a long time for some. Follow your spirit and the butterflies, man. A system of chronology dating from a particularly noteworthy event is the second definition of era. So is it you hear these women, they cut their hair and they're like, I'm in my diva era. And then 6 months later, I'm in my no fucks era. And it's like, dude, stop fucking bastardizing words all the time. So a system of chronology, again, geology, a major division of time that is a subdivision of an eon and is itself subdivided into periods. Okay? So none of these singular years are fucking eras. But the inaugural era. Who named these? I'm giving these a what chant. The inaugural era. The resilient era. What? The blockbuster era. It was a blockbuster, Brian. The global era. 2 countries isn't global. The expansion era. Expanded where? To fucking local bars and comedy clubs, like to local fucking resident venues. The glorious era. The glorious era. Bobby Roode didn't work there. The milestone era. Because I guess they're making all of these milestones this year based off fake Meltzer math. It's super funny. And it's super diluted. And I think that's the new graphic that's going to stay in AEW for a while until we get a new one, just to remind us of the eras. And to believe that they're making more money every year, I just don't know about all that, man. I really don't know if I believe all that. But either way, we will give it an Ichi Nissan because that was AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we have WWE. We have Federation news to get into next, which we're going to do. Chat. We're going to do. Round of applause for me. Round of applause for you, because what an amazing show this has been. So, guys, if you're on X, consider coming to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We are like almost at 7K subs. We may have crushed it out. I don't know. I have to look. But we may have crushed it out during this show, during this program. So I don't know if we have, but we're like a few subs away. We are also 10 likes away from 100 likes on the video. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild! Yeah!
There you go. So let's see where the likes are at now. I'll refresh it. How about that? We're just grifting right now, begging for likes. They only jumped up a bit. There's well over. I mean, come on. You guys should easily be past 100 likes on the Clips channel. But yeah, consider subscribing, even if you're hate watching. You know you want to. You can leave comments every day and be like, fuck yourself, dude. And that's still cool. Just sub. It's an easy, free thing to do. And yeah, we're at 7K subs. Help me break 7K subs. We broke 2K on the other channel. Flew past that. And yeah, let's run shit up, man. Hit like, subscribe. You can super chat in. I have a Patreon. I'm going to be watching Total Divas with my wife on Patreon. It's going to be fucking awesome. And yeah, appreciate you all for being here. WWE news, we have quite a bit, man. We have quite a goddamn bit. We are the legs gone wild. Thanks, Phil. We needed that. 8 more legs to 100. The writing's on the leg. Deport Jericho. We're back to Canada. No, you guys keep him. We can do a draft, man. You guys keep Jericho. Sorry, Chris, I can't hear you. The Jericho Cruise era. Shit. Dude, after these like cruise, Amy Bradley's missing and that fucking poop cruise came out in like 2 weeks apart. I ain't never going on a fucking cruise, dude. I wanted to do the Jericho cruise as a bit. I ain't ever fucking doing that now. Ain't no way, brothers. Federales news. That's right, dude. Federal. It's funny how we're like, dude, Federale. We're owning it. We're reclaiming the word, the Federation. We're the Federales. Fuck it. And then what happens? Hot Lucha Summer. So magnificent. PWT don't miss. Okay, so let's get it. What's up, bitches? What's up, bitches? What's up, beachies? Jericho Cruise with a peg leg. Yeah. It'll be perfect. Oh shit. He'll get every wrestler with missing legs or leg a fucking peg. And there you go. They'll all do a battle royal. Oh my god. We are sick and twisted. We're fucking sick. Okay, so let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, WWE. So Kevin Nash gives his thoughts on the WWE and ESPN deal. Shout out, click this, Sean Oliver and Big Sexy.
You know what, though? But here's the thing. If you're a sports fan, going beyond wrestling, like you said,
Right.
if you can justify the purchase if you're tying it into NFL. I don't know if there's gonna be some NCAA contract. If you're gonna get programming nightly, you'll pay $1 a day to watch sports all night long if you're a sports fan. So I
Dude, I drop $24.99 for shitty movies every other day.
You're rich though. You're rich. I don't know why I hit he's fat, but your pockets are fat. Okay, dude?
I mean,
most people can't just drop $24.99 on a shitty movie and get wine drunk on a fucking Tuesday.
That's one of the few vices I have. So I don't give a fuck. I'll be glad to get rid of Peacock.
Yeah, but what about, you don't watch anything else on that network? I can't remember.
What about Saturday Night Main Event, brah?
I watch Chicago Fire, Chicago Lawyer, Chicago Police.
You can get that on TV.
Chicago Gynecologist. Yeah, there's nothing on that fucking thing I watch but WWE programming.
Well, there you go. You won't be invited to SNME. Chat, does SNME stay on Peacock and NBC and all that shit? I guess it's on NBC, but it's also on the cock at the same time. No simulcast. So Bret Hart said he was invited to SummerSlam, but WWE said they didn't have a seat for him. And he said, I think I don't think they fully appreciate me there. I pounding them is what he was on as well. That's a funny name. But dick jokes, guys, they're funny. So I don't think they fully appreciate me. I'm with Brett, dude. Like UFC does this as well, and it pisses me off where, well, here's the thing. Dana's called some fighters out. He's like, sometimes these fighters call me and they want to come with like 14 people. I understand that. That's where it gets crazy. But you have like Theo Vaughn and the Nelk boys and all these motherfuckers sitting front row at these fucking fights. And you can't spare a seat for, you hear stories. Some of these fighters are legends. You're like, really? They didn't give you a clear 3 spots for you or you and your wife? It is what it is, man. Same within WWE. Listen, I'm not Meltzer going, all those guys are here. But if they can give Joe Budden and his entourage some seats, you can give Bret Hart and his fucking wife. Like, listen, if the media are up at SummerSlam, like if some of these goofball goober dirt sheet writers are there at SummerSlam sitting in a box, there's got to be room for Brett. No? Here we go.
I went to SummerSlam. They invited me down and this year for WWE, and they told me that they wanted me to be in the crowd. And then they told me once I got there that they didn't have any seats. So it's like, but I noticed Kevin Nash got a seat.
Now, is he a miserable old man now? Is he just an old man saying fuck it, shitting on everybody from? Yes. Well, I don't want to say miserable. Like, I'm sure he honestly has a good life and shit. I just think he's just doesn't care. And he's just going to say his truth. And his truth has always been. I mean, it's what Jim Cornette said. Like, hey, Brett's the GOAT. I'm Canadian, okay? But listen, even Jim Cornette called it out. He's like, well, there's no way he runs to the newspapers with it. And then fucking that's what he did. And that, come on, for the guy who's always like, wrestling's real and I was real and da-da-da, he sure does complain about chops and fucking wrestling not being real or whatever. So I get it. And I get that aspect. And I do agree that he's still, it's like, okay, get over the Goldberg shit already. You had like hardcore matches after that and shit. But at the same token, he is right. Like, you got a clear spot. They just inducted him in to the Hall of Fame for one of his matches. But at the same token, we don't know the other side. Did WWE, did he just phone them last minute? Even if that's the case, they should have a seat for him. But also, we don't know if WWE's like, oh, come on, that's not very fair. It was a last minute thing that you threw on us and we were already, I don't know.
So I just sort of know, I don't feel that WWE, I maybe finally realize that I don't think they really fully appreciate me.
Damn, that's kind of sad. But they did just induct one of your matches. And I think that shows they do appreciate you, because they could have been like, we're going to induct any Stone Cold match. They could have been any fucking match they could have did. So Naomi was backstage at WWE Raw and Quebec earlier in the day. So her match being pulled was not a case of her not making it to the taping. Whatever the reason was, it was very much kept quiet from other talents. So again, we played the Scooter video. I thought she was being funny. We played it here on the member show or the weekend show or whatever. Turns out it was the cause of a real injury, or at least they want us all to believe. Now, the dirt sheets are speculating. We'll hit an X-Files. Oh, she's pregnant now. Is that what it is, Big Jim? Now, we're already 10 steps ahead of this here at PWT. Like, I've been telling you guys, I've set a list of names a long time ago. Like Cena's on his farewell tour, but it's the farewell tour. Like, what do you want to consider a farewell tour? What, their last year? Or is like 2 years? We got like 2 Orton Manias left. We'll be lucky if we get 2 Roman Manias. Naomi, I've talked about her at length. She ain't going to be here for a long time. We called her world title. Eventually her winning the world title. I thought it was going to be the WWE title. I got to be honest. I thought she was going to fuck Jade over to get Tiffy's belt. But I think most people thought that. So they went with the world title, which is even more, got her more over. And this run was phenomenal. And I said it. They're going to give her a fucking world title, one last title run. Like, she's tight with Trips and Stephanie. And she's getting older and has gone on record and said, like, I'm 37. I want to have a bunch of kids. Like, I don't want to just have a kid. I want to have a bunch of kids. The time's running out on that. And so it was like, damn, they're likely going to give her one last world title run with this heel run. And some people, even in chat, we debated it. We're like, well, do you think that does it need to be world title? Maybe it's like IC title, US title level. They went with her, man, and it's worked out. But if she is pregnant, or people are like, she's pregnant. Okay, so does that mean you have to stop wrestling entirely immediately? I think it probably does, right? Like, I don't know if you can get on an airplane and shit. You don't want to be bumping around. I don't know. Again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't fucking understand where it's, when you catch it, it's like, oh shit, but whatever it is, hopefully it's not something like really severe that we all didn't know about, where she's like, I have to retire now or something. That would be fucked for everyone to be speculating on, like, she's pregnant and shit. But if that is a case, it's a goddamn good thing. I do see people online like, she fucked up, she's fucking up her career. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bro, like, women want to have babies and shit. It's just in their fucking nature, dude. Like, it's the red pill cast. I'm not trying to do all that. That shit's cringe, but they do, bro, at the end of the day. So I don't know if she cares about that. Her priorities might not be what your fantasy Mark fucking priorities are, guy on Twitter, So at the end of the day, I applaud her if she's about to have a baby. If she's severely injured or needs surgery, that fucking sucks. Don't do dumb shit on scooters. But that scooter thing was over. Like, we wanted to see her do more of that. So I guess that's on just pro wrestling. It's just a freak accident. Does this help her? I talk about frequently on the show. Hey, some people get injured like Dragunov, and it's good because they were just getting stale, and it didn't translate what he was doing on NXT on the main roster. It didn't translate as well. Is this a injury that's sort of a blessing in disguise? No, I think this is a kill your fucking momentum. If it's an injury, dead in its tracks, killed it. Not that you can't regain it, but this might be it, though. Like, if she's got to go out there and just drop the title, or if they got to work some injury angle, like, how does she? I mean, everyone has kids and then comes back. So, yes, we'll see Naomi in a wrestling ring again, but on a run like she's on right now, oh boy, as Lex Luger would say. Where is it? They moved everything around.
I don't know.
Right? As Lex Luger would say, I don't fucking know, right? I don't think there's another run like that in there, and especially if it is kids and stuff like that. So, best energies, prayers up to Naomi, whatever's going on. And if it is like a kid thing and then they're trying to work everyone with an injury, I'm all for that as well. I'm all for working everyone to death so that I can do shows where I'm like, well, I think it's this. Oh, no, I think it's this. Oh, actually, it's this. That's when wrestling's at its goddamn best, the twists and turns. And so, yeah, hopefully everything's all good is my take on it, okay? Bret Hart doesn't feel appreciated. We went into that already. Some WWE superstars, we'll talk about that in a minute, actually. So Michael Cole just mentioned Karrion Kross on commentary. Speaking of Karrion Kross throughout the evening here.
This might as well be a first-time matchup for these two guys. And there's been a lot of momentum on the side of Sami Zayn as of late. The victory over Kross at SummerSlam. And, of course, Sami Zayn on Friday night.
And just the name Kross. He didn't say Karrion Kross. He said the victory over Kross. And then Kross drops a shirt that says just Kross on it on his PWT's website. It doesn't say Killer Kross. And, again, I brought it up earlier. People would say, well, Phil, his fucking Twitter handle is Killer Kross. So he's trying to be known as Killer Kross. Not everyone's on Twitter. I would say there's probably as many people who know him as just Karrion Kross that know him as Killer Kross. Maybe even you could argue more. He's on Netflix as Karrion Kross. He was on TNA and fucking Lucha Underground as Killer Kross. You guys get the difference? So with Killer Kross, he hasn't put Killer Kross. They just called him Kross. What if he comes back to WWE as Killer Kross? What if that's what they're building to this whole fucking time, and this whole TikTok puppet master, I'm working everybody, and I come back, I'm Killer Kross. I could totally see them doing that transformation in WWE. Why? Well, because they call Ron Killings now. They called him R-Truth because he was K-Quick, because his name was Ron Killing. So they're like, we can't call you Kill anything on TV, even though we can pretty much show tits on television and divas fucking in their underwear barking like dogs. We can't. That's how kooky TV is. We can't say the word kill on this show because people will think it's real. And so we have to say, right? So all these years later, Ron Killings is just Ron Killings, and he's still R-Truth, whatever, but they called him R-Truth when he came back. So maybe Killer Cross is acceptable, because that's why they changed it from Killer Cross as well to Karrion Cross, because you can't be Killer on fucking TV. The most they did was they had Killer Kelly on the Mae Young Classic. So that's like the rankest they went with that, or the furthest they went with that. And that was on WWE Network, I believe, at the time. So again, that's not like on network television or whatever. So interesting. They're just running with the cross stuff. We'll continue to speculate on this throughout the evening. But speaking of Raw, they garnered their most Netflix views for last Monday's post-SummerSlam episode since April. The show scored 3 million views globally for the week per Netflix, with 6.1 million hours viewed. The viewers were tied with 428 as the best since the Post-Mania show on Netflix, while the hours viewed were tied with 6.9 as the best since the Post-Mania show. The show ranked 6 for the week, down from number 5 the prior week, and 5 globally, which is up from 8. So internationally, people were tuning in. And I like reading these ratings talks more. It's way more interesting than when Raj, and shout out Raj for doing the work. And this isn't on him. This is just the nature of the game, right? It's just the beast we're battling. Listen to that pop for Strickland, though. Good for him, man. Good for Swerve. But when Raj starts breaking down, and when Dave starts breaking down it was a 0.1511 in the key demo, 18-49. You know, whatever the fucking rating is, ad max, it's whatever the fuck. This is more interesting just to see the views and the hours viewed, and then see where it ranks on Netflix top 10. That's just way more. It would be easier if AEW just ranked in the top 10 of Max, and we could just sort of gauge it from there. Okay, it's actually crushing it on Max. But no, we can't do that. Or HBO Max, or whatever the fuck it's called. Moving along here, Zilla Fatu, who's a recurring theme in this episode of PWT as well. And he talked about if he's ready to be in WWE, and he said, no, I thought I was. No, I think I still have more time to grow. I'm still green. I still have a long way to go. See, shout out Zilla. He recognizes it. This is what I've said on PWT to death. Everyone's like, you know, we bring up who's going to show up. Hikuleo and maybe Lance Anoa'i, who's been signed to NXT forever. And Chad always brings up Zilla. And I always say this. I'm like, no, he's still just, he's improving a lot. I don't want to shit on him, but he's like more over as a personality than he is good in the ring right now. In a glaring way, though. Like, he's still green, man. He still has a lot to refine. You can see it in his indie work. Now he's shaping up body-wise. He is starting to come along, but he's right where he needs to be. And again, I called myself out for it. I was like, Jordan Grace should be on the main roster. I bet she just skips NXT. No, man, you see her in NXT and you get it. Same as Zarya. I was like, she could just go to main roster right now. No, she's still in NXT and you get it. Once you're seeing them work and you're like, WWE had it scouted. They knew exactly where to place these ladies. And I thought Jordan Grace would be main roster ready right away. You see her in NXT and you're like, okay, no, and I'm not by any means burying her, but she's right where she needs to be. Right. So it's okay to sort of, you see someone who's good on a level below and you're like, fuck, man, they're so good. But then truly that WWE level, man, that top guy speed, it's another ball game. And so Zilla at least can identify that in himself, which is very self-aware, that's what makes me have faith that he will make it in WWE one day. Because as much as people support him, he has a lot of detractors who are like, nah, he was in jail. It's the blah, blah, blah. And it's the same shit they said about Jacob Fatu. And look at Jacob now. So anyways, though, Zilla says, no, I thought I was. No, I think I still have more time to grow. I'm still green. I have a long way to go. I think when the timing is right, and not only that, when I feel right, just like the same feeling I had in prison, that I was tired, that I didn't change my life. I'm just waiting for that feeling. And once that feeling pops up, that's when I'm going to start pushing for it. But for right now, I'm just being patient and just waiting, just grinding, enjoying the process, enjoying the journey, and just learning as I go, and always be the student in the game. Fuck yeah, dude. That's the right mentality. Always be the student. And I think time will tell. And I think the fans will play a big role in that. So I'm just working like WWE never had their eyes on me. I think having that mindset, I think I'm going to get there. I know I'm going to get there. Exactly. Just ignore the noise, nose down, grind. WWE will find you. If you're putting in the work, they will find you, dude. So Julian Weeks says, damn, the Naomi injury definitely is not a work. When they open the show like that, you know it's legit. Again, we harped on that. We speculated enough. It could be an injury. It could be not. We're all being worked. That's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty of the cross shit. So there is reportedly unhappiness within WWE over Seth Rollins' work injury. And PWI says, obviously, WWE can lie to anybody they want. They certainly lie to a lot of people. That's the whole point of pro wrestling. I can't stand this fucking notion. Oh, they lie. They tell lies. Yeah, it's pro wrestling. They're trying to work people into being outraged, into giving them their money to see a fight. It would appear during the Seth Rollins situation, much of which has left a very unhealthy flavor in the mouths of a lot of people who work behind the scenes for the company, as well as talents who are in-ring performers. So backstage, they're saying Rollins' shit has left a bad taste in people's mouths. The reason you hear stories like this, guys, is what we talked about earlier. It's the lower mid guys who stooge the sheets. They're trying to get good coverage, and they're trying to, I don't know, man. Sometimes they just feel like they're being shafted and stuff like that. At the same time, dirt sheets make shit like this up. Now, does Mike Johnson, is he notorious for just blatantly lying about stories like this? No. And I would just say that someone did tell him this, but it's probably matches the description I just gave a moment ago. Probably a mid-lower dude who's just like, I feel shafted, or I'm not on TV, or I've been stooging for favorable coverage, or it's some writer who said, like it's a writer, like one of these guys running around backstage, and then he said, and also some of the boys are mad too. So then it's sort of a regurgitation of that. That's fine. Did it rub people the wrong way? I don't know, that they keep shit close to the vest and they work even the boys. Well, I'm in a company that doesn't trust me. Well, who the fuck are you? Like, do you think the guy who works at Popeyes gets the fucking secret recipe, the herbs and spices there in the chicken? I don't know. There's a Popeyes commercial on right now. It's making me hungry. So I just don't know if I believe this, right? And whenever I hear like everyone's unhappy backstage, I don't know. I recently, someone DM'd me and was like, yo, people are unhappy with like the small houses in AEW. It makes shit look small backstage, da-da-da. It's like, okay, well, whatever. You know, are people back there? I just assume you can talk to any group of people and go, there's 3 friends over here. Are you happy with this? Are you happy with this? You're going to find someone who's unhappy with something, especially in like in the creative world of entertainment and television, right? So I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt, right? So John Cena named the stars he feels are his wrestling soulmates. He says Randy Orton, Edge, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, AJ Styles, Cody Rhodes. Amazing. Rhodes and Cena cook. Styles and Cena are fucking awesome together. Rollins, I wouldn't have thought of that one. CM Punk, of course. Edge, I think so, of course. You got to go Edge. And then Randy Orton, of course, as well. So cool to see names like Rollins on there, because that just wouldn't stick out to me, or even like a Rhodes, because it's so new. But at the same time, I believe they touched like before, right? When Rhodes left WWE the first time. Before that, I'm sure Cena squashed Legacy and shit a bunch of times that I just can't think of off the top of my head. And it's cool to see AJ on there, man, a guy who you just never thought would even be in WWE at one point. He's even said it, like, I would have stayed in TNA forever if they just paid me the same or whatever. And now he's like a WWE legend, became a champion. Him and Cena are like fucking wrestling soulmates in a totally hetero platonic way. So according to multiple sources with knowledge of there's a bunch of bullshit tonight, guys, from the dirt sheets is all I got to say. With knowledge of the WWE event schedule, a yet to be announced PLE. Well, maybe this isn't bullshit. This one probably isn't. PLE will take place on Saturday, September 20 in Indianapolis, Indiana. The date coincides with AEW's All Out pay-per-view scheduled for the Scotiabank Arena in Toronto and represents the first time a WWE main roster PLE will air the same day as an AEW pay-per-view. It is not yet confirmed the start time of the WWE event. So they're like 100% going to do this. And I think, I don't know if it goes this deep, but if I make a prediction here, and I don't know, someone can fucking DM me and correct me. Or chat can let me know if they agree. But I think Triple H wants to claim AEW as like a victim. You know how Vince ate up every territory and fucking stepped on the throats of WCW and shit? I think Triple H might view it like that, and Nick Khan and Shawn Michaels and shit now. It could be that way because they're not relenting. And they're not bringing up AEW and shit, but also it's like Rhodes and Punk and shit. They have a bit of a vendetta where they want to be like, told you so. I think I have it on the fucking, did I put it on the soundboard? Someone gave me like a told you so, or like Phil don't miss or something like that, I think, for the sound. I don't know. I don't have it, but yeah, it's pretty funny, to say the least, that now everybody's going nuts about the competition. Of course, it's been pointed out ad nauseum, competition's a good thing until it's not. And it's pretty hilarious to see it just play out the way everybody knew it would. And, you know, you shouldn't be crying now when Tony was calling people bald assholes and Harvey Weinstein and all this other shit. And you can't cry when people criticize AEW's health and safety when Samoa Joe's out here wrestling the same day that he told everyone he's got a broken ankle or whatever, apparently. So what happened to his ankle? Or did it heal while he was filming? Again, I don't know. Lex Luger, get in here. But whatever event they put head-to-head with All Out is going to crush it. Viewer-wise and social media-wise and shit, and news cycle-wise, like it did to All In. And All Out head-to-head with Brock Lesnar's not going to be that good unless they bring like Goldberg back or some shit to AEW. That'd be the only way that they could maybe take a swipe at and try and counter. Because there might be some people who are like, yeah, fuck it, I want to watch Goldberg wrestle, but who? Who could they do? Bobby Lashley in AEW. Maybe that could retain some of the fucking viewership. I'm going to watch them both in a super stream, Brian, head to head. That's all I know. Okay. Speaking of carrying cross throughout this show, this fan, Combat Jones, Andrew, shout him out. He posts, he's like, I was there all night and even on camera with his carrying cross sign. And then people spotted him on camera and Meltzer's like, carrying cross signs were being confiscated and all this shit. No, they weren't.
Yeah, baby. 3, 5, 1, drop.
Yeah, that's what's up. Moving along here, speaking across, he breaks down his negotiations with WWE and how they went down. Shout out Ariel Helwani. Go and check out the Ariel Helwani show.
How did we get here? How is this possible?
Well, I mean, truth of the matter is, I mean, you've already stated, like, you know, my contract was up last week. I never actually received a contract, like an offer, until last week. So,
do you remember what day? So your contract expired August 10th, which I do believe was Sunday.
Yeah. I think it was Tuesday off the top of my head.
Okay.
You know,
well, here's the thing, okay? And I'm going to hit an allegedly for this.
Allegedly.
Because I've heard shit from a handful of different people. Forget all their names, okay? Even while I was live on the show, someone DM'd me and said the Cross shit is not a work. So I'm going to tell you guys. It's not a work in the sense that he's legit a free agent right now. But could he have a handshake deal with WWE? It's the same thing that happened with Truth where, like, his deal comes up. They don't renew it. They give him the best send-off ever. And then people cry, and then he gets his job back a week later, and it's like, okay, so he got a week off work is what happened, and then got his job back, pretty much. How is that not a work? That's almost just like the negotiations. Like, they were still open to talk to fucking Truth, and this just sort of went awry. And it just, the way Cross is like, I'm still open to come home and do this with WWE. And no, of course, I didn't talk to AEW, but I've talked to multiple companies that, you know, like, I can work other places that won't jeopardize me coming back. It's also confusing, isn't it? Yeah, because you're all working us, which is awesome. I love it. But I've been explicitly fucking everything to my knowledge of anyone credible ever who's ever that I have brought to the show that's been accurate is like, it's not a work. He is not signed with WWE. Okay. But in my humble opinion, I think with the Cross merch and all these little things I'm pointing out, I just think he's going to come back. I just think it's going to be one of these Truth things. And no one, speaking of the Truth, no one will know the truth until Karrion puts out the third part of his documentary. Here's the other thing. What's the third part of your documentary? Your big triumphant debut in New Japan? No, dude. The third part is the people wanted me back and I came back to WWE. There's two parts to the doc. Listen, baby, I know something about storytelling. I know something about Hollywood and how it works. It's all about trilogies, baby. 3s are fucking exciting. You can't end on an even note. It's trilogies, man. So he's got the book coming out. The book tells a story. He's there capturing all this shit on camera. He has all these professional vignettes going on, which, you know, he's an artsy guy. So him and Scarlett have always been doing that sort of shit on their own, even in TNA. That's sort of what got crossover, got him a bit of a cult following. Okay. But you don't think that this couldn't be like, hey, go work the indies for a bit. Call me an asshole. And then the third part of his documentary is like, yeah, I came back and I'm with my crew and like the Righteous or whatever, or maybe not that part, but and I fucking win the world title or some shit. And this was what's in Triple H's back pocket. And this is just like a work, shoot work. I could totally see that. It's not like they couldn't have shooken hands. And also the thing leading up to this whole thing, I had just heard shit like, they did offer him a contract. It's not signed. They met his shit. It's just maybe he's holding out for more money. Who knows? But he's just blah, blah, blah. And that's why the sheets, I just bring this to the show to say, this is why the sheets are confused. Because it is a shoot, but it could also be a work. Dave Meltzer. So they're just going with both and no one will admit they're just being worked. Ultimately, it's a work. I think the way he's like, I come home to WWE and I'm genuinely confused about it and stuff. I don't know if they would just leave him hanging. I'm sure he got offered a fucking deal. And he doesn't want to fuck it up with the AEW stuff, clearly, as we covered in the AEW segment. So he's telling you the ins and outs of it. Me, I'm a dirt sheet now. I'm over here now. I wasn't a dirt sheet. Now I'm breaking news. Oh, I'm over here.
You fucking mark!
So don't listen to me. I'm a dumb fuck. I'm Stan Marsh. But there's a little X-Files for you, okay? Like, he legit is not employed in WWE right now, okay? He was going away for a bit to do his book tour, though. He had to do this book tour. He was going away to do that for a bit anyways. So whether he planned that around the release or they're in on it, it all just seems a little coincidental to me. So here, let's
I got the offer. I wanted to know how they came to the valuation of that offer. Just wanted, you know, like some information, some metrics, some analytics that's supporting to, hey, this is how we got here. When I inquired about that, they were unwilling to provide that information. And
I totally believe this. I 100% believe that he said, here's my analytics. You know, what do you got for me? Because I think I'm worth this much. And a lot of times in the wrestling business, especially, what happens is people hold out. Like the promotion holds out. Here, it's final offer. Take it or leave it. And then one of the boys will hold off. No, I'm not signing. Even Moxley tells the story. Like they go on the European tour and Vince is like, oh, fuck it. We'll give you this much. Let's come back. So Vince just last minute's like, yeah, we'll pay you what you were asking and we'll let you fucking do your thing. Come home. And he's like, no, I'm signed to another company, you dumbass. So I think that happened across a little bit. And I think that's true. He did get taken a little bit by surprise by this. Or this is the work part of it. If it is true, I think that maybe he was caught off guard a little bit, but he's like, no, I'm going to work this shit out. But at the same time, it just, the way he sort of dodged the AEW shit, talked about other companies that wouldn't conflict with coming home to WWE. Why would you even say all that? But then again, if it was a work, wouldn't he want to just bury WWE and make everyone go, holy shit, it's not a work and all this shit? Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed. That's the beauty of this whole cross situation. Shoot or work, I don't know, but I think that the merch is a tell on Pro Wrestle Tees. I think the merch is a tell. It just says Cross and Scarlet. There's no Smoke Show Bordeaux. There is no Carrion or Killer Cross. It just says Cross and Scarlet. They call Ron Killings. He could just come back to WWE as Killer Cross. That could have been the plan the whole time.
Told me had 24 hours to agree to the offer or they were rescinding it. So, the next day we talk. I ask if they have the information. They don't. And I said, I can't make an informed decision without the information. And I'd like to keep the dialogue open. And they rescinded the offer. And that's actually where we're at.
Wow.
So, and it's not meant, this isn't like, I know how a lot of people feel when they make an exit, right? I can empathize with everybody's experience. Every experience exiting the company is different, right? This isn't like to disparage WWE, but because there's so many convoluted stories out there going on, it actually even to some degree can affect our livelihood of what we're supposed to be doing afterwards. People don't want to reach out because they're not sure if they're tampering and stuff like that. The goal has always been to be with WWE. My wife and I still want to be with WWE. Like I'm still I'm at the table for conversations. I did not step out of the conversation. You know what I mean?
So he's kind of throwing out there though, like, hey, Tony, reach out. Like you guys, I thought for sure we'd have Tony Khan calling us. I fucked up. They rescinded the offer. I fucked up. God damn it. We could have did this work shoot. Fucking Tony Khan didn't offer me anything. That could have happened too. There could be some truth there. Pretty interesting.
So, we still want to be there. We still want to work it out.
And same with Joe. Like they're just letting him work on a fucking hurt ankle and shit. That's pretty crazy. I mean, could he be working us too? That could be true. So John Cena says, I've been doing this for 23 years and I've never once chosen my opponent. Not even when I chose to squash the Nexus. I mean, not even when I had to get yelled at by Edge and shit because I buried fucking Nexus. I've always lived by the philosophy that life will give you opportunities every single day and you have to do the best you can every single day with what life gives you. So whoever challenges me for that last match, I'm going to give it my best shot. Hit me with your best shot and fire away. Here's some more Karrion Kross. And let's check it out, what he has to say. This is more about the deal.
When they made that offer, was it for the two of you?
Nothing. She had nothing. There was no offer to her.
Nothing.
No. I was told at one point, because I did inquire, of course.
Yeah.
After we deal with you, we'll deal with her.
See, this is the thing. Scarlett could be getting paid a lot more than they see she's worth. I could totally see him fucking up his offer. Like he just said it. She didn't get an offer. I did. So listen, it's good you guys can work together. I mean, Jesus Christ, I couldn't imagine working with my wife. I love spending time with her, but God, not having your work life and all life intertwined. I don't know. That's a little wild, but she is a performer too. And it's easier when like wrestlers understand, like when someone does what you do, they understand you a little bit better, you know, what you're going through and shit. So obviously they find commonality there, but and I'm not trying to critique their relationship here, but like he may have fucked it up for Scarlett too on his own end, which is unfortunate, but there's going to be more of this, like especially around Christmas and New Year time, I would say. Or maybe they don't do it at that time. It seems to be a little more random. But last year around Christmas time or the year before, didn't they cut some folks? Wasn't that around? I forget when that was. But I could see them just not justifying paying some of these people in their minds business-wise who aren't used that prominently. And also, think about this. Pardon me. And I put this over when WWE gave R-Truth his send-off. I put the send-off over. If that was Cross's send-off at a SummerSlam, I mean, is that not a big send-off where you're fucking fighting someone who's super over, like Sami Zayn at a SummerSlam? Like, is that not a good send-off either? I don't know. So maybe we're seeing WWE try with some guys like, nah, we'll give you something. Like they even gave something to Ricochet that was pretty good, you know?
Do you think that they were going to get to her? Like once they were probably hoping you'd say yes, do you think they were going to get to her? Or do you think there was a chance that she was not going to be brought back regardless?
I don't know.
Wow.
But I don't see why we just could not have done things the way we did them before.
And Cross,
you know,
it's a negotiating tactic as well. Like, listen, if you sign, what is your wife gonna leave and go to fucking AEW? If you say yes, then we'll offer her something that she'll 99% accept because she's not as over as you. Like, you're a package deal. So we need you for sure. If it's just her alone, I don't know, man. We don't see the value in her. She doesn't even wrestle good enough. We pay her a good chunk of change compared maybe to other ladies who are like in their wrestling and shit and getting better and stuff. And not saying she isn't. And Bordeaux's good. She's had some good matches like with Disco Inferno and shit. And I'm not kidding. They had a great match, but she's not known for like her wrestling necessarily. And it's like a 2-part act. So either Carrion, you work alone, or we stick you with someone else and you can still get over, or we have Scarlett with you. But if you don't sign, she's likely not going to re-sign. So it's a negotiating tactic. And he might have just blew up Scarlett's spot by not accepting as well, you know? So not to shit on him or how he does business or anything, but again, he's like, oh, I don't know. I didn't accept. So, and you have to understand it's not personal again for them. It's just like it's just a negotiating tactic, using your wife against you. There's nothing scummy or wrong with that at all. Well, I'm just saying from their perspective, right? Fence, sit, and Phil, I try to give every perspective. So let me check in with chat. Dynamite was like, I don't know. The ending was what it was, a little parking lot scramble there to end the show. I don't know. I'd say the highlight, MJF and Hangman's okay. Christian came out to back up Edge. I mean, I'm there for that, but he's fighting Stokely and doing stand-up comedy in the crowd. Kind of silly. But let me check in with chat. And guys, if you're over on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We are like 4 or 5 subs away from 7K subs, dude. And then we'll do the 7K sub celebration on Saturday. 7K sub celebration, sicko Saturday special start time with the AAA show and UFC going on that night, okay? 626 for 2 says, of course, Naomi is pregnant. Jimmy is Samoan. Hey, well, it took him a while. Took him a goddamn while. No, 100 likes. PWT chat is goated. Hell yeah, I'll give you guys a go. Thank you guys. Round of applause for you all for smashing 100 likes as well on this video. Helps the algorithm and all that good shit. 626 for 2 says Knob's leg with a 3 because it's cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a nod to Becca. Shout out Becca. Okay. Lego Lamb. The chat is surrounded by 20K legs screaming, "You fucked up." Yeah. Let's get to 7K legs removed this month. Oh my God. Get your toes ready before you jump into the chat, Phil. He always checks in when we are most incoherent. Yeah, well, that's the best times. Scarlet Bordeaux. Hey, oh, come on, that's not very fair to call Scarlet Bordeaux Scarlet Bordeaux.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
That's not very fair. That's a play on words, Eric. And I don't really like that. Don't try and be punny over here, chat. Okay, so let's get in. We have more news here to get into. Okay, so we have lots more, shit tons more. So reports Karrion Kross's signs were confiscated at Raw. We just proved that was false. You goddamn liars. Right. Nikki Bella discusses Seth Rollins fooling the WWE locker room with his injury. Here was her admitting that the locker room is also worked by it. And this is what's going on, guys. Like, Seth Rollins, they're working everyone. Truth, they're working everyone. Lesnar, they're working everyone. I saw with my own two eyes people you would think would know 100% Brock. I don't even want to fucking listen. The boys don't even fucking know about Brock Lesnar coming back. They just know when people are being secretive and shit. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, shit, man, people are running around doing secret stuff. And so Rollins' injury the same way. They worked everybody. I just have a feeling this Cross shit is along those same lines.
You know, this is, you know what's a great example? And this is what I love about our business. And I feel like a lot of us OGs do this. Rollins fooled us all. Like,
for sure.
He was at Evolution back there all.
I know.
I had almost a 30-minute conversation with him about his knee. And he's like, yeah, it's the same one. This feels worse, but it gave me a good 10 years. No,
he was committed.
Bree seems a little bitter. I got to be honest. When Nikki starts talking about the backstage stuff, I just know them so well. I watch too much Total Divas and Total Bellas. But I will say this, man. Brie Bella, I don't know if she's coming back. I really hope they can pull that together and get her a fucking deal, but I don't know, man. Apparently Triple H just doesn't fuck with her. I don't know if it's because the Danielson AEW stuff. Because Triple H and Danielson, like come on, that whole WrestleMania 30. That whole event had to be fucking shaken up because of the dynamic between what Triple H was trying to do and Vince was trying to do with Evolution and fucking Danielson and everything. And Brian even talks highly of Vince, doesn't really talk about Triple H that much. And I don't know. I think Triple H is just like, nah, whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, just doesn't care if Brie comes back at all.
I couldn't believe the whole thing. Like, I felt so bad for him because, we feel bad.
I remember you telling me.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I was very optimistic at first, but goddamn, just look at the look at her face too when she's fucking talking about the backstage stuff. It's almost like she doesn't want to be there. So Zilla Fatu and Karrion Kross have been the two through lines throughout this program tonight. And Zilla Fatu says he still has a long way to go and asked if he would be ready for the WWE. We covered that before, but just reiterating, he's very self-aware and he's like, listen, I'm still green. And when the time comes, I'll be fucking ready. I thought I was ready, but I'm not yet. And I'm glad he's saying that because that was sort of my assessment for a long time too, even though people are getting high on him. But that's not a burial of him at all. That's bonus points, He's going to be even more fucking over and dope when he comes in. So here is John Cena's purported. I don't know. I don't know if all of these dates are confirmed, but this is what we're looking at for the last of his schedule. And some of these are dating back a little bit because we are now August 13th, this fine Wednesday evening. And this is for the month of August through till December. So Cena's scheduled for the August 1 SmackDown, August 2 or 3 SummerSlam, August 8 SmackDown. So we've seen all those. August 22, he's going to be back in Dublin, Ireland. Holy fuck, is that place going to go crazy? I wonder if Hughesy's going to be there. Hughesy, you son of a bitch, if you're listening, you better fucking come on the show and review that show or preview that show or whatever the fuck, you know? August 29, SmackDown in Lyon. They're going to go crazy. Clash in Paris. They're going to go nuts. September 5th, SmackDown in Chicago. September 15, Raw, Springfield, Mass. October 11, Crown Jewel, Perth. Now that is where they're trying to say, oh, there's going to be a PLE with Brock on it. And they didn't say Brock Cena, but Brock on the September 20th as well to go head-to-head with AEW. So how do we know this Raw doesn't get moved to he's on that 20th show if they do it? But who even knows? I think Brock Cena is going to go down at Crown Jewel if I had to bet money on it, but who knows? That's in Perth, Australia. Holy fuck. Survivor Series in San Diego, November 29, and then his retirement match in December, which people, I think they have like a Boston show in December or something like that. And Kevin Nash says he knows who the fucking last match is going to be against. He almost stooges it.
You fucking mark!
No, I love Kevin Nash, but let's take a listen.
Who's he wrapping up with in December for the retirement match? Is the Lesnar thing going to go that far?
I'm not allowed to tell you. I'm not allowed to say.
So he knows they have to have his final match in mind already. They have to. They have to have that planned since his, even just like, hey, I have this many dates left. This is my retirement tour. Whether they knew he'd be heel or not, babyface or not the whole time, which each of his opponents are the whole time, whatever. That could totally be flip-flopped on the fly, as Dusty Rhodes would say or do. But when it comes to his final match, I guarantee at the start of this, Cena's like, all I know is this is who the last match is against, or they pitched him like it has to be this person and we have to use it to do this and get Cena on board. That has to have been planned so fucking long ago. But Nash is like, I can't tell you.
Oh, so you know.
Yeah. I got tired of people saying one more match. I said, all right, fucking, I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
He tried to swerve. Is it a joke? I don't think so. I think he was being real. He does know. And then he went with the joke here when he realized, oh, I don't want to be dirt sheety because that's shitty to do. That's sheety to do. But where's my snare? Someone get me a snare. The fuck is it?
So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Boy, is there an announcement coming here on Click This.
You heard it here.
Shit. You should have it. You know, we should have it on the Lido deck of the Norwegian cruise line.
What
you can tell by the way he's like, he second guessed even saying he knew, because now the dirt sheets are, oh, Kevin Nash claims he knows the final opponent was planned, and if we believe Kevin Nash, and blah, blah, blah.
Imagine that. I mean, just being
winner goes over.
Being on the ship alone, I'd fucking piss myself.
Yeah. Shout out, Click This. So ESPN is interested in bidding for WWE's video library. So Chairman Jimmy Pitaro says, yeah, we are always interested in content of that quality. I will tell you that we will have the archival rights for the events that we are airing. But yes, in terms of their library, we certainly would be interested if and when those rights are available. It's all going to ESPN, Daddy. Disney's getting in the fucking WWE business, which might be a good thing. I mean, eventually it's on Disney Plus. I don't know. So Karrion Kross says Triple H was not happy about his promo after WrestleMania because he didn't know it was a work. I just don't know if I believe this. I don't think Triple H is that big of a dummy.
Or you crossed the line, or is this real or not?
I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but this is what I will say about it. So a lot of everything that you see goes through the creative process. It goes through a team. I was under the impression that we were doing something improvisationally and it was okay. But like I said, sometimes the communication is not in lockstep with each other. So no one told them that this was a work. No one said, I shook everybody's hands. I gave Megan a hug before I left. Like, So they're under the impression, like a week goes by, that I flipped out. So, like, one day I waited for Hunter outside the production meeting. Once it was actually brought to my attention that he was not okay with it, and I explained everything to him. No one told him anything. So, as far as I know, at that point we were good.
Or you crossed the line.
I think Triple H is smart enough to go vent your frustrations. Go on Ariel. Say what's real, brother. It's nothing personal. I just have a feeling. I don't know why. Anyways, moving along. And if I'm wrong, then I'm fucking wrong. And I'll be happy to admit it. I'll be happier though if I'm not wrong, because I've been one of these Cross guys. I get shit for it too. I have people like, man, why Cross is a fake, phony, fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm a fan of him, dude. Multiple updates on Naomi have emerged following her not being cleared to compete on Raw. PW Insider said that she was backstage at Raw. Additionally, Brian Alvarez. Brian! Oh shit, Brian. Trying Brian. Pops in and said that there is definitely a rumor going around in WWE about what's going on. If it is, in fact, what's going on, she is going to be out for a long, long time. Just shut up and say it then. Like, fuck. Just say it and go, look, if I'm wrong, I'm fucking wrong. This is what people are fucking telling me. I'm not trying to break news here unless you're trying to break news. Just say it already. So on his Hall of Fame podcast, Booker T discussed WWE's reduced house show schedule, calling it a double-edged sword. I agree with Book. I think AEW and WWE should be doing more house shows, even if it's their C-list fucking talent. Book said, well, he said more family time is a good thing. He warned that time off is your worst enemy and that the lack of consistent in-ring reps could lead to more injuries. Yeah, you're not as calloused. The injuries are going to rack up when you don't have as much time in the ring, he stated. It's true. ESPN wants to acquire WWE's entire content library. We talked about that. Shayna Baszler, she said that she's open to going to AEW. There's been talks, but, she's working backstage in NXT and stuff. And she said that she told Ariel Helwani that she had 3 more years on her WWE contract when they released her. So did she just get paid in full? I wonder what happened there. Shayna Baszler, come on down. Did they just cut her and fucking pay her out? Moving along here. Good for her. Dark State's Cutler James. So this was a botch on NXT. He says, we're going to smash in their teeth. We're going to start taking turns on their ass. And then we're going to beat them down again till we finish on top. And you can tell he was doing this to try and pop everyone. Everyone breaks character. I'm going to play the audio so you guys hear it first. And then I'm going to show you the video of everyone sort of breaking character.
Minutes ready to take opportunity, not wait for it to come around. And look at this now. Tonight in the main event, standing across from 4 of the top guys in NXT and TNA.
I mean, look, we got best on best. We got Trick, Javon, Oba, Moose. I mean, they know they're getting beat down because we changed that main event scene.
It's time to realize that Dark State dominates NXT.
Right,
we're going to smash their teeth in.
That's right.
Then we're going to start taking turns on their ass. Then we're going to beat them down again and again until we finish on top.
What are we talking about this?
Hey, yo, Shotty, it's been 6 months since Dark State touched down to NXT. And tonight, we cut their head off the snake, Slim. And that heat wave, Hanky and Tank gonna be 20 pounds lighter when we run off with y'all gold.
Because when Dark State strike, ain't nobody safe.
I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling these guys. I gotta be honest. But here, I'm gonna do it without the sound, and you just see everyone break fucking character when he's like, we're gonna smash their asses or whatever.
Scene. It's time to realize that Dark State.
Like, you see them, they're all smiling, breaking character. Dude covers his mouth. This guy's like, oh shit. She's looking at the camera like, what the fuck? And then, yeah, I don't know. It's funny. It was a funny moment. I popped for it. So Bully Ray believes fans would like to see Vince McMahon make an appearance for John Cena's retirement. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Shayna Baszler shares how she was released from WWE. Speaking of her release with 3 years left. And she's like, it's a bummer, but she's not like shitty about it.
Just for the sake of sort of being accurate, were you released or did your contract expire? How did it go down?
I was released. I had actually not too long ago signed an extension. So yeah, it would have. I wish it would have ran out, but yeah, I was released.
How much longer was on there?
I had like 3 more years.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you just signed it. Was it relatively newly signed? Okay. What was your reaction when you found out about their decision?
You know, it's kind of funny because it's I wouldn't say it's like it's obviously never a good feeling, I don't think, in rare cases. But it was not unexpected. Like we hadn't, as far as like Zoe and I, and with Sonya being released, and then since Sonya they didn't renew her contract, and then from that time we just weren't on TV, me and Zoe. And so you kind of get this feeling like we were, trying to pitch stories and ideas and do our own stuff on social media and that kind of thing. And just nothing was really hitting with creative. So, I mean, as much as it's a bummer in that moment, it's kind of like, yeah, I kind of knew this was where we were at. So
how did you find out?
They called me.
Okay.
They called me. I was fortunate to be one of those that did not find out through social media. But
Sure.
Yeah, that fucking sucks. Fucking dirt sheets.
And when they do this, when they call you, do they give you a reason? Do they say, hey, we just don't have anything, or we want to go? Like, is there any sort of reason, or it's like?
I love how Ariel's just like a fucking pro wrestling show now. What happened, dude? So Shawn Michaels, this is the second week in a row that NXT was fucking lit and the fans were turned last night. That guy fucking cooked. You know, these MAGA crowds, dude.
Go Todd! Go Todd! Go Todd! Go Todd!
Yo, come on now. It's going to be crazy when they leave Orlando, huh? It's going to be fucking crazy when they leave Florida and do all this shit in Vegas. So Ariel Helwani flat out asks Karrion Kross, are you working us? It's like, bro, what? You couldn't be more of a fucking...
You fucking mark!
Shout out Ariel, but like, Jesus Christ.
I've been interviewing pro wrestlers. I was on a Montreal local radio show in 2000 before I went to Syracuse University. It was called In the Ring on CFMB 1280 AM, midnights on Fridays. I have never asked
shout outs
a pro wrestler the question that I'm about to ask you. And the reason why I've never done so is because I have so much respect for what you guys do and for the history of the business. People could talk about the unreals and all that stuff. I think there are certain questions that you shouldn't ask out of respect for what you do and what it's all about.
I appreciate that.
But I do feel like I need to ask you a certain amount of questions, and I need to be as sort of pointed as possible. Okay.
Sure, of course.
Are you working us right now?
No, I'm not answering questions today as a character.
This is legit.
Yeah.
This is Kevin.
Yep.
Okay. What you put out on your YouTube channel on Sunday evening, a riveting documentary that I urge everyone to see. You almost have about 800,000 views as of right now in 3 days. That's incredible. You said that your WWE contract came to an end on August 10th.
Mm-hmm.
And as of right now, you have not re-signed with them. You do not have a new deal with them.
No.
Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yeah.
You're not working us on that front?
No.
Husey needs to come on this fucking show. For Christ's sakes.
And I feel bad asking you that. I've never used that word in an interview, to the best of my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Because the reason why I feel the need to ask it is because of the Seth Rollins thing that just happened, right? You understand why.
Of course.
And I'm sure you've seen people.
Speaking of which, I did Husey's podcast with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts and Quadfather and Echo the Pineapple and that Aussie guy and myself and Husey. Yeah, and we dabbled a little bit, talked about Howard Stern and shit.
Say this is a work. In fact, people have said your appearance on today's show is validation that it's a work. They think that because you're coming here, that means this has to be a work.
No, I mean, I was planning on doing a book tour and doing media. I've been doing a lot of media. ECW Publishing, the publisher of the book, has been helping me with that. Being able to be on your platform.
ECW, I own that now. I own that book. We're going to talk about Vince very soon here. So here's Killer Cross's thoughts on Triple H no selling the We Want Cross chants.
A lot was made of the fact that the fans at the SummerSlam post show were chanting "We Want Cross" when Paul Levesque was up there, Triple H, and he responded, "Yeah, you want Brock, you got him." Do you think he just misheard, or do you think that was on purpose?
I don't know. I don't want to frame that situation, but when I did see it, I laughed because he could have misheard it, and then he has like a very dry sense of humor, and I thought there was a chance maybe he could have just been joking around. I'm the same way. I have a very dry sense of humor, and I'm very sarcastic. So is everybody in my family. It's like a East Coast New England thing. I didn't know, but I saw it and I looked at it and I just laughed. And then on the back end of that, I was very flattered that after the show, it's a show that I'm not even on, everyone is chanting that.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And then the night before the show's over, they were doing it on both nights.
The one sign.
And I thought that was really, really cool, man. And I've had conversations with people that have been in the business for over 30 years. And they've said really, really, really solid wrestlers, like Dynamite kid level solid people, have gone their whole careers and never gotten an ovation like that. Never mind once. They've never had things like this happen. It really put things in perspective for me. Like, yeah, he's right. Like, there's incredible people that have been in this business that aren't received like that from the crowd, and stuff like that I will never forget for the rest.
Triple H, if this is a shoot, Triple H, have Cross come back and have him beat the fuck out of you, bloody up one of the GMs. You have to put in a temporary GM or something, and you come and you're like, you're not even in this company, and then you give him like a Hell in a Cell match again, or like a cage or some shit where it's like, okay, you have to go in there against the Great Khali. Yeah, or it's just like some crazy, make him the man of the people. Like, actually fucking do that. You have it right here. If it's not a work, make it a work now. Like, fuck. Because this is why, guys. He got 800,000 people to watch part 2 of his doc in like 3 days. It'll likely clear 1 million. Like, AEW can't even get 1 million views on, like, he's bigger than AEW, the one guy, you know? It's fuck. So NXT scored its best 18 to 49 rating since April for Tuesday's episode, with the audience was slightly down from last week, 728K. So crushed it, 0.17, up 18% year over year. Zilla tells a story about he just remembers him and Dom would run around and get into trouble backstage at WWE shows growing up. Cross says he is no longer able to directly communicate with Triple H. This is where I'm like, bro, this shit is a fucking, it has to be a work. You don't have his phone number unless he's like, don't contact me. You can't just call him and be like, dude, what's up? Yeah, he doesn't pick up the phone. You don't got to harass him, but just give him a shout. Leave him a fucking voicemail. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Have you reached out to Paul personally?
No.
Why not?
I had a conversation with him earlier in the year about all of this. They took a point man and they put him between us to communicate. So now the point man is responsible for
Which is shitty. But you don't have Triple H. You can't call Triple H.
all of the dialogue.
You can't circumvent that guy. You have a personal relationship, a history with Paul.
He knows that I want to talk.
Yeah.
And he knows what I want to do. He knows.
Are you tempted to send him a text?
I don't know what I would send him because that guy who they put in front of them to talk to me is telling me that everything is coming from them.
Got it.
I've made it very, very clear that I want to keep the lanes of communication and dialogue open. It's a very weird situation.
Yeah.
It's weird, dude.
I get it.
So I've conveyed everything. Like, there's really like, this is the way forward. Everyone just needs to stop being weird.
Triple H, we're watching your weird ass, you and fucking HBK, you weirdies. No, but for real, make this a fucking thing. Have him bloody up you let the Wyatt Six do that. Have him come back and just beat the shit out of like people, like authority figures, and blur that line. You know, R-Truth, he's the comedy shtick again. Don't just do that with Cross. Don't just cast him by the wayside. I think it's just a fumbled opportunity. He gets 800,000 views on his own shit. Charles Robinson has revealed that he was rushed to hospital this morning after being bitten by a bat. And this, he's Man-Bat. Yeah, I know, he'll become Man-Bat. That's fucking funny. So here is The Miz. And he is limping and on crutches into the Rich Eisen show, seemingly taking a shot at Seth Rollins here. I don't think this is real here, but he says, tune into the Rich Eisen show today on the Roku channel. I'll be hosting and have some big unfortunate news will drop.
Big news coming out of the Rich Eisen show today on the Roku channel from 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to end more. See you then.
If Miz is injured, then hey, he's not going to get released probably. But listen, man, I think you just making fun of Seth there. Did anyone catch the Rich Eisen show and have an update for us? I would love to know. Okay, we have more news. We have the Vince Hulk Hogan stuff. Brother, 62642 says Nash have Mox on and talk best foods while drunk.
It's great.
That's actually a good idea. They should definitely do that. I'll join them. That's batshit crazy. But Miz hurt his leg. Crutches, legs. Yeah, it's true, dude. He hurt his leg. Yeah. So I kicked your leg from your leg. Bitten in the leg by a bat. Yeah, dude. He got bit in the leg. How does that even happen? 420 years ago, Vince McMahon signed me. Now that Big Nose MF's released me. Oh, yeah, it is on Audible. Okay, I really thought this was a work, but this is almost too pathetic and dumb. I know, it's kind of like, bro, why are you saying all this? It's real. He's not signed to WWE right now. But I just wouldn't put it past WWE to go, look, we were working, you guys, and then he's back at work a month after his book tour is done. Would that fucking shock you guys? It wouldn't shock me at all. And it wouldn't be shocking to me if some of this is him working or whatever. And then you have Vincent and Dutch tweeting shit out like, what we do is plan and you all follow along or whatever the fuck they're saying. Go look at their Twitters. They're like leaning into it too. So it's like, well, what's going on here? Okay, let's continue along, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're almost at 7K likes. Don't hoard your 7K likes, 7K subscribers. Don't hoard your fucking subscribes, okay? Husey snaps about that shit. And I'm going to start snapping too. No, I'm not. Okay, guys. So I'm going to hit a breaking news, I guess, just to reset our brains here, okay? But Hulk Hogan, and who here watched, vote in the poll in the chat, who here watched the Hulk Hogan TMZ doc, The Real Hulk Hogan, and sort of just like a salacious fucking dirt sheety, tabloid, scummy, paparazzi TMZ-ish, like his death and after his death and his controversies type of slop that we all love to consume. Let's be honest.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
We all love that shit. And so let's talk about it. We have Vince McMahon who can't stay out of the news and he's got Pepe Le Pew hair. Oh, All of this pussy on this plane, I just chased them away. I'm Vince McMahon. And he was, I wonder what happened. You know, his evil villain mustache with this hair, that's like his perfect cell form. Maybe we'll see that next time he pops up like a greasy whack-a-mole and fucking shows up out of nowhere and gets in the news. Last week it was for a devastating car crash that almost murdered people. This week it's for Hulk Hogan. And of course, he's standing there in front of his 14th and I production company thing. And of course, Harvey Levin, we'll talk about him more in a bit, but of course, Harvey Levin is going to let him do this and be like, yeah, I'll fucking interview Vince over Hogan's death. Fuck it. But I'm glad they do it. Like, we all consume this shit, man. It's just the nature of people, I guess, in 2025. But let's listen. Vince McMahon buries Triple H's creative during Hulk Hogan documentary.
Setting up, so to speak, this larger-than-life superhero. And you don't just let him walk out there. He
Look at me. I got a Superman cape on.
deserves something very, very special. And more than anyone, they owe him. It was like, okay, and here comes Hulk Hogan. I got angry because that's not the way that I would have done it, and he deserved much more.
So he's mad at the way Hulk was paraded out there. It wasn't going to stop them from booing him. It just wasn't, Vince, unfortunately. Vince McMahon, Jesus Christ. Who told him that's a good idea? These paralegals have sucked the soul out of me, pal. I'm like Rogue from the X-Men. All my powers drained.
Before he died,
I wish I could fucking fire them, but they fired me. So some WWE superstars had issues with participating in the Hulk Hogan tribute, allegedly. And actually, I fucked up. I didn't mean to remove that from the bookmarks, but I will pull that up again. We'll circle back to that. But Vince McMahon on Hulk Hogan getting booed, he said, I was angry. He deserved more. I think we just played it, but maybe here's a more coherent version.
Before he died, he made his final appearance, and he was booed.
I was angry. He deserved much more.
Before he died, he made his final appearance, and he...
Harvey Levin is Dave Meltzer if Dave Meltzer didn't go completely fucking insane, batshit crazy in a basement for 50 fucking years. And Meltzer got mad about this whole thing. He was like, I wasn't included in this and shit. Or they used like 1 second of me, Brian. Here, Vince McMahon says he wasn't happy about not being invited back to WWE for Hulk Hogan's 10-bell salute, which Bully Ray has comments on this when it comes to John Cena.
Hulk, the 10-bell salute. You had such history and such a deep friendship. You must be having such mixed emotions that you weren't there to be part of that. It really struck me that way.
Struck me that way as well.
Hulk.
He's like emotional about it. Yeah, check out my acting chops, pal. Oh, boy. I mean, he could have been invited, but then it would have just been like, oh, and then look, they brought Vince back too. Like, that's all it would have fucking turned into. I mean, why deal with that? Like, why the fuck would you put everyone through that? So, moving along here, we have more clips from this show, if you can even call it a doc. Vince McMahon explains why Hogan was brought back to WWE after racialist comment service. I knew he wasn't a racialist. I'd been with him for so many years, pal. He wasn't a racialist. Just ask Mr. T. He said some racialist things, and he should pay for that. He should pay for that. And he did. But in the end, I think everyone saw the real Hulk Hogan, pal, Terry Bollea, and they felt, wait a minute, this guy, he doesn't act like a racist. No. Oh, no, pal. He's not a racist. We all make mistakes, and that was a big one. But he wasn't a racialist. Just ask The Rock. Here's him saying what I just said, but his actual words.
Ties with him over the racist comments, but ultimately brought him back.
I knew he wasn't a racist. I've been with him for so many years. He wasn't a racist. He said some racist things, and he should pay for that, and he did. But in the end, I think that everyone saw the real Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea, and they felt, oh, wait a minute, this guy, he doesn't act like a racist. He's not a racist. We all make mistakes. That was a big one. But he wasn't a racist.
It's not racialist if you it's not racialist if you say the N-word in the comfort of your own home, brother. Doesn't work that way, dude. I called everyone brother. Even the brothers. I called the brothers brother.
Racist.
So Vince McMahon and why he pushed Hulk Hogan as his main star back in the day. He says he knew that's what America wanted, just like Sidney Sweeney, dude.
Just one of a kind. I knew what America wanted.
There he is! The heavyweight champion of the world!
Someone with charisma, someone who was larger than life. And there was no one who fit that bill any more than Terry Bollea.
Ah, Big L! He dropped another big elbow on him! He's going for the cover off the leg. 1, 2, he's...
Just one of...
There you go. So here's TMZ. Okay, well here is what Vince had to say about the leaked videos.
Some big missteps in his life, notably the sex tape talking about not wanting to have his daughter date black men.
Hogan is heard on the tape.
No, he's not racialist. I called John Cena the N-word, pal, right on TV. You think that's racist? Look what I did on TV, pal. What is this, man?
Saying, I'd rather, if she was going to some, I'd rather have her marry an 8-foot tall worth $100 million, like a basketball player.
He had made some racist comments on a call to Nick in jail.
Oh my God.
Phone dialogue here. I think that means my best friend.
It was unforgivable.
That's unforgivable. You guys remember those YouTube videos?
And I was like, aghast. What happened?
I was like, I can't believe that, pal. I mean, I called John Cena that, but he's a white boy. He's a honky. He's a cracker. You know what I mean? And I called him that, and that was okay. I couldn't believe, but I'm aghast he would say something like that. I would never say something like that. Now bark like a dog.
And when those things occurred, that's not like him. What in God's name is going on?
Vince, you googly-eyed monster. What the fuck is going on with the makeup lady at this fucking place? Jesus Christ. Oh, man, I'm sure you all seen the pictures of Dave Meltzer, but here, this guy drops. He's like, this is the moment I got the call. Hulk Hogan died. And this is just so slimy and gross. South Park does the best impression of the paparazzi in that episode with fucking Britney Spears, where it's like, bah! Like, you know, they're like zombies where they see her and then they get like jack-o'-lantern face. They're like demon face and they're like, bah, there she is, ah! You know, and then they just go after like zombies. That's what this feels like. It's insane, this TMZ culture. It feels like this is what AEW sicko call centers look like. Los Angeles. The place everyone moved away from for Austin, Texas, and are now moving back to.
Okay, newsroom.
Lucas, Vo's calling me.
Let's go. Where are we going?
We know. Paul died.
Oh shit! Hulk died. They're all just fucking.
Can I ask you something? Have you heard anything about Hulk?
See, Harvey Levin is Dave Meltzer if Dave Meltzer didn't go fucking insane, locked away in his creep cave, sharing emails with Bixen Span and marking out for himself and fucking Mystico.
Is there any way I can talk to him? It's really important.
He died this morning.
Huh?
Hulk died this morning. Can you confirm cardiac arrest? He's been having health problems. He stopped breathing.
Okay, come to my desk.
Hold on, Lucas has a post. Can I post this?
Lucas, we're gonna do a paragraph.
I got 135 words. He's got 100. Harvey, listen to me. He's got 135 words. He can post it now.
Post it.
It's up.
And like, what do they think this makes them look badass? Look how good we are on the fly, dude. I just wrote this with AI really quick, man. I'll fucking post it right now. Do I hit send? Hit send. Like it's the fucking nuclear. It's the red button, the detonator. Let's fucking do this. What is this, bro? What the fuck, man? It's intense. We're the first to post it. We're superheroes.
He was a pioneer. There was no one like him.
Hulk was in a class of his own.
Oh, there you go, Adrian. I remember him. I remember he suplexed me on the table.
He embodied professional wrestling, the first superstar to transcend our sport.
Can we get your father? No? Well, we'll do a Charlotte.
There is no Mount Rushmore. There's Hogan.
There's Hogan. Okay? They did me dirty, too. My retirement. And by the way, that Gunther guy chops like a bitch.
Had some big missteps in his life.
Oh, it hurt. It hurt.
Let me tell you something.
A few months before he died, he made his final appearance, and he was booed.
I was angry. He deserved much more.
Yeah. Oh, there you fucking have it. So, speaking of Vince showing up and Hulk Hogan and him getting booed there, so some WWE superstars apparently were upset. And this comes from the Dirty Sheets' wrestling informer, Billy Boy. Right? Now, he's like behind a fucking paywall or something on like Apple Podcasts or so. I don't even know. He just disappeared, man. And he still drops his news and he's still traveling around and he's had some hot takes and he's sort of, you know, at one point people said he fell off, but this is Ringside News reported this and I read this earlier and I'm like, I'll bring it to the show. But he says, he says, includes names like Becky Lynch and The New Day. So Billy Boy says, it wasn't a case of Roman Reigns saying, I don't wish to be out there, which was the case for the likes of Becky Lynch, Paul Heyman, The New Day, and Rhea Ripley, all of whom I think have ill feelings towards Hogan. This was overall a creative decision. And so I guess some people weren't out there and he's saying there was some heat. All speculative, though. I don't know. I mean, Billy Body knows some fucking wrestlers and shit, so maybe that, you know what I mean? Maybe that is the sentiment, but I'm sure it's different from everyone. I just thought it was interesting. But Bully Ray, speaking of interesting, Bully Ray pitched this because we're about to see John Cena's final shit, and Vince McMahon wasn't brought out there for Hulk Hogan's final shit. So Bully Ray believes they should bring Vince McMahon out for John Cena's final shit in Boston in December. Chat, let me know what you think. Should they bring, or if you're in the comments in the clipped version of this, do you think they should bring fucking Vince back? Like, is it time to let it go, or did he do Unforgivable? It's unforgivable, pal. It's funny he would say that, but he's like crying about not coming back to WWE. But Bully Ray thinks Vince should show up for Cena's final appearance as the guest referee. No.
Cena's last
a McMahon in every corner.
Will be in Boston, or his last appearance will be in Boston. People are going to be crying their eyes out for John's retirement. It's going to be a very emotional night. People will be very, very happy, tears of joy, a little bit of sadness. And Vince is the guy that gave John his opportunity. Stephanie is the one who truly gave John his opportunity because she heard him rapping in the back of the tour bus. John and Vince have remained friends through everything. If Vince were to come out in that moment to give John his final farewell, I think the people would like to see that or would embrace it because it's Vince McMahon's WWE that John Cena was the face of for the longest time. He was the face of Ruthless Aggression, biggest baby face in the company during Vince McMahon's time. I think they could ride that wave.
I mean, he's not entirely wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a Wednesday. Before we get into Wednesday, though, yesterday, you keep saying his name, he keeps appearing. We have Joe Hendry mixing it up with Ren Sinclair, and it's just amazing.
Let's go figure out a plan for Joe Hendry tonight.
Say his name and he...
Honestly, there's no way Joe Hendry will be here.
Say his name and he appeared.
I don't know where else to go.
Oh, he's right there.
What?
Look at it, right there. I just saw him. Joe Hendry was right there.
Behind the glass.
Say his name and he appeared.
Let's go figure out.
Yeah, dude. That's funny. And it's Wednesday. Two's in the chat. Two's peace signs in the chat for Wednesday. Happy 6 month, the 6 month anniversary of Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. So today I have a special guest, my best friend, Charles.
Just because I'm your best friend doesn't mean you're my best friend.
That was rude.
That's true, isn't it?
No. Anyway, so to commemorate our 6 month anniversary of Wednesday, and also hopefully to cheer Charles up from his loss against Joe.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and play our game. It's most likely to. I've already explained all the rules to him, You got it?
I think so.
Okay, cool. So most likely to refuse a handshake after a loss.
Yeah, I guess.
No, you've literally done it.
I guess that's me, isn't it?
Think a stranger is waving at them and wave back. I know you've done that.
No, no.
Yes, you have.
You definitely have.
No,
Yeah.
no one talks to me. Cut the other person off mid promo.
That's you all the time.
Yeah, it's on camera.
Makes me furious.
Get
The fucking Undertaker, fake Undertaker poster and the Canadian flag poster in the back.
Get lost, even with GPS. That's you. You literally never take us to the right spot. Oh, hello? You sent me the wrong directions too.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's forget about this.
Call for a rematch after losing.
Are these guys dating? Do we know? I don't mean to be all TMZ-ish and I'm just curious.
Tavion. Pretend to be on the phone to avoid talking to someone. You.
Sometimes.
That's you. Let's see. Bring a weapon to a friendly match. You. You literally use the stairs against Tavion.
Yeah, but I wanted to win.
Trip during their own entrance. That's me.
That's when you do it.
Stop it.
Multiple times, actually.
Yesterday. Start a sentence, then forget where it was going. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
Who would win in a fight between you and Charles? No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, well, it's
Okay, there you go. So just some flirtatious. I don't know what that was all about. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. And we're fucking going long tonight. And I don't care. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I'm going to check in with chat. We have one more segment before we get done things this evening. So you guys already are going to know what it is. I assure you of that, brothers. Let me see here. 626 for 2 says, still laughing at George calling Vince Snidely Whiplash. Matthew Laporte is a new member. Hell yeah, dude. You get access to Monday shows. Also on PWT Pod, I'm shouting names out again for people who become members. And I'm shouting you out on PWT Pods because I want to encourage you all to make sure you're listening to those too, even though people are. But we're going to run those numbers up too. The majority of Germans supported. Okay, what the fuck? Where chat? What is going on half the time? Jesus Christ! What the fuck are we talking about? Going long like a hot pocket. Check your damn DMs once in a while. Yeah, dude, I know it's a problem. I let them pile up, especially in the summertime, man. Look at this video blog. Every time I do, I laugh. There's always someone who did worse. Doesn't make him not trash. Right. I mean, yeah, well, whatever. We covered that to death. I agree with liking to see Vince walk out, but it would not be good. Yeah, I don't see it either. Why have him come out? I don't know. People are spurging out over Brock. If they brought Vince back, they'd be so fake outraged. Yeah. Okay, you guys are talking about people's dicks. Hank Garfield says more money for extra innings. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. I acknowledge you all super chatters and members.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, you guys can super chat in if you'd like, or hit like, run the subscribes up to 7K. And I'm sure we'll get there. And Saturday will be our super sicko Saturday 7K spectacular special start time here at PWT. How about that for an alliteration? Okay, so let's share this tab, and I want to see some motherfucking flutes in the chat. And I better see those flutes run up. It's for the sickos. We're down to the nitty-gritty. We're going late night on a Wednesday. We're going long. Okay, so support my shit. Okay, hit subscribe, hit like, do all that good shit. Tell a friend. Use your alt account and hit fucking like or whatever. Send me a super chat. Do something, you motherfuckers. No. I appreciate you all. I'm having a blast, though. This show, to me, has been so fucking fun. It's flown by. I barely retained anything from Dynamite other than the Edge stuff and then the MJF Hangman stuff. I think so. Those were the standout-ish things to me. And I hope Thekla didn't get buried too bad because I honestly don't think I think I was locked in on whatever impression I was doing. Shitty hack impression I was doing tonight. Yes. And we're going to have Becca for the outro tonight for those of you who like Becca. So make sure you stick around. But anyways, though, I hope the flutes are piling the fuck up because it is time for everyone's. Look at all these flutes. You got to love it. From Canada too, buddy. Hit the like button 10 times. Is that good? Yeah, just as long as you do it like an odd number, right? Because you click it once, it's liked. Then you click it again, it's disliked. So then click it one more time, and then it's liked. And then just, so you should have stopped at 9 if my math, I'm not a mathematician. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Speaking of no mathematician, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
Just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So Dave Meltzer says the belief in WWE is Karrion Kross is going to be back, but we'll see. They are not telling anyone anything, but everyone is pretty skeptical, Brian. It's like, actually, are they working the boys on this if he comes back? Yeah, because they've worked fucking everybody on everything. They're just not telling the boys about who's conscious. It's not their business to tell other boys their fucking contracts. Unless they want you to think it's expired, then you're going to fucking hear about it. You can say yes, but it's not like they're being fooled. It's not like these guys are coming and going like, oh, no, he's really gone. No one is saying that. They're just sort of like, we don't know and whatever. Dave, exactly. Since the dawn of time, they just say we don't know and whatever. Drew McIntyre's not running around worried about, yeah, they're keeping something secret. Brock could be here. It's not like this big fucking overly concerning thing, if Karrion Kross is re-signed or not to everyone back there. So it's just silly how Dave's like, they're just sort of like, we don't know and whatever. Yeah, that's how everything is. So everyone's favorite. Looks like we will have more counter programming. So again, this wrestling war wages on. Dave Meltzer and Tryon Bryan here are about to fantasy mark book like Conan getting fucking fired.
Conan!
Because why? I'll break that down when we get to that clip. But Bryan here is crying about more counter programming. Again, they want to be competition. They want to be number 2. They want to be beating Raw using fake numbers. But when it's like they're going head to head and it's going to fuck them up, wah, wah, crybaby, wah.
It does appear that WWE will be holding a main roster PLE, not NXT, on Saturday, September 20th, which just happens to be the same day as All Out. Another weekend of fun. A few weeks later, AEW is going to be running a show on Tuesday, October 7th. It will be a special Title Tuesday, they're calling it.
So did they stooge that for real? Title Tuesday?
They're calling it.
Haven't had one of those in a while, huh?
That'll run head-to-head with NXT.
So, like, okay, so they are calling it that. So it's not Battle of the Belts. It's like Title Tuesday. And so AEW's doing a show at the same time. They're doing Dynamite. So that, like, the order of things isn't, like, you know, not entirely out of order. But Dynamite is going to be on Tuesday, and then Collision will be on that Wednesday night. How confusing for fucking fans. That's how you know AEW's not number one, because Raw's not moving for anything, not even football. It's not, oh, it might start an hour later. They might tape the show, but they're not like moving their fucking day around or whatever the fuck. Oh, one time it moved to Tuesday. Okay. But AEW does this all the time. Collision's on Thursday, then it's live on Thursday one week, then it's on Saturday, it's live, and then it's on, now it's going to be on a Wednesday, which is their usual Dynamite show. Dynamite gets bumped to fucking Tuesday. It's craziness, man.
I cannot wait for the ratings discourse after that head-to-head.
2 head-to-head battles coming your way, friends. 2.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome. I'm here for it. Let's wage the war, dude. Dave Meltzer had this to say about this era they're in CMLL. It's a special era in CMLL right now, Brian. It's a special era. So I just don't know what he's on about. He sits here and talks like he just lies about AEW and CMLL because he can't like prove any of this shit. So I think he's just like lying about it. But
it's a special era in CMLL right now. And I think people aren't seeing it, but people in Mexico are, you know, because people have been asking me, you know, including in wrestling, you know, as people have asked, like,
people have been asking me, including in wrestling. No shit, Dave. What else would anyone ask you anything for?
Here's the reality. We all know it. They're going to go back to 6,000 to 10,000 people on Friday nights. It's going to happen. That's how wrestling works. It will not stay like this forever. And the thing is to savor it, you know, as it's happening, and learn why it's happening, and learn the method it happened. But this is their, you know, world-class 1983. This is not like something that's going to be there forever. They'll be around for a long time. Or WWE may wipe off the face of the earth in 5 years. You know, who knows? Because I don't think it'll happen.
What the fuck are you talking about? Or WWE might wipe off the face of the earth. And what, CMLL will take it over?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Why would that be the fucking case? Here's Dave. Oh, this just in. Dave talking about CMLL.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
What the fuck?
But I wouldn't have thought that WWE would wipe Jim Crockett off the face of the earth by 1988 either. It's a special era.
I thought you predicted all this, and no one's been more accurate than me because I studied the business, Brian. So why did you not think that they'd wipe them out either? If you fucking studied and learned, Meltzer, maybe you would
Learn,
know.
baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
So Dynamite Dave fantasy mark books a Roosh versus Hangman Adam Page AEW World Title match on TV, but then buries Roosh and says that, oh, he doesn't like losing. So Meltzer, again, he can't even give people a compliment without shitting on them. He does it all the fucking time. Oh, I'd love to see Hangman and Roosh, but Roosh doesn't like putting people over. And that doesn't, and these marks listen to you, and that doesn't affect people's perception or perspective of Roosh or like his working relationships in the future. He's an idiot. Here's Dave.
And then we had Hangman and Jet Speed versus LFI. And this was a great main event. Hangman and Roosh.
Hangman
Just
and Roosh.
awesome together.
Hangman and Roosh should do a championship match on television.
Absolutely.
They
Absolutely.
They absolutely should do a
Why?
15 to 17 minute
A 15 to 17 minute championship match. Dave, stop booking the stuff. Tony will listen to you.
championship match on television in a couple of weeks. I know Roosh doesn't like to lose, but I think that if he got that match and his championship match in a TV main event.
I hate this whole, like, I know Roosh doesn't like to lose. No, he doesn't want to lose to bitch ass motherfuckers. Okay? That's all it is, dude. He doesn't want to lose to people that he's like, I will beat the shit out of them. Well, it's not a shoot. It's a work. We all got to work. Well, he does. He lost to Perry. He fucking laid down for Jack Perry. Don't tell me he won't do business. He beat the shit out of Jack Perry in that match. But yeah, Roosh fucking rules. And yeah, who wouldn't like to see this? But Dave, stop. Like, he thinks he can book this shit. I'm pushing Roosh. I'm pushing for Roosh now, Brian.
I think that he would be fine losing because.
But he doesn't like to lose, but it'd be fine to lose to the world champ. You think Roosh is going to say, no, I won't lose to the world champ? Why isn't there a story? Why should they have a match? Build it the fuck up. Why can't Roosh be world champion? Why can't they build it up where he's the fucking guy who beats Hangman eventually? There's so many questions, especially with CMLL so hot. Wouldn't you want a Hispanic champion, maybe? A Hispanic, is that the right terminology? A champion, a Mexican or Latino champion? Why wouldn't that be the move? So many questions, Dave.
Quite frankly, it helps him to lose that match. And those two would have a killer match. So, yeah, I mean, that's just my, it's not a pay-per-view match, but you can do a world title match on TV. Just give Roosh a couple of wins over people and only one or two, and just do it. Do it to do it. It'll be a match. They don't do world title matches on TV that much. I mean, you can't do it right away because you can't do it until the pay-per-view. But
I'm sorry, that airs from whatever that fucking, there's like lawnmowers again and whoever phone recorded this.
In the gap between the next two pay-per-views, maybe like 3 weeks away or 2 weeks away off of Forbidden Door, they should just do that match.
They should just do that match before Forbidden Door. They should just do that match. Pourquoi? How come? So here is Dave Meltzer. WWE's emphasis on moments and surprises over long-term storytelling is not sustainable. WWE's emphasis on moments and surprises over long-term storytelling is not sustainable. Dave is sitting here inventing shit. Okay?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He's just making shit up about what do you mean? They've had Roman was the champ for 4 years. The bloodline is still going. People are still complaining about MFT bloodline storyline still being carried on. What the fuck is he talking about, man? Just the moments and surprises. That's all AEW had, and now no one talks about AEW. Meanwhile, they just did a moment and surprise. Everyone's talking about WWE. It's the big. They're selling out left, right, and center. It's the big. Everything's fucking colossal right now. Everything I do is real big, colossal, right? But Dave is like, it's not sustainable. They've been a wrestling company for how many fucking years? How is it not sustainable when they've been sustaining it for this fucking long? It's just such projection and cope.
From your perspective, has WWE's emphasis on moments over long-term payoffs fundamentally changed how they measure booking success?
See, here's the thing. They do the perfect mix of both in WWE. They always have. Even think about eras when WWE was the shits, and then all of a sudden Mark Henry does his fucking retirement heel turn. And you're just like, holy shit. When people are just some of the lowest interest in pro wrestling around that time. I think, right? What year was that? And then he just fucking snapped the salmon jacket. Like, there's always something that's, you can, even Punk, man. Punk and Danielson came in these eras where it was kind of like, whatever. And they were something to cling on to. They've been able to do both. There's moments. There's fucking long-term storytelling. It's a balancing act of everything. Now, what AEW hedged their bets on early on, and this is where Dave is insane. He's literally lost his fucking mind, because otherwise he'd be critiquing this along the way. But they relied on, here's Danielson. Oh, here's Keith Lee. Here's Swerve. Here's Adam Cole. Oh my God, look, Moxley comes out of the crowd. Oh my God, the lights go out. Edge is here in a fucking muscle car. Oh my God, the lights go out. It's snowing. It's Sting. That they just relied on bringing in all of these fucking moments and pops, and lights go out, and Matt Hardy's teleporting. And oh my God, that's what they were banking on as well, was just fucking indie style matches with just how can we surprise the crowd every single week. And then when people just didn't care anymore, and then they ran out of surprises, and Tony realized, fuck, I really gotta buckle down on the storytelling aspect. Now he's starting to try and focus on his core guys and tell stories and shit. 6 years too late. That should have been, like, as soon as Cody Rhodes left and Jericho stopped being featured on top all the time, that's when, and yes, I'm giving Jericho credit here, that's when there's been like no fucking story in AEW at all. And for Meltzer to sit here and act like Judgment Day hasn't been a main focus through line every week for how many fucking years now, and the Bloodline isn't still going on, and they're not tying up loose ends with the Punk stuff and all of the Seth stuff with the Shield callback and everything that happened at Mania and everything. Like, there's so many stories. It's a mix of everything in WWE. In AEW, it's a lot of stop, start, and a lot of like, I mean, okay, yeah, these guys don't like each other, but like, there's no merit behind it, really.
Absolutely.
And if so, how sustainable is that model in keeping fan engagement high?
When you're
the fans have never been more engaged in WWE, online, social media numbers. Dave is doing 50% off sales. Just remember that when he's about to say what he's about to say. He's doing fire sales every month. Every month. Every other week, there's a fire sale at the Observer. Or a sign up, fucking, please sign up, 50% off, 10 months, your entire subscription. But yeah, so let's just keep that in mind when he says what he's about to say about fan interest and keeping people's interest, and if it's sustainable and what's sustainable.
High.
When you're booking for...
Meanwhile, look at the year over year for AEW. And he won't say the same thing about AEW. Just remember that when you hear what he's about to say.
Moments, knowing that the fans are more interested in moments and not interested in long-term storytelling.
Why would that be the case? The houses are up everywhere, Dave. Why would that? How is there any proof of that? Prove that they're not telling good long-term stories. So Cena's whole heel face turn, his last run, his final ride, as Dustin Rhodes would put it. Cena's run, that's not like a long-term, year-long story that's had ups and downs and twists and turns. I just really fucking don't get what he's talking about, man.
It makes championships secondary.
Championships are not secondary in WWE. It's the entire exact opposite.
It creates a situation where
championships in WWE elevate people in WWE.
You put on a pay-per-view, and I've seen this from some people, you know, sometimes it's a reaction to AEW, sometimes in reaction to WWE when they have a great pay-per-view of there were no surprises, ergo the show was boring. You know, if you don't deliver a surprise, no matter how much you deliver in the ring, no matter how much, it's
okay. That's not true, and I'll explain why. I'm just gonna own Dave with his own fucking logic. Okay, I'm gonna own him with his own logic right here, because he gave the main event wrestling match, Cena versus Cody Rhodes, 5 stars, right? Okay,
The best guy is Tony Khan.
but then Dave cried about the Brock Lesnar shit like a baby sicko. So there's the proof right there. You cried and hated on the big surprise. And you called them sleazy and hated it and detested it. But you gave the main event wrestling match 5 stars, which we called you out. By the way, Dave, we called out. I disagree with your star ratings, even for WWE matches, by the way. They're all wrong. They're out of whack, and there's no criteria, and they're bullshit. And he gave that match 5 stars because of the wrestling moves and the false finishes and all the weapons and shit. And I called it out as we watched it live together, chat. What did your boy Phil say? I said it. He will give this shit 5 stars because of this bullshit, not because it's like the modern version of Hogan Rock. Like Rhodes and Cena just have insane chemistry, and they're both so fucking over, and you don't really know who's heel, and you're just emotionally invested in everything going on. That's why it's a 5-star match, not because of the fucking kickouts and everything. We called it out. We knew he was going to give that shit 5 stars, right? But yeah, so Dave, we just owned your dumbass logic about all the surprises because you, at least in your mind, like you're not consistent in your bullshit, which we point out all the time, because you gave that match 5 stars and then you cried like a bitch and was like, oh, it's sleazy. No, who would love this about Brock Lesnar's return?
Surprises, ergo, the show was boring. You know,
no one says
if you
no one
don't
says that the show's boring if there's no surprises.
deliver a surprise, no matter how much you deliver in the ring, no matter how much, like, you know, it's like if I don't get a surprise, it's
If I don't get a surprise, that's you, Dave. You're projecting. You're like a little kid. I need a treat bag. What surprise is in there, Brian?
boring. And that is a very, very dangerous situation to create. It's better for WWE because they have a lot of potential surprises. But even then, you're going to run. You know, how many times can you bring Brock Lesnar back? If the product itself becomes less.
And then Dave doesn't. It's always this like these opinions are shit because they're always like frozen in time. Well, how many times can you bring Brock back? I don't know, Dave. In 20 years, there's going to be like some other crazy. Can you believe it? This fucking thing happened or whatever. It's not just all like frozen in time, isolated right now. Fucking can't stand that mentality.
It's less important. It's all about surprises. You are going in a direction that is not sustainable. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what happened to AEW, man. So Dave Meltzer responds. He's just arguing with everyone as usual, and he's arguing with this USA 92 or whatever the fuck. This guy says when AEW was just starting out and things were going well, they liked threatening WWE's existence. Now they're offended. Exactly. No one's stopping them from doing Dynamite on a Monday. Meltzer said that sure never happened. Yeah, it did. Jericho said that they'd beat Raw. Tony Khan called them bald assholes. He said that they're in a Friday night war and he won't stand for this shit. It's in fucking court. I have more money than these guys. He called Vince McMahon, or WWE actually, the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. He, what else did he say? A bunch of more shit. There's a bunch of more shit I'm forgetting. He said John Cena and Undertaker didn't get a milli. The first time they've ever not been on a show with $1 million. He's just talked so much shit, and so have the fans, dude. And then he's like, that sure never happened. Dave, you need to study and learn then. But if you need to make something up, have at it. If it did happen, I'd have reported it. So just proving he's a fucking stooge. Like proving he's a fake, lying fake faker. Okay, and then Nicolo Piccolo just like posting shit and memeing him and stuff. One Piece has swept the Observer Awards, just making fun of him, but I have to bookmark other people's responses to Dave because Dave has me fucking blocked. So this guy, Backer says, you hedge your predictions like you always do. It's so unbelievably disingenuous. You should honestly be ashamed of yourself, but you are so narcissistic that you can't allow any criticism or accept that sometimes, especially recently, you were wrong. Dave Meltzer said, whatever. I said what was accurate at the moment that it was published. It was a situation in progress. He hadn't signed. I said specifically he hadn't signed. The person playing Gotcha said I said the exact opposite. Yeah, dude, Dave just melting down. I said everything. I just say everything, and then that way you can't tell me that I didn't say nothing. Right? So WWE originally planned, well, this is what Dave had to say. It's about Ashante the Adonis. They originally planned to release him, but then they did until later, at least according to Dave. He says the deal with Ashante, as you remember when they were doing all those cuts 3 months ago, I thought he was getting a call any day. And I guess what happened was he was going to get cut. So this is just Dave inventing a way to be right about some shit that nobody even knew about or was talking about. And then they kind of realized if they cut him, they would pay him for 90 days, which would have ended his week. this week. Then they found out his contract ended this week. It's like, from a publicity standpoint, it sounds so much better when his contract expires. Oh, man, Dave, it's always a conspiracy theory, dude. Why do you care? Then why didn't you talk about how it looks when Tony Khan shelves people and shit? Like, what the fuck? It's so crazy. And I hate to do this. Well, what about this? But it's a problem, Dave. It's a fucking for sustainability, Dave. It's a problem for sustainability. And you knew this. You'd know this if you've had Big Mac's Wagyu beef or listen to Taylor Swift and study the business. But you fucking don't, Dave Meltzer. And all you do is cope and seethe, dude. That's why we play the fucking song. You guys
are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
So Dave copes more about, he's like, the belief within WWE is that Cross will return. We kind of covered that earlier. We know his sentiments on that. It's a work, but it's a shoot, but I'm right either way, or else you didn't study. And so Brian Alvarez glazing Kyle Fletcher the same way that Meltzer's been doing. This is their new offspring. And he's just glazing Ishii versus Fletcher. Okay.
Kyle Fletcher and Ishii for the TNT title.
And Ishii.
This match was so great. When it's over, Kyle does his promo, and essentially he says, I've taken out Adam Cole, I've taken out Dustin, Ishii, who's next? He says, Forbidden Door is coming, and I want New Japan to send their best pound-for-pound wrestler for me to beat at Forbidden Door. And I was like, you just did that, brother.
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody left. He's the best pound-for-pound wrestler, like, in the fucking world on this particular day. I just was like,
oh my God damn, dude.
You fucking mark!
It's all good. There's a difference in taste. But Ishii, like, that shit is played the fuck out. I'm so sorry. Hate to be that guy. So again, Dave, it's definitely quiet. It's a weird one. He was given an offer talking about Karrion Kross. He just doesn't know what the fuck he's even talking about. We don't need to dive too deep. But WWE is reportedly planning Brock Lesnar versus John Cena as the main event of this unannounced September 20 PLE on the same day as All Out. So then an extra date for Cena, or did they just move him off of Raw or something? I wonder. But either way, Meltzer says it can change, but the main event for this show is Brock Lesnar and John Cena. So it's a big one, Brian, which is why Brock's not in Paris, is because of this. No, I just don't think Brock would go to Paris. I don't think they're dragging his ass to Paris. He'll just do whatever big show they have anytime. They wanted him for this show, not the Paris show, and that's where Logan Paul got the gig. I don't know, man. He's making it up as he goes along. It's all good. So Meltzer, again, he lies and goes, there were signs taken away, Karrion Kross signs confiscated. And then there was a dude we covered it on the show. He holds up the sign. He's like, he took a video. I've been here all fucking night. No one took my sign. He's right on TV. People pointing him out. Dave's just making shit up. Let's hear from the birds. Let's hear the birds' words. And what the $1 million question, the $1 million man. Ted DiBiase's behind it, Brian. I heard, actually,
Karrion Kross.
Yeah. You know that they did confiscate some of the signs tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, they did. No, what happened was Dave got DMs from someone who may or may not have actually even been at the fucking show, because he will allow anyone to just tag him in tweets or send him DMs and go, I'm at Raw and this is what's happening. And so he could be worked. It could be one asshole just making shit up. And Dave's been caught because of this all the time, and he acts like he has sources.
I mean, nobody chanted, and I heard from several people at the show, and they said, people thought people might chant. Nobody chanted. There were a few signs in the crowd. I didn't see anyone taking them away, and I did see them later in the show. But someone who was there said, yeah, they absolutely took the signs away. Because when
just someone working them, it's so funny.
I was watching the thing and I see the signs right there on screen and go, man, like if they don't want you to do this.
You'd think Dave would know. I studied the business. I know everything. I'm infinitely wiser. It's like, well, what the fuck then? Is it a work or a shoot, dumbass? Like, do some journalism.
They're taking those signs away, but they actually did. The $1 million question.
They didn't.
Is he talking with AEW? Is he, because if he is, then he's a free agent. If he's not, then, there's something else going on.
I will give Dave points for that last point there. That is a Dave Meltzer smart moment of the week, but he's just admitting like how much he actually doesn't know. So we'll give him an E for that. Right? I guess he kind of earned it. So here is WWE history versus reality, Brian. They cut me out of the dock. I couldn't tell them the real history. Meanwhile, did you guys see this fucking insanely, like, look at his face. Like, what the fuck happened? People, this shit went more viral than the doc. Like, his face being out of whack and people criticizing the makeup lady on Vince. Yeah, Dave too. And he barely got used in this thing. He's all butthurt about it. And again, Dave, sleazy company. WWE's a sleazy company, but let me be the first to jump on this fucking dark side of the ring shit and give interviews to TMZ and talk shit about Hulk Hogan and Vince. This same thing Vince will be featured on. Let me go be featured on that same fucking thing. Because it's just sleazy to bring Brock back though and shit. Like, these guys are such goofballs, man. But it's WWE history versus reality again. Like, AEW doesn't do the same thing. Like, WCW wouldn't do this. Like, Paul Heyman doesn't do the same thing when he reminisces about ECW. Come on, man.
So Fox is doing their thing tomorrow night, and we'll see how that one goes. Vince
is that the one where that you didn't think that they liked any of your answers?
I don't think they liked any of them because they cut me out, Dave. Because you do what Brian did on the news, Brian, and we covered this on the show. We're going to cover you on the show in a minute here, Dave. But Dave did. I'm talking to Dave like he's listening. We know you're listening, but he, like, Brian starts like spurging out talking about all this shit when it comes to Hulk Hogan, and the news lady's like, I'm just here to mark out about Hulk Hogan. This is like local news. I don't know about this mark shit you're talking about. I'm just trying to fucking fangirl out over Hulkster on this news show. I don't know. So, and unfortunately that's the news, right? And but Meltzer, it's they didn't like my answers. Well, that's good you got that sense, and it's because they probably heard you talking and going off on these fucking tangents about, I mean, they said 93,000 at WrestleMania. That wasn't true. They're just sitting there like, okay, what the fuck? Like, so you really don't know anything. It's not that they didn't like your answers, Dave. It's that you just didn't know anything and you're not entertaining and charismatic. You are only when I make fun of you. And so it's just, they're like, we're going to cut and edit all this shit out. It adds nothing. Do you get it, Dave? 50% off the Observer right now, chat. Go and get it.
Yeah. Their history that they wanted was wrestling was this business that was in little buildings and,
they didn't want to hear
keeps going back to this. This is the old territory days shit, Dave. No one cares anymore. WrestleMania 3. It's fucking 70,000 years ago, dude.
Real history.
No. They didn't want the real history when I mean, we'll see. And then Hulk Hogan came and, big crowds started coming to wrestling.
It was one thing like 100 years ago where you had to read some book by some guy or something. But it's like you can go back and find footage from like 1980. I mean, they had footage of Shea Stadium and all those Hogan retrospectives. I mean, it's not hard to find pre-1984 wrestling footage. Like, you can actually look at it for yourself.
What? Who cares? What are they even talking about? What did I miss, chat? What are they talking about? Why did it get to, in the tape libraries and get the old stuff from pre? They're not there to talk about Super Destroyer, you fucking marks. They're there to talk about him saying the N-word while he was buck-ass naked on that fucking tape that got leaked and people booing him and Vince McMahon because Vince McMahon gets clicks because he's a canceled guy or whatever who looks like Pepe Le Pew now. That's what they're interested in. It's TMZ. What did I miss something? Am I the redact here? What happened?
Not read about it, but like, oh, look at that. There's a lot of people there. They're hot.
There's photographs of 28,000 people for Gotch and Hackenschmidt.
Gives a fuck. This wasn't about Gotch and Hackenschmidt. Oh, you know, they say the territories were dead. They were dying out. They were skimpy, rinky dink. Is that even the sentiment? I don't think that's the sentiment anymore, Dave. I think you're behind the times. I think maybe like 15 years ago, that's what people said. We're still saying, but that's when that notion sort of died out. I really honestly think that people acknowledge and understand that these territories were massive and doing good business still, a lot of them, and Vince still swooped in and took the top fucking stars from everywhere. That's how they're acknowledged. Oh, he took the top stars from everywhere, made the Superstars fucking show, you know? Dave is just so behind the times, man.
At a time when, you know, Major League Baseball wasn't getting that. Nobody was getting that except for the biggest college football games and maybe some.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Hulk Hogan dying and these guys going, oh, we got it first? And then Vince McMahon being canceled and being in all this shit, and then them doing this sleazy doc about his death and the Gawker tape again. What does Hackenschmidt have to do with any of that? Holy shit, Dave Meltzer. And so Dynamite Dave, he fantasy mark books Roosh versus Hangman. And Meltzer said what? We listened to that. Meltzer said what? Says, do you remember a whole 24 hours ago when the dancing Dynamite fraudster Dave Meltzer fantasy booked Roosh facing Hangman for the world title if Roosh got 2 wins? Now, while recapping Raw, Dave mocks the idea of Sami Zayn getting a title shot after 2 wins. You cannot make this shit up that Dave Meltzer does.
Poor people don't like AEW.
So again, he's like, Roosh should get 1 or 2 wins and then world title match, Brian, I'm telling you. He's now criticizing WWE for Sami Zayn, who people were saying should have beat Roman Reigns, for him getting 2 wins than getting a title shot. Let's listen.
Sammy met with Pierce, asked if he was going to get his world title match at Clash in Paris. And Pierce,
Okay, so what has he done to earn a world title match?
well, he won a match. He's won 2 matches in a row now. He won at SummerSlam, and he won at
from Cross, who's in, who's
won on
nobody.
SmackDown. Got that big.
Well, that's a great.
From Cross, who's not with the company, but if he showed up on Dynamite tomorrow, I'd fucking cream my pants.
Excuse for him to get a U.S. title match, not a world title match.
Well, the point is, Dave, he ain't getting one, but he wants one.
Yeah,
and he was told.
I presume he's getting. I'm presuming they're going to do a U.S. title match on the pay-per-view.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what the finish of this match led to.
So anyway, he was told to go wrestle Rusev, and we'll deal with it.
Go, Power Rangers. More than meets the eye, Brian. Go, Transformers, Brian. So Dynamite Dave fantasy mark book. Speaking of his fantasy mark booking, let's hit an X-Files here for fantasy mark booking. So Dave Meltzer, right? He sits there and he shits on Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan for their real American freestyle wrestling shit. And he's like, oh, you could book it against Tony Khan then and prove that you're better. And then everyone, not everyone, Meltzer said what? And your boy Philly Phil here at PWT pointed out, hey, Meltzer, then by your own logic, Conan is a better booker than fucking Tony Khan then, because he's been booking AAA successfully. They're selling out. Blah, 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 blah. And they did that AAA show on YouTube, and it did outdraw AEW shit. Conan! And you're like, oh, you can run a wrestling show and get more viewership and more attendance. Then, okay, Conan's AAA did that. Fucking did that. Beat Tony Khan. So now Dave, in his spare time, like, this is why he's going so hard for CMLL as well. Because CMLL as well. CMLL as well. CMLL as well. CMLL as well. Okay. This is why he's going so hard, though, because AAA, owned by WWE, 51% now. And, of course, I don't need to say it, but let me just say it for the dummies in the back. Yeah, it's because he's got to now defend the way he defends AEW. And I'm not saying CMLL's doing bad business, but he's fantasy mark booking Conan getting fired now because Conan has beaten, like, people pointed out that fact. Okay, by your own logic, And he just wants AAA to like die now. He hopes like CMLL absorbs it, and he's just gonna push this notion that CMLL is bigger than WWE, Brian. So's AEW. So let's take a listen to him fantasy mark booking K-Dog.
Conan!
To get fired here.
Rey Mysterio inducts Conan into the AAA Hall of Fame.
I wonder if this is going to be a JR thing. I shouldn't even speculate that. Because you remember when JR was inducted into the Hall of Fame?
I wonder if it's going to be a JR thing. You can tell Brian just says nothing. He's like, what the fucking retarded thing are you about to say right now? And then Dave fucking goes, because if you remember when JR got inducted.
Speculate that. Because you remember when JR was inducted into the Hall of Fame?
I shouldn't even speculate that, but let me just make up this thing and speculate on it and then float it out there to the redax who read my fucking message board, and then they'll pretend it's real news.
No, I mean, that was supposed to be his last night with the company. Remember? I don't know if you remember that, but
I don't remember that.
Yes. Okay, so when JR was inducted into the Hall of Fame in Chicago, that's why JR loved Chicago. Because remember, they got this incredible pop when they announced it. And they were just kind of like, oh my God, we can't fire him after this. So they didn't. But that was scheduled to be his last show. Was you know,
what the fuck does that have to do with Conan? Who's commentating the fucking Dave's like, WWE's just taking it all over. No, bro. Conan, they listen, this is how this works, and I don't know who told me this. I completely forget.
Allegedly.
Okay? Fucking Borash and Conan. Like, Conan books the shit. Borash does have his fingerprints on, like, okay. He's just like the guy between WWE and AAA, essentially, when it comes to the creative and what's going on, what matches they want on Triple Mania and stuff like that. So I just don't know why Dave would even throw this out there. It's such a crazy ass thing to even throw out there.
he would do the Raw, then he would do the Hall of Fame, and then he's out of there.
Well,
Brian's just like, why? Okay. All right.
hope not.
Fucking JR was talent relations and a commentary guy.
He did a good job on commentary on that.
Conan books the shows and has been before WWE. Even like, he's just books the shit. He's a talent. He talks the talent shit. He's on TV as well. Conan goes on TV and heals. Dave, don't you watch AAA? I thought you watched all this shit.
He's not on commentary this
He's
time.
not doing commentary. Okay, so,
JBL.
yeah. Well. So
Corey Graves.
No, but hold on. They said Conan's not doing commentary. JBL's doing commentary with Corey Graves. But I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but isn't Conan doing commentary too? Didn't he say it's going to be a 3-man thing? Or is it JBL and Graves? I'm interested.
okay, so Corey was great on the first one.
Yeah, Dave, how would you know? You were watching WWE Espanol. So Dave's like, Corey was great on the first one. Here's the thing, Dave. You were watching WWE Espanol and tried to peddle the WWE Espanol YouTube numbers. So that means either you were lying when you pushed the WWE Espanol numbers out there, or because they would have had the Spanish commentary. Literally, we just caught you in a fucking lie, Dave, right now. So when you tweeted out, oh, they're only doing this much on YouTube, either you intentionally looked at the Espanol numbers and tried to trick people.
Liar!
Or you're a dumb fuck and are lying right now, and you like, okay, maybe you realized halfway through the show or whatever. Like, either way, you were listening to Spanish commentary, brother.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
We can just pull your goddamn card there, Meltzer. And I feel bad for Conan because Conan's been so nice. He's been like, no, I'm not going to shit on Dave. And then Husey even came on this show and he's like, you know what? Fuck Dave now. Like, I was cool with him because I produced the show and blah, blah, blah. But like, you know, he's just such a weasel. And it's like, yeah, fucking, I got nothing but respect for Conan. Had that whole meltdown defending Meltzer. And now fucking Meltzer's going to say shit like this because he's mad that like Conan's doing better as a draw and a creative and a booker, if you think about it, than Tony Khan is. So again, here's strike 2. Lucha Blog says it got lost in the aggregation. Yeah. So here, dude, we fucking owned you. Dude, we own you. Thank you, Lucha Blog. Shout out Lucha Blog. We own you, Dave. Look, Dave, you got to study and learn.
Baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Oh yeah, so Conan could be fired. So Dave there was a mistranslation, or in the aggregation, there was one anecdote that was missed, or maybe not even an anecdote, maybe a factoid we can refer to it as, that was missed. Okay, and that is that. And this is what Lucha Blog had to say. It got lost in the aggregation, but on the podcast, JBL mentions Conan is also still doing commentary for Triple Mania. It's a 3-man booth. So Dave doesn't do his research, doesn't do his diligence, doesn't call Conan. Fantasy fucking Mark. Conan's his friend, by the way. Conan's his fucking friend. He could call on the phone. Okay? And instead of calling him or anything, he fantasy Mark books his demise because it has nothing to do with CMLL. And he brings it. Oh, he's not even going to be there. It's a 2-man booth, JBL and Corey Graves. So they're adding JBL. And fucking Dave Meltzer says some dumb shit like that because he doesn't do his diligence. Okay? He doesn't fucking study the business. He doesn't learn. He doesn't call his friends. He doesn't text anyone. He doesn't care. He just reads fucking DMs and people who dick lick him.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So there you go, man. He just completely botched that after talking about, he extrapolates. Now, do you guys see this? It's a classic Dave spin, or a classic Dave extrapolation. Okay? So what he does, and this is what he does with everything. This is one we can prove solidly in court. You're guilty, you're done, you're cooked. You didn't even do your diligence. You didn't even ask a fucking translator. You're done. Okay? Here's the thing with Dave. Okay? Every fucking story he tells, there's a little nugget of he read something and then he just invents a bunch of shit from there. And it's like AI generate. You like take a picture, it's something real, and then you go generate all this fake shit in the background to fucking fill this out. That's what it is. That's what he's doing with everything all the time, constantly. And we call it out here, but that's when we could prove. And I'm just telling you, like, that's so glaringly obvious. They're all glaringly obvious. Just think about how much he's actually doing this that people are unaware of. It's fucking crazy. So again, Dave, he talks about history versus reality. He did make the final cut of this fucking doc. And they just cut him out because he looks like a fucking David Icke reptile guy. And he's sitting there like, well, you know, the real history. You guys have your, if you go back to Shea Stadium, well, when Hulk was the Super Destroyer, Brian, they're like, did you see him fucking Bubba the Love Sponge's wife or not, bro? We're trying to like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Who booked this guy? Harvey Levin's like, what the, you know, you're the fucking bizarro version of me. Like, what happened? So Dave Meltzer, he says, I likely know more about wrestling TV ratings than all but a few people alive, and nobody has ever covered it anywhere near the same level of depth, but you'll always be one of the ones who writes me stupid things and is incapable of learning. And then Disco Inferno's like, no, you don't. This is not accurate. And then I quote tweeted this. I was like, he's almost at padded room status. It's incoming. It's just this weird, like, oh, everyone alive. I know more than. It's like, if you got to say it, bro, I don't know if it's true. So Switchblade says the mythical max numbers analysis on numbers that no one knows. So Meltzer, again, just a paragraph. Collision did 423K, 0.08 against NFL and UFC, among others. Giant rise over 50 would indicate similar rise under 50 on streaming. So, but he doesn't. There's a big rise over 50. So you can just automatically assume that there was a huge rise on streaming and under 50. Nope. UFC was on, dumb bitch. Nope, that's not how it works. And then you don't apply the same logic to Netflix. You do the opposite. You're like, oh, well, it's fucking the key demo. Not a lock, but that would be the common sense. People without the common sense can complain at 3, 2, 1. Just based on bullshit is common sense, according to Dave. So, guys, for the main event of the evening here, I got sent this fucking 70 billion trillion fucking times. I was sent this. Okay, and this is from Vince Russo's thing. Vince Russo's, what is it called? Just Vince Russo's YouTube channel. Okay, and it's called Dave Has a Bad Day. RussosBrand.com, bro. And they EFAP this fucking Dave Meltzer on the news thing. Now, I have a 350 clip of it. There's like a 10-minute version. We stayed out and rocked. This is PWT After Dark late night tonight. Guys, show your support any way you fucking can. And let's get into this. We're going to just EFAP this fucking long video. I just decided, fuck it. We're going to rock out tonight. And so, yeah, we're going to definitely do that. Here is Vince Russo. Go and subscribe to his channel. Look, I'll give it a like there. I'm subscribed. You guys can see that. Let's watch them react to Dave Meltzer on the fucking news. It's a 10-minute long video. You know, I'm going to pause and do shitty impressions. If it's not for you, bro, wrestling, right? So here we go. Jeff Lane, Vince Russo. Here is Dave Meltzer on the news, which if I just had the footage of the news, I'd just EFAP it myself, but we're going to EFAP and EFAP here.
Coverage of Hulk Hogan's
YouTube
death. Let's go to News Nation's coverage.
Bringing Danny Meltzer now. Dave Meltzer now.
Yeah. Danny! Yo, Danny boy! Yes.
It starts brilliant. Like right off the bat, Danny Meltzer.
Yes.
What did they call him last time?
Danny Meltzer. I would be up there with any journalist recognized among the greats. Coming on now, Danny Meltzer. Like, you can't make this shit up, dude.
Danny Meltzer now. Dave Meltzer now.
Yeah. Danny! Yo, Danny boy! Yes.
It starts brilliant. Like right off the bat, Danny Meltzer.
Yes.
What did they call him last time? Dave Messler, one of the things.
Yeah, Messler.
Right?
Messler, yeah.
So now we got Danny Meltzer.
Danny Messler. Oh my God.
Bringing Danny Meltzer now. Dave Meltzer now. He's a journalist covering professional wrestling since the 80s, around the time that Hulk Hogan.
And then look at his face. His ego couldn't handle that. Oh my God. Yeah, 626. Don't go anywhere. This is the main event. How could you go anywhere? Dude, look at how his ego can. Oh, dude, look.
Meltzer now. Dave Meltzer now. He's a journalist covering.
And he like has a nervous twitch. Oh, I can't believe that one of my peers would. I've been covering it since the 80s. It's like Opie Hughes, Greg Opie Hughes. Oh, I've been doing this since I was 18. Radio show since I was 18.
Professional wrestling since the 80s, around the time that Hulk Hogan, of course, shot to fame. He's the editor and publisher of the Wrestling.
Keep it. That's the best part. Is I know you will anyway, but keep your eyes on Danny here, because
well, I don't know what's going on. Danny is growing a third eye or something. That's new on the forehead. I don't know where that came from all of a sudden, but let's go, man.
Why do these people have him on?
Bringing Danny Meltzer now. Dave Meltzer now. He's
and the best part is DDP got to hear her call him Danny Meltzer.
Journalist covering professional wrestling since the 80s, around the time that Hulk Hogan, of course, shot to fame. He's the editor and publisher of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Great to have you here. So you wrote on X today that apparently Hulk Hogan was not in good health lately. There were many rumors, even as recently as a few weeks ago, that he was in a coma. What was happening with him?
I think the coma was overstated. But, he was in rough shape, certainly the last week,
Oh, my God. I think the coma was overstated, but it was a coma. But it wasn't that bad of a coma. Shibata in New Japan one time was in a coma. What the fuck, Dave? Holy shit. It's always like I have to try and disprove, like I know more than meets the eye, Brian. That's how we keep them in business. 50% off.
Couldn't speak and everything. Yeah, I mean, he'd had health problems coming off. He had a neck surgery on May 14th.
What's going on with him, bro? What's going? I don't understand. What am I missing?
Squinting.
What is going on here?
There's something wrong with his eyes. I don't know what he's doing.
He's super nervous and his ego can't get over the Danny thing, and he's spurging, trying not to like go off the rails, which he's already doing immediately.
He's on freaking News Nation, bro. What is he doing?
Apparently, Hulk Hogan was not in good health lately. There were many rumors, even as recently as a few weeks ago, that he was in a coma. What was happening with him?
I think the coma was overstated, but he was in rough shape. Certainly the last week, he couldn't speak and everything.
This hair dye, it's burning my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, he'd had health problems coming off. He had neck surgery on May.
The coma was. Listen to this fucking redact. The coma was overstated. I mean, he couldn't speak or anything. What? That's a crazy. How is that overstated? The guy who's known for going, well, let me tell you something, dude. The guy whose voice is iconic and his catchphrases are iconic. His fucking coma was so bad he can't speak. Oh, it was overstated. But I mean, yeah, the health was pretty bad. I mean, how's your day going? I mean, Tony Khan, though, his neck, oh boy.
14th.
Yeah, that's big surgery. When you say neck surgery.
And then she has to go, yeah, that's a big surgery, Danny Meltzer. That's a big surgery. Oh, well, I mean, it's always a work in pro wrestling, This is what Alvarez did on his shit, too. Fucking geeks, man.
Doing, bro? Oh, my God. Now, that's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing.
I remember we had a clip months ago where something was wrong with his eyes there, too. I wonder if he's got bad allergies.
I'm a fucking xenomorph.
Health problems coming off. He had neck surgery on May 14th.
Yeah, that's big surgery. When you say neck surgery, this was major surgery.
Oh my God!
I mean, it was overstated. It was overstated a little bit, though.
Yes. So he'd been in and out of the hospital, and it was people who were close to him had kind of told me in the last week that it was bad. They always said it wasn't as bad as the coma story, but it was a lot worse than his friends were leading on as well.
It looks like a contact problem. I mean, that's what it looks like. It's got to be a contact lens problem.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm crying. I can't. It looks like.
Oh my God, that's so freaking embarrassing. What the frig, man? What are you doing, man?
Last week that it was bad. They always said it wasn't as bad as the coma story.
Was he doing that during the TMZ thing, and that's why they cut him out of that too? I wonder if he was doing the same thing.
But it was a lot worse than his friends were leading on as well.
Americans who don't watch WWE may not understand.
What? He's like, oh God. It's like when Tony Khan was being interviewed by Ariel Helwani, and he's like, hold on a sec, I just took a bong rip. Chugs water off screen. Dave's like, oh God, I got a fucking Dave's like, I got a fucking a fly in my eye.
Yeah, he just said, oh God.
Hold on a second. Can I call in from my telephone? Let me ask Grok real quick. I think that a bug flew in my eye.
These people are so freaking bizarre. It's bizarro land, bro.
Only Dave.
A lot worse than his friends were leading.
I was cutting hot peppers and I touched my eye.
Who don't watch WWE may not understand Hulk Hogan's impact, but
bro,
as you know,
he's trying to shake it off. He's trying to shake it off, bro.
Come on, Danny, shake it off.
You may not understand Hulk Hogan's impact, but as you know, and as you've chronicled, he was one of the most
chronicled PWT.
well-known people in the world. The New York.
He's gonna just start crying.
He's trying so hard, bro, to ignore it, but something's burning the shit out of his eyes, man. Oh my God!
The hair dye. It's the product. I'm sweating, and it's.
Him in the
bro, hold on. Wait a minute.
I know where you're going with this.
Bro, I guarantee you, because he was going on News Nation, it's a fresh dye job. I guarantee you, bro, that's why he's wearing black.
That's what it is, 100%.
In his eyes, because he just dyed his hair for the show, bro. That is it in a freaking nutshell. No doubt.
Oh my God! Look at him. He looks like his whole face is about to well up.
That's exactly what happened. He got that dye shit in his eyes right before he did this show. Oh,
That's so true.
In blasé Manhattan, where the likes of Jackie O and Mr. T have been observed walking the streets unhindered, Hulk Hogan cannot go 10 feet.
That might have been the best one.
Been observed walking the streets unhindered.
He's crying.
he's definitely crying, man. He's
Reptilians exist, Brian.
he's in trouble, man. If they go to date,
This will be on one of those like Illuminati Twitter account compilations. Look, lizards.
Cannot go 10 feet.
Well, Hogan in the 80s, I mean, he was just so recognizable. And, he was, for the time, at the time, you have people who are just giant in culture, Taylor Swift and people like that now. And he was one of those people. He was just everyone knew him. Everyone still knows him. So, yeah, as far as a cultural name from wrestling, him and The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, are the two.
Dwayne Dewey, I actually know him.
And, it can't be overstated, but his effect on wrestling can't be overstated because the changes in wrestling in the 80s where Vince McMahon took the company.
I'm sorry if you guys are trying
bro,
to
I swear to God, bro, I swear to God, the producer is purposely not calling for a full screen of Dave. He purposely is not calling for it.
Oh my God,
bro, I invented producing, bro.
Effect on wrestling can't be overstated because the changes in wrestling in the 80s where Vince McMahon took the company WWE from a regional company to a national company, he knew
this was the big show, bro. This was streaming News Nation. I gotta look like I'm freaking 20 years younger, bro. And he got dye in his freaking eyes and he looks like a jackass.
100%. I believe that because of the black shirt.
No, go and check out Castrating the Marks, Vince Russo's brand, guys.
No doubt, bro. No doubt.
Larger than life to put in as the face of the company. And Hogan was clearly the guy. If you take Hogan out of the equation.
Bro, pause this for a second. Just Google real quick. Can hair dye burn your eyes?
Chemicals in some hair colorings can cause burns if they get on your skin or in your eyes.
There you go. Okay.
Google.
If temporary dye product gets into the eyes.
Yo, that's funny as fuck. Could you Google, does hair dye burn eyes?
That's what we're seeing. That looks like
my God. See, it caught up with him, bro. It freaking caught up with him, man. Unreal.
Higher wrestling changes. I don't know what it changes to. And in the end,
look how wet his eyes are, bro. Look at him. And bro, if you notice, he's got the lights dimmed too. Like that's all part of it, bro. Because he don't want you to see.
A few companies because that's just how cable TV was going to change things. Mm-hmm. But as far as culturally making wrestling big, acceptable, being on NBC and things like that, you take Hogan out of the equation. I don't think it gets as big as it did in the 80s or as big as it got in the 90s because he kicked off the 90s boom too.
Right. You actually wrote on X that more people paid to see him perform over the course of his career than any other single person. That's incredible.
Any single pro wrestler for sure. Any single person.
Let me correct that. And the thing with Dave too is that he was like diminishing Hulk at the time, and the only reason they brought you on here is because they type into Google, they go, who's most well known with covering wrestling, and then Dave Meltzer automatically comes up, okay, and then they just look for tweets to put Hulk over and be like, Hulkster was awesome because of this. We're trying to honor him. We're not trying to do anything distasteful. And Dave's like, oh, well, wrestlers, in the territory days, it was different, Brian. I mean, Kelsey. I mean, what's your name? Sorry, there's fucking Just for Men in my eyes right now because I dyed my eyebrows too. It was a kit. It came with a mini brush, Brian.
No, I'm sure that there's, concert people and some people.
Concert people. They're not like those people, though. They're not those people who perform at the concerts like Cuervo, but concert people
who probably would do stadiums and all that. But as far as a
concert people is what he calls like, oh, I'm sure that there's some musicians and some artists that are out there who fucking He's concert people. There's concert people. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wrestler goes. There were people who were bigger in certain years.
Like, look at the look on her face. She's sitting there. Whoa, what concert people? You mean like Michael Jackson? What the fuck are you talking about?
But he was big from early 80s through, and still.
She's like, he's super famous now, dipshit. We're all fucking talking about him. It's all the news is all fucking week. 17 fucking tribute shows. People pay, TMZ's doing docs. Fox fucking paying for these shits. What are you talking about? He's still relevant. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, he was big, I mean, through the 80s and 90s, but then, I mean, when Will Ospreay came on the scene, things really changed, Brian.
Really big through like 98-ish and had comebacks in the 2000s, but considering the number of shows and all that, no, nobody would even be close. I mean, as far as like shows with big crowds, your 70,000 plus, with Orndorff, 78,000 with Andre the Giant.
See, he has to go on record and go, it was 78,000 with Andre. It wasn't 93. Imagine him doing that for AEW.
TV ratings like no
fucking do it. It's insane. I can't even believe he had to go on the record and bring up Andre. I predicted it. He can't let it go.
But he has ever seen in this generation. I mean, the numbers that he put up on Saturday night's main event which aired at 11:30 on Saturday night,
right?
With kids from 2 to 11. I looked at those numbers, and I mean, literally a quarter of the kids in the country are watching him at close to midnight. I mean, under 11.
Yeah.
It was, if you look at those numbers, they will just blow your mind. I mean, especially compared to today. I mean, he once had 28 million people, watch his match with Andre the Giant.
Grok was wrong. It wasn't 33 million like everyone remembers. It was more like 28. See, he's trying to put it over, but diminish it at the same time.
We
point that out so often.
Yeah. I think she wants out.
I would want out.
Listen, my son was one of the fans.
Blinky. No, Blinky. We got it, Blinky.
Get out of here.
Match with Andre the Giant on NBC.
Well, listen, my son was one of the fans of WWE, not when Hulk Hogan was wrestling, but just a few years ago. And you're right, that age group, like they started getting really into it when they're 8, 9 years old. It's incredible. Dave Meltzer, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching.
Danny Meltzer, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dan Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. And you know what they say.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Okay, let me check in with chat quick. What an eclectic night, man. Over 5 hours. 626 for 2 says, Danny boy, the pipe is calling. And then 626 again with 2 says, Russo going full red bar. Haha, I'm dead. Man, what an amazing fucking PWT. What an amazing EFAP of an EFAP. Thank you, 626, for your support. And everyone who supports, make sure you hit like and subscribe, guys. We are almost at 7. We're like 4. Maybe you guys passed 7K subs already, but thank you for 7K subs. We'll celebrate it on Saturday. And it's a Sicko Saturday 7K celebration, special start time Saturday. Hopefully I nailed that one again. Shout out Dr. Seuss. And I appreciate you all so much for being here. Round of applause. What an amazing show. I had so much fun. And Saturday, we're going to start later, and we're going to watch, I think, later. Okay. And we're going to watch AAA, Triple Mania. Okay. And UFC will be on. And it's going to be lit. Thank you all. Here's some Becca. Take care of each other. See you in the Upside Down. And see you Saturday. Don't miss Saturday. And watch TNA on Friday. Peace.
Excuse me. Is your name Rose? Oh my God, it is you. This is such a small world. Me and my friends, we go out every weekend and we still talk about you. That weekend in Cabo, where you gave my friend that experience of our lives.
See, right now.
Well, listen, I'll just be a second. Look, hold on. This is ridiculous, right? Me and my buddies, we talk about you almost every single weekend. I mean, I can't. I'm like taken aback. What? You're not gonna believe this. Oh my god.
I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I bopped him like a cop and knocked him out with my hands. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. He warned me that the warden might come soon, so I ran. These cuffs are mine no more. My lawyer's such a bore. I made him hit the floor and get down on his knees. I took a little trip to London and Madrid. You wanna see a pic of the places I've seen? Yeah, I got off scot-free and I didn't have to pay any witnesses this time. You know what they say, you gotta spend money to make money. And I spend a lot of money. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. You'll never know if he fought back, but trust me, he can't. I beat the charges, and then I beat up your man. I kicked him to the curb, it felt so good to throw hands. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I made it quick so I could dip, went home with his friend. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I shanked him in the back with my hot lady wood man. I think I'm switching sides. These girls are really nice. They tell me better lies and their houses are clean. 'Cause girls are better hangs. I like their little bangs. I like the way they hold me and call me a queen. Ugh, there's one guy who's still on my mind though. He's like all over me. It's so pathetic. Get some self-respect, dude. Don't make me go back to prison. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I bopped him like a cop and knocked him out with my hands. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I beat him once before and then I beat him again. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man. I kicked him to the curb, it felt so good to throw hands. I beat the charges, and then I beat up your man. I beat the charges, then I beat up your man.